We are on the way to defining a spot here for Pro League Season 22 here in North America. The closed qualifiers starting off. My name's Vincent, joined by Hayes. And Hayes, I appreciate you jumping on. It's a privilege to be alongside you as we jump into the North American side of these qualifiers.
Yeah, it's great to be here as well, Vincent. I really love in Counter-Strike that we do just get so much regional Counter-Strike all around the world. And I've always seen Counter-Strike, you could kind of look at it as like a cuisine, and every different region has their own take on it, right? And you get different kind of Counter-Strike in South America, which we cover frequently at CCT, Europe, keep the finger on the pulse in Asia, and now North America. Like, I just like going around the world and just dabbling across the board, right? So I'm really excited for tonight, and there's a lot on the line as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. It's already been starting, and we're moving forward. I think the reality is that this is high stakes, the highest type of stakes, where there's one spot available and there's so many teams coming into that one. Here for us, the two of us going to get a chance to cover a couple of games. Supernova Comets and Marca Registrada. This, the first one, a little bit of a mistake there, if I'm not mistaken, on our second one. I think that's Lycus Empire and Chicken Coop is what it's supposed to be. That we're going to cover a little bit later on. Lots of excitement. There we go. Got it fixed and fast. I'm excited for these. I think this is another opportunity for me to see the Comets, who, from my understanding, are going to be moving forward, going under Shimmer. This might be the last event that they're under the Comets, but still there. A Marca Registrada team, majority Mexican squad that has been kicking it around, and there's a lot of fun storylines for Lycus Empire and Chicken Coop, but we'll probably wait on those a little bit later on. But those are two teams that are relatively new faces to this level of Counter-Strike, and they're very hungry to get the ball rolling.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what an opportunity as well, right? Like you say, Supernova Comet's probably going to be moving forward without the organization, so they're also looking to just play to show what they're capable of, any future potential employers kind of thing. You always want to try and show yourself off and market yourself in the best way possible, and a good run here would certainly do that. I mean, remember, they've just come off the back of a very successful stint in ESL Impact. What was that, season 7, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. So they did really well. Obviously, the finals were played at IEM Dallas. They were on the stage against the Furia female team, and they just narrowly missed out after winning the first map. So they're coming off that high, right? And now they're looking to build moving forward into the new season. That was the end of the previous season. They've kept the same team, which I think is great as well, because now they've got that core, that foundation that they can look to build on.
I mean, I was there. I had the privilege of watching that happen live in the arena over at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center.
Awesome.
And man, it was absolutely magical. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, you know, this Comets roster, compared to like experience wise, going up against a brick wall is that Furia team. But man, you saw a lot of individuals kind of pop off. It's probably fitting that we're on Ancient. This is the map they ended up taking in that final, and it was Empathy popping off. She had an insane game to kind of bring them over the line to that. And you know, that's when you're talking about expectations going into that season for Supernova Comets. It was, are they even the top team in North America? A lot of people, especially the knowers, would have said yeah, probably, but you know, there was still a lot to kind of be shown with FlyQuest in the mix as well. They beat them and then, you know, actually made it stick on land, because that's the thing with North American Counter-Strike in the impact scene. You know, getting wins on land has been tough, and the Comets, they made it very clear that they're there to get wins, and they continue to do so. So I'm excited to see them. Let's talk a little bit about their opposition, though, in Marca Registrada. This is a team that, I'll be honest, you probably, if you're a viewer at home, probably don't know a ton about, but let me maybe enlighten you slightly. You'll probably recognize Spamzy, a guy that used to play on that Infinity lineup for years and years, notably with Mobs as well, of G2 fame at this point. That was a while ago, though, and this is a team that outside of that has been playing, but isn't exactly the most experienced. They don't have as much experience as, you know, pretty much anyone else, I would say, in this event. So it's going to be, I think, a step up required. That's what's going to be tough, but I'm excited to see what they do. They've been playing in, you know, Dust 2. They've been playing in a bunch of leagues as well, and with a big performance in, was it season 52 in advanced? They took third in advanced to kind of make that step up here.
Yeah, I mean, I just always love getting a look at new players, new to me, right? Getting to see them in the server today, and it's a huge opportunity that they've kind of found themselves in the mix here to potentially qualify for Pro League. Like you say, even just getting the experience outside of what their, the potential of actually claiming that spot is. That the experience in itself is still going to be great for this roster, as we do get a look at the Veto. We're going to lock in here. Going to be Anubis into Nuke into Ancient as the decider. So we know that Supernova Comments certainly do enjoy Ancient. They've picked Nuke this time round. We don't really know much about the map pool for their opponents, though, for Marco Registrada. It's a bit of a Pandora's box, and I guess we'll kind of figure it out as we go.
Yeah, on paper, this looks great for the Comets. I have to say, yeah, some of the heavy lifting being done by the fact that we don't know as much about Marco Registrada's map pool. But what I can tell you from seeing them playing like Dust 2, the Eagle Masters that they recently played in, Nuke hasn't necessarily been a go-to for them. I haven't seen them play a lot of that. Anubis, on the other hand, that is certainly a strong map. But that's a little bit of a scary one, considering how good the Comets have been on that map and continue to be on that map as well. And then we just talked about, Ancient as a decider. That certainly can be a comfort pick for Marco Registrada, but I gotta feel like Supernova Comets are definitely like favored on paper on that map. For me, I think this is very much going to come down to a question of like who's showing up in the server, less so than the Veto. Because if you just look at the Veto, I think the Comets got away with one here.
Well, what is interesting is that Marco Registrada have actually decided to ban Mirage as the first ban here in this particular game, whereas they've almost always just banned Nuke out first. I just checked their last 5 games, and Nuke was their first ban in all of those matches. So they've clearly figured out that, okay, we don't really back ourselves on Mirage against Supernova Comets. Let's rather float Nuke. And Supernova Comets have called their bluff. They've decided, okay, well, we're going to pick your permaban then. We're not going to let that just kind of skate on by, and then let you ban it in the second phase of the Veto. We're going to try and see if we can maybe just go for the pick here, go for the gamble, even though it's not a map they tend to pick all that often. As I say that, they actually do occasionally. So I think, as you say, this Veto actually looks really good here for Supernova Comets.
Yeah, and don't let that like Nuke win rate make you think that they're bad on this Nuke either, because if you look at what actually happened, it was a game against Legacy, and these were like a while ago too, some of them, so keep that in mind. But that was a game that I had the privilege of casting, that Legacy game in the Thunderpick qualifier. Bro, they were going to beat Legacy. Unfortunately, it was a situation where Legacy were able to make a comeback and they struggled to close. So that was very competitive. A game on LAN against Game Hunters, another Brazilian team that definitely has some tough opposition on it. And then Blue Jays, who are, arguably top 5 in the region. So I think that you got to look at some of those losses, most of them close, and all of them against some higher level opposition as like, yes, they matter, but also keep in mind who they were playing and how close those score lines were. Sure. That's the other thing that I'm a little bit miffed about for Marco Registrada. I just don't really understand what they're going for here.
Yeah, it certainly is a gamble deciding to float Nuke against a team who do enjoy playing the map. Like you say, if you just scratch a little bit beneath the surface, you'll see that it's not actually like an awful map for them. 13-10 against both Game Hunters and Legacy is a pretty damn good return here for Supernova Comets. That'll certainly instill some confidence in them, despite the fact they didn't get those games across the line. They were very competitive, and that is a good look indeed. So yeah, I kind of come into this and think of them as the favorites. So is that an accurate kind of proposition, I suppose?
I think that's fair, especially off of the success that they've had here recently. That being said, Marco Registrada, I think they can be a little bit of a black box. It's hard to read kind of what they're going for. This is a team that finds wins, finds upsets all the time, and I think that's very, very plausible against a Supernova Comets. The good news is, I don't think the Comets are not a team that like go into any matchup thinking that they're like going to win 100%. They take every matchup very seriously. STX is a player that I have been watching for a very long time, actually back in the day when she was playing collegiate Counter-Strike, and this is this is someone that is absolutely always willing to put in the work to make this happen. So I know that she, along with the rest of the squad here on the Supernova Comets, are absolutely not taking a break just because Marco Registrada might not be the most high-profile team in this qualifier.
Yeah, I think another player that I'm going to be watching quite closely has to be Forks on the AWP. She's looked really impressive and can just be devastating with the gun. And then obviously we highlighted Empathy as well. Seems to have the ability to actually just take over games. I remember casting a super, I think they must have been when they were under Shimmer. I remember casting a game of theirs on Nuke, and I think Empathy actually, if I remember correctly, popped off quite a lot. So I think it's a map she's pretty comfortable on. If I remember, she was playing on the A-bomb site and was quite keen to make moves through like Hut and Squeaky, be quite active on the CT side kind of thing, stifling the attack and finding some good timings as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the progression's been like for the team since then.
I'm glad you bring that up, because I actually think that's a very important dichotomy that I want to draw real fast, and that's AMC on the other side there for Marco Registrada. I think Fox can certainly be better in that matchup. If AMC shows up, though, I think that's going to be a tough duel. In addition to the fact that I don't necessarily know that if Empathy is on form like I've seen her in the past, that there is an answer on the Marco Registrada side. This is a team for me that, you know, can have individual pop-off moments, but they are more of the style of, I would consider them better like as in the sum of their parts, rather than you're talking about like an individual that's going to like blow you away. And that's not to say it's impossible for that to happen. It's just that more so than that one individual just changing the game for Marco Registrada, it is a team effort. So you know, that's very dangerous, I think, for this team when you're talking about the firepower that somebody like Empathy brings.
I feel like they've also pretty stable and consistent for the most part in terms of their firepower. I don't remember Supernova Comets being too volatile. I feel like they've got a pretty decent floor underneath them. Whereas Marco Registrada, I actually genuinely don't know what to expect. I feel like normally with these teams, you can back their firepower. It's like, okay, what else are we going to get outside of firepower? Because that probably won't be enough in itself to topple this Supernova Comets team. So I'm kind of hoping that there's a bit more than just some strong shooting in the server here from Marco Registrada.
Well, I think it's going to have to be that and a little bit more for them. Certainly would agree with your proposition that Supernova Comets are, I think, the favorites, but I wouldn't put that as like a wild amount. You know, if I'm putting a percentage on that one, probably 55-45, maybe 60-40. I would put it there.
Okay.
You know, for me, because I think that, you know, I'm very aware of what Marco Registrada can bring. I just think that it's pretty inconsistent. You know, how often we see the higher level from them, or whether they struggle a little bit. But you can see in the results. I mean, they've had moments where they're capable of getting some upsets. They, you know, beat Might in the Swiss stage in Dust 2. They had some pretty huge wins in their advanced run. This was, you know, months ago now, was season 52, but you know, that kind of led them into getting some of these more important invites. But all of that to say, I've been told that we do have a couple of minutes to wait. So we're going to hop off to a quick break, and then we're going to jump back in as soon as we're ready to roll.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really find my place. I wish she'd seen what I had.
angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up, and I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not on our pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
All right, we got things moving. We're gonna get things going, and all right, well, we jumped in a little faster than anticipated on that one, Hayes. Already one round in, but a strong round, I guess, for Supernova Comets is the way things have started.
I mean, we're going to have to pull out the crystal ball for that one to figure out what happened in the pistol. What we do know for a fact is that Supernova Comets have opened up their account first. Now, this is Marco Registrada's map pick. And we know that the next map is Nuke, which is normally their perma ban. So there's going to be quite a lot on the line. I mean, we talk about win conditions sometimes, and I feel like Marco Registrada winning here on Anubis is certainly one of those factors.
I absolutely agree with you, and it's made even harder by starting on the CT side. That's not the easier, more preferable side to this map, which is maybe a tragedy, considering that they need it so badly. Regardless, it needs a force buy-in. Marco Registrada want to keep up the pressure Has Empathy
Yeah,
gone
Empathy, it's a P2K.
is she doing the Valorant? This is what I call the Valorant, by the way. Where you
Okay.
just where you save and have like a default pistol with armor in
Problem
round
is you're
2.
expecting to play against an eco then, right?
Correct. Yeah. I think it's a
So-
little ambitious.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be a costly one. STX doubling down, though, certainly will bode super well for the cause. Yeah, even found a third, okay. Yeah, Empathy, not going to have to break a sweat, not going to have to worry that perhaps she made a mistake by not investing into the round, of course. Looking forward to, I guess, dropping the AWP later on, perhaps? There we go, she will fall, but Raven gets the trade straight afterwards. Nice little double up setup between the two of them. And that is going to be a clean 2-0 start now heading into the anti-eco.
Yeah, and listen, as much as I was saying, like, there can certainly be some criticisms there. Well, now you have a bunch of extra cash, and you know that they were force buying last round, so everybody's gone for the Mac 10, maybe farm up a little bit of extra additional cash on the back of that. So, works out a treat for her, ultimately. Marco Registrada.
Yeah, best case scenario.
Thought maybe they would go for some sort of stack, but 3 towards B, a little bit more standard, even considering it's just pistols this round.
I will say, I feel like they've overspent slightly here by investing into some of these Desert Eagles. Majestics in particular, buying down to 1,400 means it's $2,400 going into the next round. Gonna have to be like an MP9 or a FAMAS, and I think that for me is an issue, because you got to roll the dice with the Force Buy in the previous round. You don't really have that luxury of going in and dipping your toes as deep as he has here in the follow-up round. Because then the thought process is, okay, we lost the pistol. Let's force up in the second round, eco third, and that means when the first gun round comes around, we have everything we need, right? We got the AWP, we got full M4s, full utility. But they're not going to have that luxury now, because I think they've just spent a bit too much here in the eco.
Yeah, I mean, when the whole argument about the upside of that force buy is we can win the round, but also round 4 is going to be particularly good on the purchase, and then that isn't the case. Like,
yeah,
you're almost taking the risk without the reward. But to be fair, if you could save this and get a couple of exits, doesn't make the decision any less puzzling, but it does. It does work out a little bit better. And they're not looking. They don't know. They have no idea. Majestics is going to get another one. How about $600? How about maybe a save onto something else? Empathy is saying no thanks to that. But at the very minimum, I think Majestics has corrected the record. That $650 Kevlar that was maybe the overspend, that was made back.
Yeah, and also they got the 2,900 hours off by a mark there. So that also certainly does make a difference. You'll see they'll get pretty much everything they need coming into the round here. AMC, I heard you call him AMC in the pregame, so are we going with AMC for him?
No, I must have just had a flub there.
I'm not so concerned about it. We could go with either, but
AMC
precisely which one.
is
AMC?
correct.
Okay, alright. Well, he's got the AWP nice and early on, posted on the angle. Oh man, just moving ever so slightly as the peek comes through from Empathy, so doesn't have the accuracy necessary, and Supernova Comets, as a result, have actually closed the gap in on this B-bomb side.
Yeah, they've really gotten into position to go for this exec very fast, but there's 3 players here. Marco Registrada in pretty good stead to actually make a real hold of this. B1 and Spamsy both have a nade as well, so that could be placed doubled up. Currently worried about the E-box side of that. Spamsy with the victory down low. And it's a little disjointed right now from the Comets. They still have some semblance of E-box here with STX, and that's important. STX falling away. Now the rest of the team has to come back in. STX will catch Spamsy and B1 alone, but gone in an instant. AMC has tried to bring this back, but it's still a big advantage for the Nova Comets.
Oh, yeah, huge advantage for them. I mean, it's going to be really tough to try and break back into the retake here. There's no kip between them either, so time is of the essence right now. Couple flashes and a few HE grenades. There's no, like, crowd control utility either to try and block off E-box or B main. Time continues to tick away, and it does look like they're going to be committing quite a lot here to feel this retake out. They're going all in. The save is not an option. AWP now posted on the angle, but it's such a good timing on the peak from Raven, but from the grave, AMC actually gets a frag. Jardini is so low and doesn't realize STX is also in towards E-box. 9-0 for her. What a blistering start, because she was the key that unlocks that B-bomb side from E-box.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if STX doesn't get that double kill in E-Box, then this round doesn't start in towards the B side at all. There was no way to get back through if it were not for her, and I think maybe a slight mistake or missing piece of the communication there for Marco Registrada, because she got both her kills from E-Box. I think, might have had an inkling that that was going to be E-Box to finalize that, but no, not the case, and it's attack timeout called, the back of losing that first gun round. Opportunity for AMC that falls by the wayside, and though he's the one that maybe gives the chance to retake, it's still not quite the victory.
Very good start for Supernova Comets on their opponent's map pick here. 4-0, pistol, anti-force, anti-eco, and now the gun round as well. And you're bang on the money. I don't think there was any way into that B bomb side if it wasn't for STX's heroics, because Marco Registrada, they had 3 players on that B bomb side. Excuse me, they were really well poised to deal with what was coming their way. And STX was still able to just kind of brute force her way through. Of course, now max round loss bonus behind the CT side, so they can afford to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, upgrade the pistols, Kevlar around them. B1 even has the MP9.
Yeah, I mean, the hope is that you can transition that into some sort of victory. I'll let spam, though. I like the activity at the very least. The 5-7 gets a dual escape made as well. Hold on a second. Majestics, didn't think would have the opportunity to get out of there. Should be able to shuffle that gun out of the map more than likely, so that it's not recoverable at minimum. And still very strong map control for Supernova Comets. They can essentially decide to go wherever they would like.
As long as they do it together.
Correct.
That way you avoid getting picked off one by one and maybe falling foul to this kind of an investment. Marco Registrada do have to go for a bit of a gamble here because of the fact they do have the deficient weapons. And unfortunately, they've bet on red, and it looks like it's going to land on black here as Supernova Comet starts to shift in towards the, say, bomb side. Jardini, the only player here, and they now realize what's going on because they have smartly pushed through B mains. They've gotten all the info, so they can start to kind of get ahead of the game with this rotation, but unfortunately, it's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah, that is a kit that's just been dropped outside of camera, to be fair, so if some sort of miracle starts to happen where, empathy goes down in middle, and they could collect that, then start having a conversation. At the moment, though, it's going to be quite difficult, especially these deep positions inside of a main. Very strong from a post-plant perspective, and that's the crux of it with empathy. Taking Spamsy down, this is dead in the water. And the Supernova Comets take advantage. This is a map they like, and that's, another one of the reasons that we've been talking about this Veto and how questionable it is. Not only a map that the Comets love, but a map that they get to start the T side on.
And they're doing a fantastic job of it as well. I mean, probably the most favored half in the map pool, I'd say. It's got to be between this and the CT side of Nuke, but I think the CT side of Anubis has more going for it. I guess conversely, a better way of putting the points is that the CT side of Anubis is probably the most difficult half in the pool at the moment. So even though it is 0-5 for Marco Registrada, it's still a great opportunity for them to recover in the half. That is not a great way to open up this all-important gun round, and it's been made even worse by STX, who's gotten another 5v3.
And look at this reaction from Marco Registrada. They have to just entirely spread back out. They've lost so much of the map off the back of that. And at the moment, Majestics just has to sit on the B site. Mid control lost. That just taken a moment to look back at by AMC. And then B1 over on A. And that's who's going to be targeted here in a moment. He's going to be under fire. I like the activity. Marco Registrada taking space, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, good util usage as well. I like how Supernova Comets are kind of crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's even when they have got the 5v3 advantage. It's not like they're thinking, oh well, we can just run into the bomb site here haphazardly and finish off the job. Not leaving anything to chance. And if there is any world in which the CT side can retake it, it's going to be predicated off of B1 finding something. He's going to have to activate here, and as he peeks out, he spots 2 hits. Really good lockdown in the bomb site here from the T side. AMC eventually going to get a kill back, but the round is just way too far gone at this point. Step's going to be heard. MVP just wants to try and finish it off in style, but Serendipity will. And that's going to be 6-0. Another gun round going the way of the T side.
I mean, at that point, what are those kills worth, though, for Marco Registrada? Basically nothing. At a different point in the game, you could maybe talk about getting a couple of exits and winning that. There's no value there. Instead, they lose the gun. Their next buy going to be very Problematic. I don't even know what this exactly looks like. EMZ just keeping money for the op. While everybody else goes pretty much full into this purchase. Supernova almost haven't been tested. They just have this early default that's been very effective at catching any aggression, and there it goes again. Giordani relatively alone and gets punished.
Yeah, in this sort of a round, you do feel compelled to make a play on the CT side when you've got this kind of lower investment. I guess they've actually full force check, excuse me. They've decided to go all in on everybody bar AMC. This is a big roll of the dice from Marco Registrada. And I'm not actually a big fan of it. I think CT side Anubis, you don't want to start to get panicky and think, we're down 6-0, we might as well just start force buying because it's getting out of control. I think even if you can get 3 rounds rock bottom bare minimum out of the half, you're still in with a chance if you can get the pistol and the conversion in the next half. Either way, Majestics goes searching. Serendipity's timing is so good there from the balcony. And it's just all falling into place right now. Util has been classic in terms of what you expect from North America. Seen a few missed pieces, but they're hitting the shots and that more what matters.
Yeah, and especially when, to be honest, it's been at times where the little bits of misutility you're talking about don't matter even. That's a little tragedy for Spamsy. Exactly. And I think you've nailed it as well with regard to got to be careful not to panic, because I'm in agreement. Like, 3 rounds, it's not great, but definitely viable on the CT side of this map. But it does feel like Marco Registrada has somewhat panicked a little bit. Like, I just don't understand what the plan was. This money is so uneven. Like, now we've had 2 buys that are kind of bad.
Just 2 broken buys, really.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
It's 2 force buys that are, like, pretty decent, but not great.
Sure.
I'd much prefer just having one real one.
Yeah, and they're really light on utility now, which just limits them for options so massively coming into this round, because something we haven't seen from them yet. We have seen some early sort of plays being made where they doubled up in E-box to fight canals, but I'd like to see them smoke T stairs and then maybe collapse into canals from both E-box and A main at the same time, try and take that space away from Supernova Comets, maybe try and take the fight to them a little bit, because turtling in the bomb site hasn't worked. We haven't seen that option where they do try and fight in the front foot, which you can get away with on Anubis, so let's see if there's going to be some sort of a change up in the approach.
Well, and when they have done that, when they have looked to fight on the front foot, it's been singular. Been relatively solo endeavors trying to do that alone. We saw that last round where Giordani is just trying to get aggressive in A main. Just doesn't work out.
Yeah, so it looks like they instead are going to prioritize just kind of giving up that space early on here. Guess they didn't really have the util coming into the round to go for any other option. I've got this 2-man setup in towards E-box right now. Nice nade to chunk down STX. It's going to be a follow-up. And STX has been a huge headache for them so far. She's 14-1, so all this util damage is certainly going to aid their cause.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because she's continued to farm from where we first kind of talked about her performance, 9-0 or some such is what that scoreline looked like. She's about to receive a little bit of support. Big win for Giordani that in mid. There was nothing to really facilitate that fight, yet Giordani wins it.
This is looking good here for the CT side to find their first round. As I say that though, Raven will get one through the smoke. Not the first she's found through the smoke. And STX is now taking that space in E-box. Got Empathy in tow. There's a lot of pressure starting to mount up on this B bomb site. They've also smoked off Temple, so rotation's difficult to get in towards B, but Giordani has managed it. Majestic's times his peak really nicely, but Serendipity will be able to adjust, and I love that she doesn't overcommit to the swing there. Eventually will figure out B1 still on the bomb site. Time ticking away, but Supernova Comet's still not getting ahead of themselves. I love their composure and their patience, even when they have an advantage.
Yeah, you've really, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I guess see if AMC has an option here. Oh, that's going to make life even more difficult. At least just pick up the frag. Fox is gone. But look at the 2 locations. Serendipity tucked. Raven has no reason to start to swing until there's the bomb tapped, or she hears her teammate being pressured. Kit required and recovered. At the very minimum of time, it becomes an issue in Serendipity. What a hero this round that she is.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, the poise that she shows, not overswinging, not overstepping, being able to adjust and just be a threat without over committing to a fight and allowing the rest of her high HP teammates to get into the site proper once she realizes that it's still staffed by B1. Those are decisions that win that round for Supernova Comets outside of just the shooting. Which, of course, she does very well. She picks up a triple.
I feel like that's actually been what's most impressive about this run of success for Supernova Comets. It's not just been predicated off of them winning out the early duels and steamrolling around from there. There's even been moments where they haven't had much going for them, but they've still been able to make something out of nothing. 8-0, this is a blistering start, and well, Marcus Registrada looks like they're just going to persist with the Force buys. It's really only Amsi who saves any of money so that he can get an ore plate on down the line, but yeah, they're just going to continue to go all in here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I think that this is playing like you've already lost at this point.
Agreed.
It's not putting your faith in your gun rounds. I guess maybe if you can get something going with the pistols that can buy you some time. Fortunately for AMC, it's just the singular kill there. Gonna walk into A. Giordani has a big ticket rifle at the very least. Oh, but checked by Serendipity. A fantastic shot. B1, maybe Serendipity a little low, so can have that opportunity. But that's exactly what you've been talking about, though, with regard to the decision-making, allowing first and foremost high HP player to take that first stride, and STX just continues to dominate. 17-2.
Yeah, this is a fantastic display from Supernova Comets. They've pitched up with a statement of intent with the way they've opened up here on Anubis. And this is their opponent's map pick as well. They're loving life. I mean, this is just a dominant display. In complete control from the word go. Yeah, get that Galil out of there. No need when you're just balling out the way they are right now. Quintuple digits on a number of their players. They'll just be able to buy for the rest of the map regardless of what happens. This has to be the round. We were talking about how 9-3 kind of feels like rock bottom bare minimum. That means they have to win the 3 rounds left remaining. It's going to be on hard mode. I just mentioned how much money the T side still has left. So 3 gun rounds, Flash is good. Giordani completely blinded, and Serendipity takes full advantage.
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Marco Registrada look lost. They look like they just have no idea what they're doing right now.
And it's their map pick, which is even more concerning.
It truly is. And I say that because they're getting caught in like normal scaling utility right there for A. It just feels like they aren't anticipating anything here, and they're getting smacked in the face because of it.
Yeah, it just seems like the basics from Supernova Comets so far have been enough to just get the job done. Maybe a strong execute in towards the same bomb site. Spamzy gonna get kind of forced backwards, but again, really good util usage here from the T side. Bomb carrier successfully gets across, C4 starts to get activated. Now it's gonna require a retake. No kitten play barely usual, so it's gonna be tough.
Missed shot, though, from Fox might allow a little bit of option. Serendipity alone. STX, I think he's just heard Majestics coming around. That puts AMC on the 1v2. Starts off strong. Doesn't have a kit currently. Goes over to the AK and one-tapped STX. Nutty from AMC. That is their first round, and it happens like that.
Yeah, what a way to get around on the board as well. That's just a moment of individual brilliance from AMC, and I'm really glad that he was the one guy who was having some economic management in these past few rounds, so he could get the AWP out here, and boy, does it make a difference. Delivering the goods, 11-9. I mean, he's the one guy who has kind of been able to go toe-to-toe with Supernova Comet so far. Great stuff coming through from him. They're just trading for the AK, landing that instant shot. And I couldn't even fault, was it STX or Serendipity in A main? Because in that instance, they're trying to get ahead of the 1v1, right? They're trying to step out and go for the unexpected option.
Yeah, it was STX, and I would agree with you. We're just going to speed things up. We've been slow. Very much a game about the default, and now we're just in their face. That's what Supernova Comets are looking to do. Raven puts Giordani down at B1 many a time that he's kind of had to just sit here and wait at half wall, looking to try and maintain space. The rest of his team can't arrive in time. Raven ensures that. A double kill, double entry for her onto the A site, and well, she's just playing with her food a little bit. STX handles business. Spanzy gets through, and that should be something, but it ends in nothing. How about a 1v5 AMC? Got a clutch last round? I don't think so.
Yeah, and certainly not going to happen. Serendipity just runs him down as well. 10-1. What a brilliant response there from the T side after dropping their first round. Like you were highlighting, man, we haven't seen that drastic change of pace yet from Supernova Comets. What they've been doing, just working the map, has worked so well for them throughout Anubis so far. And then they just completely change up the approach at the perfect moments, and it works out perfectly for them. Everybody just fully committed to the cause. And now they've racked up double digits inside the first half, and a really good chance to go up to 11 now playing against 4 MP9s.
Yeah, these MP9s just haven't been able to do much of anything. There's been so many instances of them. Gardani maybe changing that though. Fox, a refrag, but that's towards E-Box, gets all the way deep. And I seem to recall you talking about maybe wanting to see something like this, like 5 rounds ago. They finally do. Marco Registrada take the time to go for a full canal take with the smoke to T steps and everything. But it only nets them the 1 kill. They don't have the requisite utility to hold on to this forever.
Again, it's one of those rounds where things kind of stall out a little bit, but Supernova Comet start to just work the map. I guess in this instance, they actually don't have a huge amount of control. Have a look at... I was going to say, there's a player who's pushed over the bridge and towards middle, but Forks, just with fantastic awareness, isn't going to get caught off guard. Just really good awareness. Marco Registrada still stand a chance, though. Their 2 players left alive are both over on the T bomb side. Exactly the T side ahead of damage is being done. Amsi is going to find the multi with the MP9. It's just Empathy left alive, and she does know that B1 was here, but he's been able to just move his way into the corner. This could be unexpected. Did Empathy catch a glimpse? Doesn't matter because B1 takes the head.
And at that, we're going to head to a quick break. The scene is set. It's very much clear that we could be seeing a incredibly dominant Supernova Comets just walk away with an early victory on this one. 10-2 in the first half, Hayes. That's what's set up. Only need 2 rounds to hit 12. Here on the CT side, I feel like that should be the case.
It should be the case. I kind of had a bit of an inkling that, I don't know, I haven't seen a huge amount of their games, but sometimes it feels to me that maybe Supernova Comets do sometimes struggle to close out their games when in these really advantageous positions. Can't afford for that to happen here. In complete control as things stand, and they've got a storm to weather on this B-bomb side.
Well, and it's Raven first up to bat. She's going to take some flak, but fall back. Staying alive, that's critical. Empathy already in the back line and cutting down Majestics with even more to come through. She's got backup. They try and take the fight to E-Box. Raven stands tall, at least for some time, and it is enough time where Serendipity can get up close with Empathy's support. It is a quick and easy pistol round there for Supernova Comets. They get into the back line and they fight aggressively, barely letting Marco Registrata set their feet there for the post plant.
Yeah, and with that goes any concern of them not closing out the game from that super advantageous position they were able to get themselves into off the back of the first half. What a first half it was as well if you're just joining us. From start to finish, and it's not like Supernova Comets ran a billion different strats on that T side. I feel like they just did the basics incredibly well. And it's kind of similar to what we see in the pistol round here. Just a good retake. Strong flank from Empathy. Although Raven, I'm not sure if she actually got a kill. I don't think she did. But
no,
she certainly stayed alive for long enough there and got the info that there were 2 players E-box. In the meantime, her teammates just mop up everybody else. And then they've got the info necessary to finish it off.
I mean, it's a good default and strong mid-rounding. That's what gave Supernova Comets such a dominant T-side off the back of that. And listen, we can't undersell STX having a ridiculous 20-4 performance as well. I think that would be unfair, but pretty much everyone having a good game too. That'll help things out, especially when your in-game leader is having such a phenomenal one.
Oh yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for AMSI, then this might already be over. It looks like there's a huge amount of life left in this one. Big hits towards the A bomb site. Damage has been done. Serendipity will get overwhelmed. And I think the first responder is able to get 2 back, though. Somehow still alive. Eventually will go down, but buys time for this big double flank. Spamsy does smartly tuck himself in behind the bomb site. Barely any room to maneuver, though. The Incendiary, the AG, it's going to combine to the back of him. It's just B1 left, and it's a double peek to get him as well.
Yeah, how the hell Empathy somehow managed to get a double kill off the back of that is just beyond me. Probably should not have been allowed to do that, but she does. Some stunning shots in that MP9, but that alongside the swift response to double flank as you highlight. Marco Registrata, I hate to say it, even though it's their map pick, this is a, GG go next moment. Try and forget about this.
That way. It's kind of felt that way for a while, even since they started fully committing to the force buys really early on in that first half as well. For me, that was almost just a sign of the white flag being waved. Empathy does get the info, 1 drops down. That's going to call Raven into action. Molly forces Majestics forward, and Raven's not going to want to watch that one back. B1 also, a bit of a scrappy skirmish, will come out on top of the fight with Empathy. 2-man advantage now for Marco Registrata, but 2 of their players are, limping is even generous at this point.
Everyone's here. Supernova Comets, that's a little bit scary, but somehow, some way, they'll turn it around. Fox ends up catching that kill. Thought Spamsy had the advantage, but did not. Fox is going to catch another one. The bomb has just been recovered. It was back in spawn. Jordani, take your gun out. Oh my gosh. Can hear her stomping around, but yet still not prepared for that swing. So now the bomb is stuck in no man's land. Where do you go? How do we get it onto the site as we've just lost so much in form of manpower and map control?
If only they had the bomb on the back of one of those players in the A-bomb side initially. And now we got flanks on flanks. AMSI's making his way through CT spawn, through beach, and then backstabbing that A-bomb side. This should never be anticipated. In the meantime, B1's been told to just hang about. Problem is, AMSI's chasing ghosts right now. And B1 only has, the clue's in the name, 1 point of health.
This is a great reaction too. Supernova Comets, they're just grouping together. They're clearing space as a unit to a certain degree. Fox is a little separated, sure, but that's okay. She's maintained control towards B. This is a little bit of a gamble though. They didn't catch the cross, and they're thinking, okay, well, we didn't see anybody canal. Maybe they're grouping outside of B. That's not the case, but that'll be fine. Now they got plenty of time to set up and facilitate this retake with 3 kids.
And they have to make it work, no two ways about it. I mean, this is always supposed to be their round in the 5 versus 3. Supernova Comets, strength in numbers for them. First frag found from B1, but was never going to be able to avoid the trade. I really like this from Amsi, but it's been somewhat read into by Forks. Serendipity has got a kit, by the way. She's just dropped a smoke on the bomb. She can look to stick this. Oh no, she can't find the C4 in the smoke. The smoke hadn't gone deep enough. And it's going to be Amsi to clutch again to get another round for his team.
I mean, it's 3 rounds, and basically all of them are courtesy of AMC for Marco Registrada at the very minimum. That being said, man, a little bit unlucky there. B1 does the maximum with 1 HP. You got to give him credit. Such a committed angle. 3 players sprinting at you, and he hits the headshot required so that he at least gets the 1-for-1. Makes it a 1v2 for AMC, which is, of course, far more winnable, far more approachable than what would have been a 1v3.
Oh, absolutely. That's a good point, actually, yeah. Seemed like there was a little bit of panic in the 1v1 there from the half player left alive for Supernova Comets. Either way, it is going to be Marcus Registrada looking to try and keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. Feels like these rounds should just be kind of a formality. I mean, a comeback from here is basically unfathomable, but you can kind of just like save face a little bit, right? And improve kind of the mood in the camp going into the next map with a few rounds here.
I think you need more than a few for the mood to improve any, but sure. They can get a little bit further on. I want to know how long AMC is going to maintain the stat where he has as many or more kills as the rest of his team combined. Because that's been the case for a while.
Oh, okay, well, there's Serendipity just offering herself up on a silver platter. Fox is going to look to track and trace. Trying to affect the trade, and she will, but just not in time there to get the kill to keep Raven alive. That's unfortunate. And while they do go into the A bomb side, I don't even know if Fox is going to be too keen to feel this one out. So quite a few rounds where Marco Registrada probably would have been just better off saving their guns instead of attempting what almost felt like hopeless retakes. Yeah, I don't think Forks wants to make the same mistake. That's a really quick shot there coming through initially, and it hits the follow-up as well. My God, Forks, she's just made something out of nothing. Should never expect the flank, but that's a big problem, and without the kit as well. Desperately clearing out the angles, but this is surely futile. She's going hunting, and the fact that she hasn't found anybody here means she probably just has to accept her fate in the round and try and get out of there. What a good attempt, though.
Oh, she does escape. Okay, I mean, that at minimum is good news. Still, I think the fact that this became a winnable round for Fox is a clear indicator of the struggles for Marco Registrada. Just honestly not respecting some of the basics right now. No need to take these fights. I understand you're looking to hunt down an op, but it's 12-4. There's no need. This is a mistake that won't end up necessarily punishing them, but one that does facilitate Supernova Comets going for another 4 spot here. I think if Fox doesn't get those extra kills, I think they save.
Yeah, almost certainly, right? Serendipity, a lot of pressure early on in towards the A bomb side. Has got some support, but the flashes are so good. Oh man, Jardaini sure gets both the kills, but Majestics is the one who deserves the credit.
Yeah, perma blind. Both players on A side for the Comets gone in an instant thanks to that. The MAC-10 that closes distance fast. They'll save these 3 weapons, and it will be that eco round that we were discussing on whether or not maybe should have been this round or whatnot. That'll be coming up next.
Yeah, I don't really mind the force, like you said, off the back of the kills that Forks got carrying the AWP over, forcing around it, especially when it's 12-4. You've got more leeway to go for these sorts of decisions. It would be really nice if they could keep all 3 of these guns in play, though. Certainly give them a little bit of firepower to work with next.
What do we...
And that should be afforded to them.
Marco Registrada are currently AK delivery services right now.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, you're right.
I did not mind at all the MAC-10 of Jardani going for that hunt. You know, big kill if they can find Fox, but beyond that, I don't know that they had any need to give Raven this AK, because she's got armor to back it up.
Yeah, I mean, the butterfly effect is a real thing. Let's watch that AK closely coming into the 18th here and see if it's going to have any impact on the outcome of the round. I feel like those sorts of things are often overlooked in Counter-Strike. Like, let's say they lose the round to the AK here. No one's thinking, well, we gave up the AK by hunting unnecessarily. Those dots are often unconnected, but they're very real, very prevalent.
Fox really wants to stick around. She's waiting out this utility, and she's going to go back for B1 in a moment.
I do like it. She kind of realizes that, hey, I've got the big gun in the round here. I got to make the big play.
Also, a lot more utility being heard and seen. Kill towards B alongside it. Calls her back over. Some support. Serendipity doesn't have any weapon to work with, and Empathy right behind, but Giordani handles both of them with ease.
Okay, so all's well and ends well. They've been able to avoid both the AWP and the AK, so no problem in terms of getting across the line here in the round, and in fact the AWP has been dropped. I mean, Forks should have enough money to reinvest into it. A little bit of a rejuvenation here for Marcus Registrada in these past few rounds. Some convincing wins for them. It'll certainly just bolster their confidence, like, hey, look guys, this is doable. Raven should get sidelined here momentarily.
Okay, hold on a moment. They are hunting her. She's got some space to work with. I mean, she could hang on to that, would be fantastic. I think worth it to try and remove that AK now that they have a little bit of cash. Marco Registrada, not as good as I was hoping, though, to be honest with you. So actually, maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. They're going to have AKs for everyone, but there's no option, I don't even think, for an op. Regardless, I want to hold back on saying maybe this is a possibility because Marco Registrada, they win that clutch, and then since then they haven't really played against a full gun round.
Yeah.
So this is a telling round for the chances of Marco Registrada to make this.
Oh, absolutely. That's a really good point that you highlight. They've only won a single gun round in this little streak of a fight back. So this is going to be a big test for them. If they can win this, then we maybe start to even open up the conversation for a comeback at that point. See if they can make it happen now. A bit of a contest in towards E-Box. Raven looking to support Forks is going to be able to get a kill, but goes down immediately afterwards.
Marco Registrada have options. Kill for Giordani would be massive, but Empathy shuts him down. So there was a chance to reposition to go back towards A. That's now not possible. They've got to commit towards B. STX. Tough spot for her to be in. Stuck between two AKs, one on either side, and Empathy set to try for this clutch. A 1v3, though. At least a kit and a smoke.
Yeah, could make a massive difference here. Just patiently waiting, hoping that something gets offered up, but Marcus Registrada just locked into their positions. Empathy will spot out one on the platform, but that's just going to induce the peak to come through from the teammates. 12-7, gun round successful. And I will say, I feel like Forks looked really uncomfortable on the B bomb site. They're just never really able to get herself into a position where she could just line up an angle or feel any sort of confidence. Was constantly just moving and shifting about there and gets caught in transition.
Yeah, and I think that's partially due to how much chaos Marco Registrada were able to sow over the course of that round. It was super confusing about like what was happening, what the reactions were, and because Giordani was being a thorn in the side over on A, and even though he goes down, it's a little bit of a confusing round, all things considered. Attempted crunch towards Canal, but it's just not. There's not really the utility to facilitate it.
I mean, I will say, Marcus Registrada almost looking like a completely different team, even the way that they're shooting right now. Because they were even struggling to hold their own in that department in the previous half. You can see here they're looking a lot hotter, looking a whole lot warmer in the server as the map's gone on. And at this point, they're just going to be left saying, oh man, if only we got a few more rounds out that first half. If only we hadn't just persisted with the force buys and gave ourselves a bit more of a chance. Because this still feels like one of those situations where it's inevitable that Supernova Comets should be able to just trip over the finish line, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I also think that I'm happy that Supernova Comets are not doing the same thing that we saw from Marco Registrada, where started making bad economic decisions that make a bad situation worse.
Sure, yeah. Certainly didn't help themselves in some of those investments, but they are now 4 rounds away from overtime. Gun round here, lose that, 12-9. Anti-Eco, 12-10. There's basically 2 full gun rounds between where we are now and overtime. So it's actually starting to become a little bit more fathomable.
It certainly is. I think that Supernova understanding that. Get Ink on the mic a little bit. Talk this over. Using their tactical timeout. So he's certainly a guy that can bring a whole lot when it comes to the mid round and being able to have input mid game. Got to talk to him a little bit as well when I was in Dallas.
Okay.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to be able to relay through to the team here. They've gone for the double AWP setup. That's an adjustment, and I like it. I'm a fan of the double AWP setup on Anubis in general. I think it's a nice kind of gimmick you can bring to the table once or twice in a half that almost guarantees you a round because you can catch your opponents off guard. It does look like this one's going to have some pace and ferocity, though.
Do they have... Not quite the flash setup. Serendipity's still here. I like this setup. Even though Empathy is exposed, Serendipity available for backup. Empathy takes a little bit of flack, but they aren't going to go off of that. And this... Supernova haven't actually reacted as aggressively as I think Marco Registrado wanted to. There's still STX here on B. Still, and now recovery for Fox. She's arrived onto the scene. STX survives and does a ton more damage. Fox pulls out the sidearm, and from Pizza B1 has the frag to cut this down to a 1-on-2.
Oh, man. Very good rotations. They're arriving just in time. STX doing such a good job of holding down the ship on that B bomb site for Fox to join in on the action as well. And now it's all on B1. We've seen Amsi with a number of clutches throughout this map already to just keep his team alive. Now it's B1's turn. And he's just burning that clock down, remaining positioned in E-box, hoping that maybe the longer he takes, he could kind of sow the seed of doubt that perhaps he's rotated off of B.
I mean, that's the idea, but look at where Supernova comments are. They are unyielding, entirely unmoving right this moment. So the idea from B1, understandable, but it's not worked the way that he's drawn it up.
We'll guarantee the bomb plant here at the bare minimum. Set himself up in the post plant. No kits in play for either of these remaining members. Serendipity making her way up long, but it's an instant headshot from B1, who's now been tagged. Empathy's realized that she's clocked it. Sidearm out right now. One bullet will get the job done, and she's nailed it. Supernova Comets can take a bit of a breath of relief there as they've gotten the job done and won their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and listen, it does kind of change things when you look at the box score, but the reality is that they dominated this map from the very beginning, and it's only there towards the end that there even became a question. B1 learning the hard way that is a no-nade zone, I think, as well, tragically, at the very end. Good news, though, if you are a Supernova Comets fan. They come into this, and they come out swinging, even though it does get a little bit more scary towards the end. They still close in what is a very strong victory on their opponent's pick.
Yeah, I mean, they lost 2 gun rounds in that second half, so it wasn't really, like, super concerning. I think if they lost that next gun round there at 12-8, that's when maybe they start to break a bit of a sweat. But no need to sweat here. Able to finish off and take full advantage of that really strong display in the first half, going up 10-2 on their T side. And that means they now lead the series, right? 1-0, and it's their map pick up next.
Now they do. It's Nuke that's coming up right after this break.
pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry.
Dominant showing from the Supernova Comets leads them to a victory on their opponent's map pick of Anubis. We now head into their own map pick. It's Nuke coming up next, Hayes. And you know what? This feels like it's a match made in heaven. It feels like they've got everything that they could ever want. Is this the easy close? A quick 2-0 day here for Supernova Comets? Is that what you're anticipating?
I mean, on paper, yes. For me, the one sort of question mark I have coming into Nuke is which Marcus Registrada are we going to get? Because if we get the second half from what we had on Anubis coming into Nuke from Marcus Registrada, then we could have a game on our hands. So, going to be watching this one quite closely here. Supernova Comets, you're right though. This does feel like they've had the red carpet rolled out for the 2-0.
Why would they ever start T-side? What?
That is a good question. One that
Sorry.
I cannot answer.
We'll come back to that. The round's going. They're sprinting towards the ramp, and Serendipity's already fallen back. STX going to handle business towards door, and so that should allow a clean avenue to get back down the vent should it be necessary. Now Serendipity takes the contact. Fantastic second frag from her, and she's got support, though Spamsy's isolated the singular, and might be a little bit more to find.
He's got a molly on his back, and he's actually dinked Raven at range. He's rattling off the shots. He's found the frag on STX. This is great from Spamsy, saving the day. Such low health on Raven, and even lower HP on Empathy right now in towards control room. And Marcus Registrada, well, he's going to hunt for the frags at this point. It's another really nice kill from Spamsy. He's just lit the server on fire. Empathy will get one back. Can she find that one tap to finish off the job? Unfortunately not. And Marcus Registrada open up their account first.
Yeah, that's a crazy recovery considering where that was. I think Supernova Comets, fair enough, you left Serendipity a little bit out in the open, but she does her job and more with 2 frags there. I think the bigger issue is the fact that they didn't allow so many individual duels to happen over towards Spamsy, and to be fair, I'm not 100% of this. I can only assume Spamsy is leading this team. He's the most experienced player with like the longest tenure. It would make sense to me that he's leading this squad. So it's good to see, you know, get him out in front early to maybe have a little bit of a lead by example.
Yeah, he is fantastic. Down there, just holds his nerve, calmly taps those kills and inflict so much damage. It's going to be a very easy cleanup in the anti-eco that follows here as well. You did pose a really important question though. Marcus Registrada, they had the choice of sides coming into this map with it being Supernova Comet's pick, and they've chosen to start on the T side. I mean, they started on the CT side of Anubis, arguably the most difficult half in the map pool, and the argument is alongside T-side Nuke, so they're doing this on hard mode right now, man.
Quite literally, it is probably the hardest possible. I can't imagine the thought process, but you know what? At this point, it is what it is. They're just going to have to convert, you know, perform at the moment.
Maybe going from T-side into T-side could be thinking the thought process. Like, they had some momentum on their T-side Anubis. They want to carry that into Nuke. I don't know. Doesn't really check out normally, but maybe that's the thinking.
You're doing a good job of finding possible reasons. I'll give you that.
Might pull a muscle with that reach, but anyway, we're here now.
Well, I was going to say, that's a fantastic weapon to have in that position, but STX gets sidelined. A fantastic aggression, though. Empathy able to grab one. Oh, she's in trouble. She's got no idea. I feel like there should be some sort of inkling with the early smokes that happened down or over towards Yard, but seems like Supernova Comets missed something in the communication.
Yeah, I think Majestics was also just keeping focus towards outside by smoking off Mini and making a hell of a lot of noise, so Empathy thought she might have a bit of a timing serendipity. Not spotted, actually, I don't think. Big advantage for Marcus Registrada. 2 players in towards Decon, but I don't think they're going to end the round on B here. And that might play into Supernova Comet's hands. You know, there's still a player in Heaven and Raven deep in towards Squeaky.
Yeah, it's about contact first here for Raven. Now Fox should be able to activate, but Raven can't find a way to stay alive. At least Fox going to confirm that one, but now she's out in the open and running out of ammunition too. But Serendipity in a tough spot. 1v3 that we might not even start, honest and truthfully. Save would not be a bad call.
Yeah, I reckon that's makes the most sense. Just not much going for her here in this instance. And Marcus Registrada, well, certainly justifying their decision to start on the T side early on. Good opening from them, pistol conversion against the eco, and then a convincing gun round as well. Spamsy, the guy we've kind of been highlighting coming into this one here for his team, has started off really nicely. Some important multi-kills for him so far. Majestic's yet to die as well. And they'll be quietly content with this opening 3-0.
Yeah, it's really important that someone joined AMC in what was sort of a solo effort for him, most of Anubis. So getting Spamsy, Majestics in the mix early on. Them take some of that spotlight, and we haven't really seen, you know, B1, who, to be honest, is usually going to be one of the stars of the show. I think that is actually probably positive signs for Marco Registrada, considering that they're winning 3-0 right now. There's still plenty back in the bag to pull out.
This is going to be simple and direct as well. Straight into the A bomb side, recognizing they've got a massive advantage in terms of the weapons in the round, and running the defense over. We yet to really see Supernova Comets get going here on Nuke the way we saw them open up on Anubis. Everybody was popping off, and they really did have the best start possible coming into that first map, but it's going to be a static start for them here. Not an ideal start at all on Nuke going down 0-4 CT side. A lot of weight on that gun round that follows.
Especially when the first gun round goes so poorly. Serendipity back into the same spot where, let's just see what we can do holding on to this gun. They are on the hunt. Marco Registrada, I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I think fortunately she's chosen a good spot to sit and wait. This round out. Coming into the next gun round, though, here's what I'm looking for the Supernova Comets. I want to see them be a little bit more proactive, maybe. You know, Yard definitely could be an option there, but Ramp is there as well.
Yeah, it feels like Marcus Registrada have kind of had free reign. I mean, we did see one round where Empathy pushed through Squeaky. I mean, I mentioned that in the pregame that she does have that tendency to look to try and be quite active on the CT side and find timings to catch her opponents off guard. But you're right, more emphasis towards outside could be a good option. There's an AWP in play now for Fox as well. Could be a difference maker. I mean, 0-4 start, really not the end of the world, but it does mean that that following gun round is really important here. It's not that you can't afford to lose as a Supernova Comets, but it just puts you in such an awful position if you do.
Like, yeah, what is Fox sensitivity?
High.
Yeah, very high. Oh my goodness. Chardani going to be able to figure that one out. Through the smoke, but with the support of a nade to break that open. Fox going to take some fall damage along with some flak, but a lot of pressure that she's under. It's not going to be eventually going there just yet. Marco Registrada still very much comfortable to drop that smoke and wait.
Oh, Empathy has been peppering the wall. B1 patiently just sits in towards Squeaky. Door kindly opened up for him by his teammate. And now it's all on Raven on the rafters. Serendipity desperately trying to get back to aid in the death of her teammate here. Hawks in the meantime will at least draw some blood towards ramp, so there's a bit more resistance in this round from the CT side.
Tough part is, how do you get down there to provide that support? Serendipity now needs to find the player inside of it. No, she's not going to have her gun out in time. Again. Yeah, that's twice and almost in the same spot.
So I was posing the question coming into Nuke about which Marcus Registrada we were going to get you on the map, whether it would be the first half from Anubis or the second half, because there was a stark contrast between those two teams on the one map. And it's looking like they've kind of picked up here on Nuke where they left off on Anubis. They were down 10-2 on the half, they lost the map 13-8. Certainly more positives in that second half here for Marcus Registrada, and we're seeing that translate quite nicely into Nuke here as well.
Yeah, we are. I think as well that the slight concern for Supernova Comets is like a very quiet Empathy. She's one that we've kind of talked about as, I think, a really important firepower provider, and that wasn't a problem when you're talking about how well STX was playing individually, but you know, she's an it factor that I haven't seen in these opening 5 rounds of Nuke.
Yeah, we need to see that X factor coming to life. I mean, at least they will be able to plug the gaps here, so we will see a follow-up investment for the CT side, but they're running out of time. Maybe a good opportunity to call a pause. Yeah, there we go. Bang on the money. We saw the pause actually have an effect on Anubis, if I'm not mistaken. Was that the... Did they win the round straight after the pause, or was it the gun round that came a bit later on?
I think it was the one that they closed on, but they had one prior to that as well, if I'm not mistaken, so...
See if that's going to change the course here as well.
Either way, things that I've noticed here for Marco Registrada is that they're very much lobby-centric, at least on a couple of these rounds. They do toss utility yard, but it's mostly just a ruse. They get one man down at maximum, and then they put a lot of their pressure towards A.
Yeah, and I mean, Nuke is one of the maps that you're not going to have like a million different strats that you run. It's more just kind of like micro variations of the same sort of plays. Obviously very limited for space on this map. No one is going to be the AWP's potential crossing paths. Door opens up, Hawks misses her shot. AMC connects, in fact. I think that's a collateral, but it's not fatal on either of the players.
Oh. How she survived, not for long. AMC comes back for more, drops a nade, and then follows it up with another 50 cal bullet. Straight to the knee. And there's the cross I've been talking about, Giordani. In the meantime, with all of the chaos being sown towards single door, we get down into secret.
Yeah, lest we forget, this is normally Marcus Registrada's permaban. Nuke is a map they've banned first in the past 5 best of 3s they've been a part of. And I'm left scratching my head wondering why, fellas. Nuke is clearly a pretty damn good map for you. It's not going to be a shift towards the A-bomb side coming through from them. Empathy's on the rafters. He's going to have to get multiple from her. Able to find the frag on the first. STX with the smoke gets in on the action as well. There we go. Finally, the defense is able to stand tall.
Yeah, it's a 3-point hold there for the Comets. First contact by Empathy up on the rafters. And hold on a moment. Nice trade. The very minimum for Serendipity. It's getting concerned, but now Majestics is alone and got no support whatsoever. First isolation, but a double swing coming. As I was saying, three-point defense. First contact by Empathy, that's fantastic, and I love how STX and Raven are swinging off the back of each other's contact there on the lower side, on floor. That was beautiful stuff. Made it very difficult, I think, for Marco Registrada to understand where the defenses were located, and it was not the full execute that we've seen them try and pull off before. I think they thought that there was a better timing than there was. I think, oddly enough, the fact that the Comets didn't respect Giordani down in secret is what wins them that round.
Yeah, don't have the attention pulled away from where it matters. Forks towards outside. Sure to get a kill, but how does she not get traded? Empathy doing her damnedest to try and help Forks out. Gonna be able to get one frag back, and oh, the blackout from the scope actually covers B1 as he emerges through the smoke. And with that kill, Marcus Registrada will be the one to walk away with the man advantage.
Serendipity's got to be really careful here not to overstep. She's actually started to fall back, and I love that. At the moment, it looked like she maybe wanted to push forward into lobby, but I think made the right decision. Going down onto the B site. Now Raven solo at A, and that's who's going to be under fire.
Oh, she's going to be able to find the first. Can she lock it down for both? So incredibly close. 1 point of health for B1. But it's enough for him to still live. It's going to be Serendipity coming through from heaven, but Giordani will lock it down. Oh, man, such a fine margin there for Raven. Makes a big difference.
I just feel like she should have had that, given where they were located in the round. That's so unfortunate. Couldn't find the final bullet required, and a little bit loud, I think, as well. As Serendipity coming up to heaven gives Marco Registrada a clear indication of what's going to happen. So Supernova Comets, they win a round, but then they lose the next, and I mean, that's just devastating to the economy. Absolutely brutalized.
Certainly, man. I mean, it's one thing going down to 5-0, you finally win a gun round, then you lose the round immediately afterwards. Feels like it just puts you back to square one. Serendipity going to hang around at ramp. Will find one with the MP9, goes for a reface there. Thought maybe she would have been able to get out with their life intact, but at least a kill comes through from Forks in the meantime. So it's going to be a player advantage here for the CT side now.
Yeah, but that advantage is a lot more tentative than the numbers might lead you to believe. Look at the weaponry at hand.
Yeah, true.
The Eagles MP9, Scout for Fox. And they've had to give a ton of space over. STX is turtled in spawn. There's maybe a little bit more to this than meets the eye. If you're Marco Registrada trying to suss out, okay, where did they go?
And where do we go? Where do we go from here? Been able to get control of ramp. You can't plant the bomb there, though. Majestic's going to be the one to venture back into lobby and kind of figure out what's going on the side of the map here. And in fact, joining up with his teammates on the A bomb site, lots of damage done. Raven will actually get the frag on Spamsy at range with the MP9. That's really good work. I mean, they'll never expect Majestics here, but in the meantime, AMC is trying to join up with Majestics, and he actually will be able to successfully make his way up heaven until he ends up exposing himself to STX. Now only Majestics left, and he's not going to have any trouble in planting the bomb itself, but Empathy coming up to that. Oh no, Raven's burnt herself out, but it's fine. Empathy will spare the blushes as she hits the 1D.
Yeah, a little sigh of relief there. There's no world in which Marco Registrada are anticipating STX to be in spawn when Fox has already gone down under heaven. So that moment of unexpectedness going to pay off big time for the Comets, and I think this buys them a whole lot of space. They need to take advantage of this. They cannot afford another round of losses, or, you know, a group of losses, I should say. Cannot afford that whatsoever. The Eco win.
That's a huge reprieve. Yeah, exactly.
It's just bought them a little bit of time for a recovery, and that's what it is, because 6 rounds on the T side is already damn good.
I will say it is a big letter for Supernova Comets, because it was looking like at one point that we could get a similar sort of storyline with what we had on Anubis, where the team in the first half just kind of runs away with the game. But winning that half investment there, it does keep them in the conversation. If they win this gun round that follows, 6-3 becomes 6-4. And then they've got something to work with at that point. It's been a slow start for Supernova Comets, but there's still enough time to recover in the first half.
Yeah, we're starting to get those individual moments too. Raven had a fantastic round with the MP9 a moment ago. A big frag from Empathy from STX on the Deagle. Things starting to come
like
together.
Those moments could just like kickstart this game for Supernova Comets because it was a slow start for them, but individuals starting to come alive.
Now here's where we find out if it is that Kickstarter or if it's just going to be a false start.
Yeah, another stall out. Can't afford for it to be.
A lot of presence from Marca Registrata here towards Yard. It's looking like she wants to set Empathy up for a frag, but actually Empathy gets the kill first and then just falls back. Maybe best case scenario, no response available for Marca Registrata, even as they get across towards Secret.
Yeah, the fact that Empathy is able to get that kill and get out of dodge with her life intact is brilliant. Marcus Registrata now chasing Ghost. They don't have any smoke grenades left remaining. Majestics was able to cross quite early, but it's going to be on the radar of Empathy, who's now closing that gap and taking the space in Secret.
When and if does STX turn around? I think this might not be known. Oh, and Spamsy's just heard someone drop down. This A site is under some serious pressure. Raven's going to get shot, and she has no idea how this gap has been created.
Yeah, very good work from Spamsy, but there's still work to do in the round here. Spamsy's going to drop into Fox. So brave. Fox is missing the shot to the sidearm for both players. And it's going to be STX who arrives out of nowhere to get the kill, affect the frag, and earn the advantage now for the retake.
Oh, Serendipity's heard this. I think Giordani's position might be known. He's still going to get a freebie. STX goes down. It's the opposite secondary that can't get into the mix, and Fox going to try and make up for lost time. That earlier missed shot, it's close. B1! Oh, so low, and the flash is just too little too late. A huge clutch for Fox as she finds the 1v2.
Oh, massive work coming through from her there, man. You could see the call had come through that there was a tag found and that last player must have been fairly low. Fox just backs herself with the pistol, and that's enough to get the kill. It gets scary, though, because if she doesn't instantly get the frag, she eats that flashbang, and she's certainly dead immediately afterwards. But they've been able to make it work, and now, money's kind of been busted up for the T side. They're going to spend their cash again. I mean, it makes sense, because they know they have Supernova Comets against the ropes. If they can win this force buy, then they're in complete control once again, but it's a big tipping point in the half, right? Because if Supernova Comets can get it done against the force buy, then 6-all looks realistic.
I actually think this is a slight misread. The Supernova Comets aren't really against the ropes economically in any way. They had everything that they could want this round. Serendipity, though, once again, taking contact, but doesn't want to stick it out. Fox leaning forward. She doesn't have any further support on the ramp side. STX is the only one to find it. Raven unaware of the lurk from Giordani. He's been so often towards Yard, and Serendipity comes back to meet her demise.
Oh, lots of searching going on right now from Supernova Comets. Lots of searching to try and get information, and they've ended up just walking straight into crosshairs. That can happen in a round where you've kind of lost the advantage as a CT side. You feel compelled to try and make a play to get back into the round. Those players get punished. Just compounds the problems. Empathy's timing gonna suck for her as well. Yeah, Giordani comes through the squeaky door. And this is what I was referring to in terms of saying Supernova Comets were against the ropes. It was in the sense that if they lost that round, because now they've had their economy broken, and I mean, they probably could go for an investment, but it wouldn't be super compelling, and instead it looks like they're going to go for another half buy.
Yeah, the half buy seems like the better option to me as well. I think that the problem started in that round, to be honest, when Fox feels so compelled to go for such an aggressive stance at J-Hall. You had Serendipity down B. There wasn't a gap, but Fox playing as if there was, some huge gap that had opened up there. So unlikely to change the game. Marca Registrata was such a big advantage, and
oh, nice.
Well played.
Yeah, good double team into Mini there, just nullifying the chance of the pistols popping off. Comes close, though. My goodness, imagine if Raven actually gets that kill. All of a sudden, it's looking a whole lot more doable. It's going to be unfortunate to touch, though, without armor. Yeah, as soon as she catches a bullet, that aim punch is going to be too much to handle. And Marcus Registrata, they got up 8-3 on their T side of Nuke. Fantastic display coming through from them. Yeah, what a good way to answer back after losing on their map pick.
Truly, I could not have anticipated this in any way. I can't believe how well put together Marca Registrata currently look on a map that they have not played. This is some insanity, to say the least. 4 rounds seems like a minimum. Supernova Comets need it.
Oh, absolutely. They certainly need a 4th round out of this first half if they're going to be able to keep themselves in the conversation for the 2-0. Have been able to draw first blood. Serendipity hangs around. Her smoke gets broken open, leaves her exposed, and empathy goes down as well. I must say, I feel like Jardani's done a really good job of just bossing Hut and Squeaky in his Lurksies round so far. He hasn't played super timidly. He's been finding impact consistently. Good jiggle before he commits there. Figures out that Forks is on the angle. And now they've got the strength in numbers approach where they can just kind of group up and try and, I mean, just whatever they end up doing, they can just do it together and always have that extra man.
I mean, and especially when they know that Fox is towards Squeaky, she's been the one to answer the call once things might be lost here. And whoa, just a stunning headshot. Majestics. It's up to Raven and Fox. First contact for Raven's fantastic. Surely, you gotta be careful of this. You want in trouble, and oh my gosh, Jardani trying to play respectfully towards Heaven, but no, that's not where they're at. Supernova Comets may get away with this. Raven in the 1v1, and she pulls it back. It takes clutch after clutch, but Supernova Comets, they do pull up a little bit there at the end, 4-8 at halftime.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, a pretty decent end, considering, for Supernova Comets. They do the bare minimum, but it's not good. Not by a long shot, Hayes. 4 rounds on the CT side. Now they go over to the T side. Where do you stand?
I stand in the camp of Marcus Registrada taking this to a third map, honestly. And it was a really good display from them throughout that first half. And now they go to the favored side of the map as well. I feel like this is a must-win pistol round for Supernova Comets if they're going to stand any chance.
They've already gotten a whole lot of space out in yard, and Empathy and Raven both pick up a kill. Pretty difficult now for the CTs to actually stand tall at A nor at B. This is a great reroute. I really like that decision from Supernova Comets.
This is the round the world strat on Nuke. I didn't even know one existed, but they've just created it.
I'm a fan. They've turned
Yeah,
me.
it's worked out well so far. This is unnecessary, though. I was going to say, if you're Fox, you don't have to take that fighter tramp. You've got the advantage. You've kind of given it up there. There's a kit in play on Spamsy as well. 2 sets of Julies. A frag found for Serendipity, traded up straight afterwards. Trades the name of the game. It's just Majestic Step remaining, and not for much longer. Big pistol around there from Empathy.
I will say something that was pretty missing in comparison to Anubis for Supernova Comets is like the little details of them being able to work and play off of one another. A lot of moments where they were a little bit overexposed, I feel like. So that's something that they need to put a handle on, and that's exactly what you were just highlighting with Fox. Good news is, I actually did some looking. It's actually the T side for Supernova Comets that's a little bit better.
Ooh,
and by a little bit, I mean like actually a lot better, which is mind-blowing.
What numbers are we talking here?
Like 50-30.
Okay, yeah, that is a big discrepancy, and certainly not in the direction you would expect. Now, hang on. Empathy's disconnected.
No damage.
No damage has
though.
been done to Supernova Comets. 2 points of damage has been done to B1, but I mean, if it's Supernova Comets who are calling the not live, then that should be inconsequential.
Yeah, I'm hoping this will end up being not live. Right now, I'm actually unsure. Might be a rulebook situation, work it out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if we are playing exclusively by the rulebook without any sort of nuance being applied, damage has been done. And the admin might have said, like, damage done, round has to be played. And it does look like we're going to be playing this one out here. So Supernova Comets, they're going to have to lock in with 4.
Yeah, that's really bad news. The good news is, at least Market Registrada haven't invested. This is still like a pure eco right now. So as much as you hate to lose one player, it's probably the best case scenario of playing out of 4-on-5.
Yeah, you just got to kind of play the round like someone's lost their head to a 1D outside, right? And you still just got the quartet grouped up, and they've actually just kind of been able to thread the needle here, just playing for contact. Haven't found any contact. Walked the entire way down to the B bomb site. Figured out that it's vacant. And let's just assume the space and plant the bomb. So it should be all fine and dandy here for Supernova Comets. These pistols obviously going to fill out the retake, see if they can make something happen. There's effectively a second kill in the round. A Mac 10 could be recovered. I mean, I'm not concerned for the round at large, but any damage will certainly be welcomed. And there's a second kill.
There's not a lot of trouble for the round itself, as you said, but hold on. Raven, at the very least, taking that frag, and nicely done. Raven, that's the second time that she's had to come up clutch for her team and win them an important round. This time, though, that important round, quote-unquote, it's an eco, a full eco for Marco Registrada. DC or not, that's still fantastic amount of damage.
Oh, yeah, they'll take that every single day, ending with Y. That is a great return for them against the full investment. As we now go into a gun round, if they can win this gun round here, there's a world in which that could just be like the beginning of the end for Supernova Comets, as brutal as that sounds, even though it's only 8-6. They've got no money. They lose this 9-6. Probably have to force buy because of the lack of round loss bonus. It could get ugly really quickly.
Yeah, that all can be, changed immediately, though, if they just win this round. Oh my gosh, Fox almost hit that flick. Unfortunately, the fight through Mini is very bloody indeed. Majestics trades after just the one, favoring the Comets, leaves them down. And a 3-on-4, grouped together at the very minimum.
Yeah, that's the game plan here. The 3 players left alive here for the T side, just going to group up arm in arm and walk their way down and towards the speed bomb site. It's only Spamsy who's here, but he's just tucked in behind the box. He's happy to play the long game. He knows he doesn't have to worry about ramp, and this is a position where you're almost certainly good for at least a kill, and that's probably all he needs, honestly.
I am worried about the fact that there's 2 Molotovs, though.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I feel like with how quiet they're being and how slow this approach is, those could definitely go in that direction. First one's not going to, though. Spamsy just settles in. So we're going to get that fight. What a clear from STX. Spamsy takes the committed duel and loses his life because of it. Bomb uncontested as it goes down for free. Supernova Comets, they have themselves around.
They certainly do. Big opportunity here for them. B1 spots up one player. Might have heard the shots from the second. It doesn't matter because Jordani's gone down. In the meantime, oh my god, what a double down from B1. The one punch with the M4, the other with the HE. And STX is just now on the ramp. She's just going to commit to the big wide swing. And she will come away with the kill. Gets ridiculously close though. A great effort from B1, but one that goes in vain.
I actually really like how confident STX plays that 1v1 though.
Yeah, true.
It's super risky, but you know what? Back yourself. She came out with that incredible entry to start this thing off, and honestly, I really respect the decision to play that fashion, but could have gone wrong, doesn't. It's another clutch. That's, what, 4 clutches now for Supernova Comets to get their 7 rounds.
Yeah, it's a good point. Guess the thing they'll be focused on right now is that they've been able to draw within one in a couple rounds where they haven't had the luxury of the opening kill. Been relying on individuals having big moments to win them these rounds. And we were talking about room for improvement with Marco Registrada earlier. It feels like we've got something similar here with Supernova Comets. Isn't there one directly below her? Yeah, there is. That's AMC will come away with the kill, but that'll also just prompt the T side to continue to take the space outside.
Yeah, and as much as that might have opened up some opportunities, you get the gun at the very minimum, but I'm not quite sure how it's possible that Giordani won that fight. Thankfully, Empathy and Fox will put that one to bed. That was only a half buy for Marco Registrada, but it is a full equalizer, 8-8 score line. As we get the Comets making that comeback already. 4 rounds straight up the rip of the second half.
Oh, it's going to just set them up really nicely now to continue this fight back. It's looking quite bleak. At one point it was 1-6-1, I think, for Marco Registrada. So, Supernova Comets have won 7 of the past 9 since then.
Yeah.
Good fight back from them. If they win this gun round here, all of a sudden they're actually in control.
And as I highlighted,
They've had the luxury of, yeah.
it's their T side that typically has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. What ends up happening is a lot of teams picking into Nuke and them really favoring their T side because of it. 3 smokes just deployed from STX. The back lines there. FD yard control that is going uncontested.
Such an important round here for Marco Registrada. And it's going to be first blood drawn by Forks with that AWP. Posted up outside, might be more on off. There is, but she's missed her shot, thankfully. STX is on the scene there. Going to keep her AWPer alive and extend that advantage to 2.
I mean, now it's just a matter of putting the pieces into the right position. At least it should be. Marco Registrada down by 2. 45 seconds remaining. Group up, play together. Majestic's caught searching. About to be the same. Giordani is in the mix. Hold on. AMC is going to hit this shot as well. Time's starting to become an issue. Well, and in control at the very least. And yeah, it is a massive kill. AMC now.
There. I will say, like, Supernova Comets has figured out exactly what's going on. I mean, it's a 5v2. They lose 2 players to get the information, but they then know exactly what they can try and do to win the round with that extra 1 player still alive. Piece it together, get the kills necessary. I feel like Supernova Comets are also just really good at controlling the map. It's something we saw on Anubis as well, where there's very infrequently any space available for them to get flanked out. I feel like they're just always making sure that they've got most of the map under control. They've got some sort of cover, kind of deny the CTs making those sporadic plays to get info. And we're back in Force by Town, Vincent. Marcus Registrada, they're doing it again.
Yeah, and it's that uneven attempt at it too. Fortunately, the full loss zone is behind it, so you know, shouldn't be too big a deal, and maybe it's a massive deal when Spamsy gets a double. Giordani arrives, but a little too late. That's a fantastic find. Fox is up now, confirmed up top of Silo. So these are the moments where you were just talking about how good Supernova Comets have been. I was singing their praises on Anubis. They're mid-rounding from these advantage positions especially, but even these 3-on-3s have been fantastic.
Yeah, certainly been a good strength of theirs throughout the series so far. If they can piece it together here, that will put them in a really strong position to get the 2-0 under their belt.
I think STX is the critical piece that is making these moves.
Yeah, she's deep right now. All the way wrapping around through CT spawn. In the meantime, it's a lobby crunch from Marco Registrada, and that'll lead to Serendipity's demise. And there's actually the bomb in T-spawn. Forks. Oh, she gets the AWP out, but the no-scope. My god, the one carrying the bomb hits the magical shot.
Yeah, STX is like, where the hell are they? I've cleared so much space out, and now she's got to go and help Fox. I think a really intelligent decision that Marco Registrada made with regard to crunching lobby, but STX has got to hurry up. Now they start to move. Fox, though, down, and honestly, STX doesn't have the time for this.
Got the first frag, though. Second player is in proximity. Just an off angle for Jardani, though. Means he will be able to get the kill for free. And the force buy successful for Marco Registrada. It's going to work out for them to level up the scoreline again, but that got close.
Yeah, and you know, it's a guy that we haven't really talked about a lot here in the recent couple of rounds, but one that we opened this map talking heavily about, and that's Spamsy. That double kill with the MP9 out in Yard, it throws a huge monkey wrench into Supernova Comet's plans. Makes life incredibly difficult, and I think that, you know, once Spamsy gets that opening, puts it into a 3-on-4, despite what I would consider Supernova Comets having a good reaction themselves, Marco Registrada basically make all the correct decisions from that point on. Taking lobby, working together, making it very difficult for Supernova Comets to actually have a chance to win that round because nobody's ever exposed.
I also like the way that Marco Registrada are quite keen to make moves in some of these situations. They've always shown confidence in those 3-on-3s where there's not much going on in the round. They don't just kind of like sit by idly and wait for the game to come to them.
I think, you know, to be honest, they got punished for that a lot on Nukes.
Yeah, true.
And the adjustment that they made here is that they're doing this as a unit more often.
Yeah,
it's not
good
them
point.
being individually taking those fights, it's together. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Certainly has looked a whole lot more convincing with that adjustment. Going to be the wall of smokes deployed outside. Empathy the one to take the space here, but it's all a ruse.
They are so concerned about potentially seeing Spamsy there again.
Fair enough, I guess. Certainly has been a menace. Oh, Empathy crosses just in time as there's some life left in that smoke grenade, but now the focus is shifting back.
All the pieces in place. Just got to get this trade onto ramp. Oh, barely do. Ravens on 2 health, but they got the cross. Now Empathy can basically put the winning touch on this round. Jardani drops another following, but Empathy, she's a one-woman army. They cannot take her, not in the slightest. Empathy shuts down 3 as they drop one by one down the vent into their deaths.
Oh, great work from Empathy on the multi. I will say, though, I'm not sure who the first player from Marco Registrada was that came through the vent, but I think Empathy was running. I feel like the step should have been heard, but he didn't look like he was prepared at all for Empathy to be in that position. Getting 1 kill was great, but that didn't guarantee the round by any stretch for her team. The second and third, man, the third one was just gravy at that point, just flexing on her opponents. And that's going to regain the lead for Supernova Comets. And even though they lost the round before that, they were able to get 4 kills. There's barely any money here for the CT side, and they're hunting the AWP desperately, but AMC will stand tall.
I think that is well worth the attempt, even though AMC doesn't go down. Valiant effort. They have the cash to back that up, even though it's not super amazing for the Supernova Comets. They know that this should be an eco round. I say should be because Marco Registrada have been not so keen to eco very much. They've been very willing to take a whole lot of risks with their economy.
Surely not this time round, right?
Oh,
No,
they're kind of
surely
doing
not,
it.
lads.
Oh, they're doing it.
Oh, they're doing it again.
Hayes, make it stop.
I can't. I wish I could. I'd love to.
I mean,
Ugh.
listen, if I would have played a little bit of devil's advocate here, with
Okay,
those additional
go ahead.
kills that the AMC got, Supernova Comets economy isn't amazing. It certainly could be broken, and we're still in a very close game. But it does
Yeah.
work both ways. A close
Yeah, the
game,
problem is,
the Comets could run away with.
Yeah, the problem is the risk is just exacerbated by the fact that if they lose this round, it's 11-9 into 12-9 because then they're going to have to eco. So there's a lot weighing on this one, but it actually looks okay. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and an AWP. Let's see if they can find a way to win this round here. You lose it at your peril, Marco Registrada. There was a spot on the jump.
Wow.
I'm sure Fork saw the head, but just never really adjusted. It's going to be Raven, though, to get a kill and then die immediately afterwards. So it's an advantage for the CT side.
I too thought Fox had seen that, but apparently not. Empathy will grab the up from her body and try and work her way at yard again. This is not ideal for the Comets. They have no map control. It's just about yard. It's really about whether or not they can facilitate Empathy with this AWP. They keep that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Empathy's just trying to poke and prod with that AWP right now. Been chipped away at a little bit. No need to overface it to the CT side here. You got to be careful, guys. It's a 4v3. You've got everything you need in the round already, and STX has actually done a really good job to close the gap, and B1's been legged. Oh, man. This gives STX a massive opportunity. I don't think it's on B1's radar at all that this play could be made right now, and STX will continue to hear the steps in the drop down into A.
Yeah, B1's dead. It's just a matter of how much space that they can get off the back of that. The answer is a ton, actually. Majestics can be the only one to have impact in this, but the door is closed. So, with that, Empathy able to cross and the information given away via Majestic, Serendipity in a great spot. But to duel this, Serendipity can't afford to go down. That is the most important individual right now. Get Empathy on the line. With Empathy there, Empathy connects, picks up the op, and says, Fox, let me help you out.
Good lord, talk about getting Empathy online. She might be able to finish off as well. No, but effectively by losing her life out, the trade will come through straight afterwards from STX. What a round out of STX as well. I mean, I know Empathy does fantastic in that post plant to get both kills, but STX again, as was the case a few times on Anubis, the key to unlock the bomb site. Just really good decision making to push towards outside, scale up heaven, open up that A bomb site, teammates rotate in, cover their bases perfectly. And Supernova Comets, well, you did kind of tout their T side as the half to watch out for here on Nuke, and they've absolutely delivered.
Yeah, listen, I know that STX had a pretty stunning individual performance on Anubis, but that, that's not the usual numbers that you're going to see. What
Sure.
you can expect to see from STX every time is really intelligent decision making like that. I mean, she puts herself in a position where she can consistently be at the forefront of taking space and defining the round for the Comets, and that's an example of that perfectly.
So much impact out of that play there. I mean, remember that they lost the first pick in the round. Then there was a trade from Raven, but then Raven died. It was a 4 versus 3 from a standing start for Supernova Comets. They didn't have anything going for them in the 4v3. And they're still able to win the round. And this is almost like best case scenario for Supernova Comets, because a nice movement from Forks there to get up to silo. Kind of fluff it a little bit at the end, but smoothment nonetheless up until then. But like I was saying, for Supernova Comets, this is almost like best case scenario, because you're never having to play against a full gun run with an AWP, all the bells, all the whistles. Yeah, sure, it means you're constantly playing against some sort of an investment, but it's never all that. It's always like 60 to 70%.
Yeah, Marco Registrada not doing themselves any favors in that regard. All series long, really. It's been a point of criticism for you and I basically throughout. And, I mean, the tough part here for Marco Registrada, they kind of have to go searching. There's not a lot of control, and Empathy is just waiting and watching. That's exactly the move that she's hoping Spamsy's going to make, and she's got him locked down.
Yeah, she's been working outside really nicely throughout this half so far, has Empathy. Certainly a force to be reckoned with. And now it's a 5v3. And again, Supernova Comets aren't overplaying their hand in this 5v3. Still going to look to just take their time, keep their composure, conjure up a plan, and finish off the job. Empathy's timing, this might suck. Yeah, she's been sidelined. Okay, at least a kill back now for the CT side, but Jardani's going to have to go massive on Rafters. He doesn't have any support either.
And the good news is, Supernova Comets have all the numbers, and actually a great clear. Serendipity. Oh, it needs to be the trade. A Raven goes down too. Majestic's on scene. Fox will handle the flank incoming. Majestics is now dropped under the site, and Fox doesn't know that. Molotov will put fire under the boots of Majestic, forces him out wide. Fox, oh, what a shot! The quick scope comes, and for that, another clutch. Supernova Comets living by these clutches. 5 now on Nuke.
Oh, 5. That's crazy. I'm really glad that you're keeping tabs on the amounts of clutches we've seen so far from Supernova Comets. I feel like on Anubis, it was a really well-rounded team performance that got them the job done here. That got them the job done there, rather. But here on Nuke, it's been these huge individual moments. And another one from Hawks. I feel like that's just a massive skill set of hers, is that quick-fire AWPing, man. She's just really quick on the trigger and super accurate as well. 3 map and series points now for Supernova Comets.
That's right. Spamsy back into his home, though.
Oh, boy.
Jordani on the other side of the map, losing life over to Raven. But they've been so careful about this. I don't know if you've noticed the way in which they've been taking these fights every time, but he gets away with it again! Supernova Comets, the care that they've been putting into that goes and flies by for the first time since he got that double kill.
Yeah, Empathy is probably going to be kicking herself a little bit because it looked like she did have the inkling. It looked like she was kind of clearing it out, but just not the entire way through. Almost doubled back, but it was too late. And now again, it's going to be the 3 players to band together here. Group up outside. Advantage marker Registrada in this must-win round.
Where have I seen this before, though? Remember,
A couple rounds ago, yeah.
last time this happened, it was Supernova Comets taking away the cake for the victory, even despite that disadvantage. But they route differently. AMC, Moss, not the weapon that you would want in STX. Again, she just leads the charge with these very impressive shots on target. Double kill to open up B. Now they can set their feet in the post plant, Hayes.
Yeah, they certainly can. No kit either, just a single flashbang to try and breach back into the B bomb site. Majestics has gotten the aggression going, though, through the smoke to find the first. B1 will get the kill onto Raven as well. And who else other than STX left alone in the clutch? We've spoken about how they've had so many clutches throughout this map already. Will it be how they finish it off? B1 down to 2 health. STX, has she done enough? No! Unfortunately, not. B1 will fight and get the job done.
If only she knew how much damage she had done onto B1 there. 2 HP is what B1 was working with. And there was a nade for STX there at the very end, but obviously just not information that she can know. She just doesn't have any clue. I guess there's good news and bad news here, Hayes. The good news is that the Comets, they have more chances. The bad news, think about all those clutches, all those times that it's gone down to the wire. The Comets have never had an economy to fall back on, and that doesn't change here.
Yeah, it's a reflection of how close these rounds have been. I mean, they've done really well on this T side so far. They've only lost 2 rounds in the second half, mate, but these rounds have been ridiculously close, and that's indicative of what their investment looks like here. And it's going to look even worse in the next round if they lose this one, by the way.
I like the speed, though.
So much riding on this round.
It's been slow and methodical, not punchy like this in the past for the Comets. Fortunately, Majestics answers the call. What an incredible crossfire that B1 and Majestics had set.
It works out splendidly, man. Huge advantage for them now in the round, and just as I said, the investment in the next round for Supernova Comets isn't going to look nearly as good as this one. So if they couldn't get it done here, highly unlikely they will in the next. STX and Serendipity are looking to see if they can do the unthinkable in the 4 versus 2. STX could have some great timing. AMC looking to go up the ladder, but no. STX will peek around the corner just in time to make this a little bit more doable.
STX has been such an it factor, though, in these clutches. Needs to get coordinated with Serendipity, though, soon. 40 seconds to play. And sure, bomb in hand, a couple of Molotovs, a couple of flashbangs. True for both the CTs and the Ts. They're just waiting, watching, hoping that there's going to be somebody on marker Registrada that makes an overstep, makes an oversight, and that might have just happened. Spamsy takes the first step forward. Be crazy to find a way to go down the vent there. Not going to expect a second man on site, and that's Jordani. Isolated with the Molotov, but Jordani hits them both. And a victory there puts us to 24 rounds. And Supernova Comets, they are not out of this yet.
I will say, Marco Registrada heavily helped out by the fact that they still had their 2 players left alive over on that A bomb site, because if you're Supernova Comets, you're never expecting that after you've just gotten the kill squeaky. I mean, sure, maybe you won Heaven, but you're never expecting the guy HUD as well. You're thinking, must be Ramp, he's Secret, he's Vent.
Anywhere else.
Been tagged and spawned as well. Yeah, anywhere else, right? But that extra man on the A bomb site makes a big difference for Marco Registrada, and they're on the brink of forcing this into overtime. Great multi-kill from Majestics. 3 frags left here, and that'll get the job done.
I mean, what a final 2 rounds in this half that Majestics is having. Triple kill now in both of them. And Fox is left a tag there. They'll follow up with a frag. Spots out, but can't find the head of Jardani that puts the finishing touches on the comeback story. We are going to go to overtime.
Yeah, one of the reasons I love this esport is the fine margins. We had a 1 versus 1 with B1 on 2 health. Had he gone down there, we're in a break right now waiting for that next series. No, he wins the clutch. They win the following 2 rounds. And now we're in overtime. We wipe the entire slate clean. This could be anybody's game all of a sudden.
It really is. I think maybe on the upside, Supernova Comets on gun rounds have been fantastic as a whole on their T side.
And now they've got money.
They do. Marco Registrada, though, on the other side of that, I mean, they basically can no longer buy themselves into oblivion. So bad decision-making, at least from our perspective on the desk, can't be done.
Have they looked better with worse buys, though? I don't know. It almost feels like they have in some instances.
You might be right.
Let's see. Double off going to be invested into by Marco Registrada. Oh, Majestics plays a dangerous game there by peppering the smoke, and Raven says, don't mind if I do.
Talk about the small margins. Moments before that, Raven would have been dead to rights through that smoke. Just a second later, and it's the opposite.
There's no one home on this B-bomb side either. They have not adjusted at all. Serendipity finds a favorable angle on AMC, and things go from bad to worse in the round here for the CT side.
Hey, so I realized they bought a double op, actually.
Yes.
I might have spoken too soon about not being able to muff the economy.
All their money.
Yeah. But this isn't over.
Warm somehow.
I'm not quite sure exactly how Fox goes down in that, but regardless, that's a fantastic frag from Empathy. They'll get the bomb down. Needs to get the trade from Sight, but
no.
STX, she can't find the timing. A 1v1 from Raven. She's already had a couple of these. This would be her 3rd clutch, if I'm not mistaken, to make this work. Here on Nuke, Jardani gonna swing. Raven hits the first, but Spamsy is available for the trade.
Well, that's one of the first rounds we've seen Supernova Comets just drop the ball massively here on Nuke. I feel like a lot of the rounds they've won, they've done from a disadvantage, or they've had to grind their way through the round. That was a 5v3, and I've often sung their praises in the 5v3s in terms of how they haven't overplayed their hands. But this is one of the instances where it feels like they kind of lack that killer instinct, because they had the advantage. There was no one home on the B-bomb side, but the round almost just stalled out there for Supernova Comets.
I mean, not almost, it did. I feel like they needed to just be able to get grouped, and whatever the situation in which they couldn't get grouped, that was the problem. Their intention was there, but they could not convert. Another massive moment from Spamsy. Pull that one back.
True. Oh man, Supernova Comets, they've had their chances here on Nuke. 12-9 up in regulation, 3 map and series points, down to a 1v1. 5v3 to open up in overtime goes awry as well. AMC peering above the smoke. Good pathing from the T side, though, to kind of avoid him, but AMC misses his shot, and Raven again will find an opening. Fox couples up with the kill of hers as well. And again, it's another 5v3. Surely they don't lose it again. Oh,
Spamsy searches. Surely traded. Okay, very nicely done from Fox. That should be the risk on. And I say should be because Magix has been incredible in these later half, now into overtime moments. As Jardani, we sung the praises of as well on the lurk. Raven's watching. Raven is locked in on this position, and it's not going to change anything. Jardani's on A, and that's where they head. First fight might have been a little easier, but Empathy takes him out.
I think that'll be a really good boost to confidence for Supernova Comets, and it feels like they have to win the 2 rounds that have been left remaining after losing the first here. Just because in regulation we had 8-4 halves on the T side for both of these teams. That kind of translates to needing 2 out of the 3 on your T side. And they're on course to potentially make that happen. Raven, some really good opening kill prowess from her here in overtime.
And I think that we maybe haven't put as much emphasis on it as we should, but for Marco Registrada, it is elimination on the line here. So they are very much on the brink of devastation in this qualifier.
Yeah, it's a good point. You got to get through this round to get to the safety of that double elimination bracket in the next stage of the qualifier.
I mean, forget that. How about just map 3?
Yeah, you're right. Looking too far forward to the future right now. Locked in 13 apiece. Again, focus towards outside, and Fork straight to the smoke will get an opening not far from a second kill there. Lots of damage being done both ways, but my goodness, Raven and Empathy, they're limping into the rest of the round.
They are, but to be honest, that might be sort of okay. I was going to say if they go down towards B, but that's not the plan of action right now. They don't have any lobby control whatsoever. STX is going into heaven. This has been a move that she's made many times. And B1 on notice for it.
Oh, very good position. Off angle held. This time STX will be cut down. Not able to find the same sort of impact we've seen from her in that position in rounds gone by. So now Marco Registrada, man up. 4v3. 25 seconds left on the clock. Barely any time here for Supernova Comets to navigate this one. And they've just lost Serendipity as well. Surely no way into the round from here.
Yeah, it feels just so cooked once you lose STX up in heaven. Fox hits a nice shot, but she's alone. And it'll be 2-1 there, at least for the first of overtime.
And that's a problem, because Marco Registrada, they get 2 rounds on their CT side, where they only managed 4 in regulation. 2 out of 3 here in overtime. It's a problem for Supernova Comets, but it sets Marco Registrada up really nicely now. If you're Supernova Comets, it feels like you have to win this first round here in the second half. I think if you lose this, then it's going to be really tough to fight back and force double OT.
I think that they kind of agree with that. Look at the double up investment off the rip. The comments, they didn't double up at all in the first half. And they starting to feel off the back of that round that she recovered Fox's op and helped close out the 3-on-5. She can get up into the mix with this AWP, and I like to see that.
Yeah, it looked like Marco Registrada wanted to go for a big push into the A-bomb site early on in the round. That was kind of stifled by utility. But it does look like they will eventually have a second pump in the same direction. Oh, Empathy, you gotta be careful, lass. My goodness, a player deep in towards Squeaky Door.
Well, it's enough!
They're gonna get called into action, and it's gonna bait them in towards that second ore.
That's crazy that they turn based on that. Fox has support, but STX falls. Fox misses the mark, but not with the pistol. A headshot with the P250, and now Raven left somewhat alone there on the A site. They're really concerned. Marco Registrada, they don't know quite what they have until they go back down towards B. AMC sees Serendipity. Serendipity makes a very committed move. Can appreciate that from her. And
Yeah,
B1
me too.
walks right into the crosshair of Empathy. The ops ring true. 4 kills between the two.
Oh man, double AWP setup prevailing there. Great success for them. Like you say, Empathy firing off her shots with the AWP is what funnels Marco Registrada into Forks' AWP. And she gets 2 kills and a brilliant one-tap with the pistol to keep herself alive. And then also, as you highlight in the moment, rightfully so, Serendipity, that little micro movement forward there, that confidence to actually step forward is what catches AMC completely off guard. So, really good decision making, good confidence on display, and we've leveled up the scoreline again.
Yeah, need that confidence when you're talking about, you know, a half that was 4 rounds for the CTs. Fox is getting heated once again. Big kills in the last. Empathy gonna go down. They might go right back into Serendipity, this time at ramp. It's the rifle, not the op.
Well, Raven's dead again. I feel like Raven's had a really tough day in the office over on the safe bomb side, and just a little creep forward from AMC is going to be enough to catch Forks as well. It's only STX left remaining, and surely this is mission impossible now. 1v3, they would have heard the broken window as well. Unfortunately, not there in time to try and catch the bomb carrier dropping down into the B bomb side. And this should be Marco Registrata getting up to map point.
Hey, I also just feel like the AUG's just not the weapon necessarily that you want in this scenario. Something that she's very comfortable with, but this range, maybe that's not true. Doubled up, both towards sight. It's kind of a scary position for Marco Registrata to be. The good news for them is they just have to take their hands off the keyboard. Don't fight is the only correct decision here, and it looks like they're making it.
Yeah, precisely. Just not give up any fights at all. No reason to peek out there and give STX a chance. And STX is even thinking, because they're not peeking, maybe they're waiting for a flank, but that flank doesn't exist. We'll get one back, but by virtue of the clock, no chance. And Marco Registrata have done it. From being down 9-12 in a 1v1, they've been able to get themselves up to a map point.
They have 3 chances. The Comets had to close. They couldn't do it. Now Marco Registrata get their chance. But it's just the singular, just the one. And it's not for a win. It's just for a third map. It's for survival. That Marco Registrata fight. Supernova Comets, it's for a second overtime. They keep the double up. Fox is on a heater. She's been making steps forward basically throughout as T-side continued to move forward. Now back onto CT side, and it's actually Empathy, the other AWP, towards door to open proceedings.
Yeah, really good kill, because like I was saying, I feel like one of the big problems for Supernova Comets CT side throughout the map so far has been the defense on the A-bomb side. And Empathy has now found 2 and a tag through the wall as well.
How does she know? That name too suggests she might have an idea. Empathy, she plays so aggressively sometimes. This is one of those. She's afraid of no one. Afraid of nothing. Such trust in Raven on the other side of the site as well. Fox puts the pistol into use and takes out another.
Well, that's just brilliant. In such an important round as well. Delivering the goods. Supernova Comets best player standing up in a vital round and finding a key multi-kill. The Orbs just delivering the round effectively here. Delivering the half, if you will, because the first round they won here in the second half of OT was also just predicated off the double AWP. And there we go. Forks will seal the deal. 15-all. We run it back in double OT.
Yeah, likely to be the 30 bomb now for Fox as well when you look at it. So the CT side of concern for us, but not for Supernova Comets, as they do what's necessary. Win the 2 rounds required to push to double OT. And I do like this. There's so many times that teams get stuck into, I was about to say the double op, and it looks like they are going to go for it. I was going to say if they didn't, Empathy initially with the rifle, sometimes it's fine. Just to stick with that rifle. Spamsy wants to take it to Empathy. And puts her on notice.
That's fantastic, because you know you're going to get that fight offered up to you. It's what Empathy's been doing throughout the entirety of overtime. And Spamsy says, well, let me just take the fight to her, and he comes out on top. Really good way to affect the opening frag, and that's going to create immense amount of space on the map here.
That's actually why I was going to praise if Empathy went with the rifle. Because I think that, it allows Marco Registrata to start to take some steps in the right direction of counteracting her, like we just saw. Serendipity spotted, tagged heavily as well. Over towards Secret.
Marco Registrata not looking too phased by the fact that they dropped the ball on that one map point. Raven on top of the hunt, just hearing so many footsteps, no idea where to place her cross there. Fantastic execute into the safe bomb site. Forks desperately trying to find a way to force her way back in. Oh, HE is going to dunk down, connects with the AWP as well. It's down to the 1v1, sidearm out. She's going to connect on the headshot as well. Forks, what have you just done?
That's utterly absurd. The fact that Fox beats the timing on the Molotov is so important, but dunking the nade, it all happens in the blink of an eye. Stunning quick scope as well onto the player towards the vent. That is ridiculous from Fox. And he walks away, by the way, with a full kit of utility and a T-side molly. That is absurd. Another clutch. Tack number 6 up to Fox with 33 kills.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying, hey, she's probably going to get a 30 bomb here. Mate, she's just got 4 kills there in the round. She did it in style, won the clutch as well. She's so proficient with the sidearm as well. It's such a deadly combination. I mean, think about it. In that clutch, she got kills with 3 different weapons. The AG, the AWP, and the pistol. Style points.
Oh, but Serendipity caught just a hand seen by Jordani. They're really tossing this up around. Jordani with the opening spams. He would put the one prior round. Now STX gonna try and line them up, but a phenomenal trade. It's B1 to stop the bleed.
I love the space being taken by Empathy, though. Getting heaps of information. Backstab as well. Frag found and gets out of dodge. That's the key. No ability to get the trade frag for Marco Registrada.
And it's good decision after good decision for Empathy. What a brilliant reposition from her. Now, pressure on the other side. She makes the move. B1 at the same time through the smoke. Crazy, ridiculous timing. B1 not seen. And Empathy, is it she who's going to get punished, or is it he? B1 spotted, and in the back of the head does he go down. Empathy has just broken open this round. She takes another fight and looks for more. Spamsy, EFC that remain, and Spamsy's gone thanks to Raven from the back of the site. The floor is hers, but it's Empathy on display.
Oh man, AMC able to actually creep his way into the A bomb site undetected and will take Raven down as a result. The bomb is very recoverable right now. That smoke's going to start to fade. Fox takes a huge amount of damage from the nade. AMC, that is a disgusting tap coming through from him. And it's on Fox to clutch again. She did it in the previous. Can she do it again? No, not this time round.
I just don't understand how it's possible that Supernova Comets lose that round. It seems like it's not just improbable, but nearly the impossible that AMC has just pulled off. What a stunning headshot that he hits as that smoke starts to fade onto Empathy. And it's not fair that Fox is left to clutch that again. Such a hard position with the op to fight from, and you can see why.
Yeah, AMC, I mean, that shot onto Empathy, you can't really fault Raven because that was just smart from AMC to creep onto the bomb site and catch Raven off guard, but I feel like Empathy just riding the high throughout that round probably didn't have to play the smoke fade, could have instead fall back and try to play off of Forks a bit better.
Yeah, it's hard to levy that criticism after the round that Empathy had and the impact.
Yes, exactly.
They wouldn't have been there without her, but I think you might be correct.
Yeah, picking at straws for sure, but it's quite nitpicky, but it is probably something that deserves to be mentioned. Big round here at the tail end of OT2, first half. Who can get that lead?
Oh, this is crazy. Going through. Sort of a false start there in the moment. This is such a fantastic setup. Should be. Okay, Serendipity. A little bit off on the timing. Bomb now dropped. She goes over to the AK in a nasty little angle that now she's got available. Oh. Maybe not so necessary for Empathy to take that step forward.
Nade Molly combo. Be enough to keep them off the bomb, I believe. I don't think it's been recovered yet. Time ticking away. There's going to be a follow-up Molly here as well.
40 seconds as well is just not a lot of time to play with. They got another smoke.
Smoke. Should be enough to pick up the bomb. Oh no, Forks has it just in her view though. As soon as it gets scooped up, fires off a shot but doesn't connect. Now the focus shifts to the A bomb site.
Shifts to Raven in particular. They're not going to have time to clear out all these angles. Fox gets there in time. Raven does her job and might even do enough to pull this one back. A fantastic tag, but it's no frag. Fox goes down. Oh no! That all is done correctly there for the comments, but yet still, Marco Registrada pull it off.
My goodness, such good composure from them. Really good decision making as well. I guess they didn't really have many options available once they scoop up that bomb over at ramp. Just charge back into the A bomb site again. Super fine margin. If Raven can double down, round over. If Forks can get that kill maybe a bit quicker, who knows? If it's a tag and, the frag and not the tag. But it's going to be Marco Registrada who go into the second half of OT2 with their noses in front.
I mean, that's 2 heartbreak rounds that favor Marco Registrada that are just so very close that arguably should have been there for the Supernova Comets, but are not.
Yeah, you're right. There's a world in which that could have been 18-15 for Supernova Comets, that is.
Yet we're 17-16. Marco Registrada now take that and the opener. everyone getting in on these opening duels and gatekeeping from that point on these rounds.
Smoke's outside, separating a number of players. Jardani peppers the smoke, but Spamsy is the one who's kind of being baited in here. Nestled in towards credit card right now. Smoke's going to start to fade soon enough, and that'll leave a few players exposed.
Get across. And no audio cues either off the back of that. Fantastic timing for Fox to turn. On an empathy a jump there that you're going to give it away. So with that given, I decided, well, let's just speed things up. Let's get back into this position.
They've struggled with is the pace sometimes. Sometimes they've been too slow. And again, they've taken quite a lot of time. And that's what's given us the time here for the AWP to arrive.
Oh,
Bang.
yeah. Twice over. AMC's gone, but B1's going to fill in the boat there in the same location here in a moment. But it's Raven who's been incredibly clutch. It's Empathy who's been stepping up her game into overtime. Empathy has been often unstoppable. It's tough for
Problem is they don't
B1.
have great post-plant positions.
Oh, it's tough for B1 to get active, though.
That's a huge kill. Might not take the second in close proximity. Yes, Majestics will prevail. And Raven wants to try be proactive. Finds the frag on the first. Nestled into the corner. Trying to get ahead of the HE. She'll connect on the spray to level it up.
I mean, there you go. Another 1v2. Number 7. When we're talking about how this has gone for Supernova Comets. And I think that might be Raven's third. That one I'm going to have to fact check a little later. But regardless, she's been in the mix in so many of those. And Supernova Comets can rely on her every time they need one of those big moments.
Well, this game is the gift that continues to give with no end in sight. Double AWP again here for Marco Registrado. Whoever wins this round gets themselves a map point. If it's Supernova Comets, it's a series point. That's what's up for grabs. Double AWP setup has become the default approach at this point for both teams in overtime.
It has been, but for Marco Registrada, it's honestly a who's who. Feels like everybody takes a chance with it. Who's got the best spawn? I'll take it. It's mine. Wow. Look at all that information that Marco Registrada had just gathered up. They're all the way through lobby, and it's not just AMC posted on an angle. It's everything.
Oh, great awareness, though. You've got to realize you've given up lobby, and Serendipity recognizes that there could be a deep push coming through from the CTs, and she's absolutely on the money.
That is something that Supernova Comets have been really good about. Every time there is a gap, they are very aware of it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Jardani, bit of an off angle, not completely tucked into the corner. Empathy commits, she goes down. It's going to be a bloodbath here. Supernova Comets being picked off one by one. It's only Raven left, and sure, she's been clutch, but surely this is too tall of an order.
Oh, almost got a freebie. That could have changed the game. Got to collect the bomb, though. And Spamsy walks in. Had a better timing. Well, the second opportunity now for Marco Registrada to push this to 3 maps. They had one in OT number 1. And now they're going to have that one in OT number 2.
Yeah, it does feel like it's kind of been heading in this direction. Supernova Comets have kind of been holding on, but Marco Registrada have almost just been in control throughout the entirety of OT so far.
It's fair.
Could this be the moment?
Could we make it to Ancient?
I think we will.
Despite that fact, though, Supernova Comets, the amount of times that they've been tasked with clutching, that they have pulled that off. How many times could you win 7 clutches in a game, lose the game?
Yeah, that's a brutal stat line. I mean, the clutches have completely saved them.
I mean, double overtime does change those numbers a little bit, you know, as a percentage, but it does. I mean, it almost doesn't matter.
Fortunately, a bit of a tech timeout now. Just break up the game a little bit. Probably a well-deserved little breather for both of these teams as well.
I fear a bathroom break, maybe.
I mean, probably fair after 35 rounds of CS.
That's what
I
I'm thinking.
wonder why casters aren't allowed to call for a bathroom break like players are.
You know, because without players, there's no game. That's the answer.
I mean, it is a good answer. I just don't like it really. You know.
Fair.
All right. I guess I'm redundant. That's all good. But yeah, we're gonna get underway once again. You can hear some ticks in chat. No doubt we will be jumping into this last round of OT2. Is there anything left in this tail, or are Marco Registrada gonna get the job done here and now? That's the question going into this next round.
I mean, I got to give them a lot of credit, Marco Registrada. They've been so consistently changing how they start these rounds. I've been talking about the opening duels, but I haven't talked about like the vehicle for them. It's been ops in unexpected positions. Jordani in these off angles, like everywhere across the map. One round he's like in secret, trying to catch a timing, and the next round he's pushing in through ramp with his teammate. It is very much a different look every round from Marco Registrada's ET side. I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
I mean, remember in the first half, there was a lot of plays from Spamsy being made underneath Silo as well. So you're right, there's been a number of different looks. So it's really difficult for Supernova Comets to read. Having said that, I feel like Supernova Comets have actually become fairly one-dimensional on their T side. This has been a lot of 4-1s and even 5-0s from them outside. And that's why we've seen probably a lot of emphasis from Marco Registrada on just forcing the issue into lobby early on and getting all that info.
It's true, but a hot moment to wait things out. Maybe even give some further thought. Supernova Comets could change things now. Maybe we've seen like an attempt at some adjustments where Serendipity has been there to try and catch and receive that aggression, but it's not been so successful. And a little bit different this time. What? AMC was posted on that angle, and Empathy wins the shot. I can't believe it. Empathy about to grab another one. Fox hits the victory over towards ramp, and low HP for Spamsy too. How? Supernova Comets come away with such ridiculous advantages. 5-on-3.
And this time they've got their spring in their step. They haven't just stalled out of the round with the advantage and just paused and kind of given Marco Registrada an opportunity to get back into the round. They've just ridden that wave of momentum all the way into the B bomb site. Finally, blood drawn for Spamsy, but surely too little, too late. OT3 about to take center stage. Unless Majestic and Spamsy can do the unthinkable, but it's just impossible. No way back for Spamsy on such low health. Supernova Comets throwing caution to the wind. It's going to be enough to get the job done to see the light of day in OT3.
Spamsy put to bed early on that one. I do really love that adjustment. I was just highlighting how, you know, you're absolutely right. The Comets have come under some fire for becoming a little bit too one-dimensional. Well, how about that for another dimension? Facilitate the fight out in yard. Crazy. The Empathy. She's got an AK, and AMC's posted with an op, and she wins that fight. That is absurd from Empathy. And she's alone in yard. That is one of the reasons that round works so well. And then you put Fox in position with the boost to take that duel towards ramp. One that they really haven't used all OT number 2.
Perfect time to bring it to the table. They find success and they'll breathe a massive sigh of relief as a result. Marco Registrada, well, they've now had 2 chances, haven't been able to take either of them. Majestics does find the first kill outside, though. Big shift in the direction from Supernova Comets. This time, emphasis on inside.
I mean, they almost don't have any choices anymore. That's Empathy. I said, and I kind of highlighted last round, how important she was because of how alone she was in yard. It's gone the other way this time. Supernova Comets, they got to go ramp, and they've got to go now.
And they will. Straight into AMC's off. Catches STX in transition. That's a really good kill. And sure, they still go down and towards the B bomb site, but you've got a... No, who do you have that's here? It's B1. B1 in position in the corner. Tough to multi-kill from here, but he doesn't even have to. Even 1 kill, which should be enough to just lock in the round. Spotted. Fragged. Okay, good kill comes through, but his teammates have arrived on the scene in time.
Yeah, it's that pace issue that you've kind of highlighted a couple of times that Supernova Comets can fall into, of where they understand where they need to go, but they don't do it fast enough. It buys a ton of time for the rotations to come back in, and then by the time they actually start fighting, Marco Registrada have 3 players there on B. It's a site that is a dream to hold if you have 3 players there.
Oh yeah, it's so difficult for the T's to try and break those sort of crossfires. And Marco Registrada will open up their account first in OT3 again, just kind of peel ahead. How much much gas is there left in the tank here, Vincent, who can keep their composure right at the tail end of this map. Marco Registrada fighting tooth and nail to get this into Ancient, but Supernova Comments just never saying die.
I think I'm only really concerned if we get towards Ancient for Supernova Comments with the amount of time that's been put into this map. I think until we see that, everyone's primed and ready. They know what's on for this one, and look at the reaction. Oh no. It was set up perfectly, but a missed shot, a rarity for Fox, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. Empathy just creates chaos out in yard. A fantastic frag from Spamsy, but I don't think that changes the equation for this round all that much. They just got to get across, and Spamsy knows it, but that is true for the Supernova Comments as well.
Very good kill back. Majestics, even though he fluffs the flash, is still going to be able to find a kill anyway. Not a great smoke in heaven. It's actually plumed quite a lot into the bomb site. Majestics looked like he might have considered making a play through the smoke. Instead, he's going to wait for B1. Player advantage here for Supernova Comments to try and level up the scoreline once again.
Well, great that STX gets away with that. She's going to have to eat that nade, but that's just fine. New smoke refreshed as Majestics takes contact once again. Up ahead of the Molly, but it's Fox who's right on display. B1. I mean, time has really expired on this. He'll give it a go. Why not? Hope that they leave early, that they give him a chance. No chance given, and he'll just take his op and run.
Okay, well, Supernova Comets have done it. Been able to keep their opponents within arm's reach. Next one's for the lead. Despite that missed shot there from Forks, I mean, AMC kind of ends up with egg on his face because he misses 2 shots on Empathy, who comes through that smoke grenade. And this is where, like I was saying earlier, who can keep their composure? We've played a lot of Counter-Strike. We played, what, 38 rounds of Counter-Strike up until this point? A map preceding this? It's all about who can keep their head. So you don't have to be super detailed and methodical and have a huge amount of depth to your approach. Trading efficiently, making good decisions, good util usage, finding opening kills, and then converting. That's all you got to do well right now.
Registrada go back into the same play. We've seen it before, but to be honest, Supernova Comets didn't exactly look prepared for it last time. Now they are so prepared, so ready. AMC not seen, and the last time they ran this, I don't think AMC was spotted either. So this could still be good. Spamsy's getting into position to play off of AMC as well. Contact made. Spamsy hits the shot, and Serendipity gets hers before she falls, but another shot for AMC. He's got them both and puts them to bed. It is a victory there, and 2 rounds, at least for this half, for Marco Registrada. But in the past, that has not been enough.
Spamsy does so well in that round there, man. The kill through the smoke grenade to bring it back into a 4v4, and he's not content with that either. They just continue to make moves. AMC crunching in from ramp, while Spamsy pushes through the squeaky smoke. He takes the contact, gets a kill, allows for AMC to get in on the action as well. Just huge confidence from Marco Registrada to make those sorts of plays in such an important round.
Back to the double up. A lot of nades firing down out in yard, trying to break open these smokes, but STX actually in a 4th position. Oh, missed shot from Fox. That might, I was gonna say, set STX up, but it's the opposite. Majestic looks and finds exactly what he's looking for. There might be a little gap. Yes, there is.
Oh, shot there from Forks, man. Majestic's just looking to try and jiggle, but slightly overexposes himself and costs him his life. Orp's doing work here in this round. Jardani's Orp is letting loose as well. A multi-kill through from him earns a man advantage for his team.
Yeah, that's the attempt to get back aggressive into lobby. Serendipity making some really proactive moves. Love to see that. Jardani could be caught, and now all the eyes are on Fox. But the problem is for Jardani, he doesn't know. Right now, he's in trouble.
No.
Oh, no, Serendipity, she didn't know. Up the up. Jardani, he's not the AWP player, but he's got 3 op kills in this round. And it's another 4K required for Fox in order to pick up the clutch.
And this is never going to be expected from Jardani. I mean, Forks might actually be close enough to hear the drop down. As she starts to walk back in towards the A-bomb site. Oh, Jardani gonna catch a glimpse there. Oh, Forks has the info. Forks ahead of the molly. Out in the open. Scoped up. Shot connected from Forks again. You can bet on it.
I mean, how's that for another clutch? Fox, multiple times now in overtime, she's been required to do nearly it all. 4 kills and a 1v1 to close it. Clutch after clutch for the Comets.
Clutch after clutch indeed. 40 rounds of Counter-Strike played. And the end, well, it is in sight, but it could be like a mirage. The closer you get to the end, the further away it gets from you. My
No
word.
point have we seen a perfect half either.
Yeah,
Tight
true.
the whole way through.
2-1s back and forth.
MC
And again,
dead,
this is
surely.
another one of those rounds, right? You win this, you get yourself a map point. Could be a series point for Supernova Comets. Majestics is further forward than what they're going to expect on the CT side, but no. Empathy will connect on the shot anyway.
Really, Fox.
Oh my,
Able to
Forks, you're so
connect.
brave. That's insane.
Truly. And STX, I love that decision. Just get out. Fortunately, Fox can hit that first, but cannot continue to survive. Oh, and STX, I don't think she knows.
No, certainly not. Spamsy hears the drop down, but doesn't have the timing.
Well, now it's okay. Serendipity down B. There's certainly some indication for the Comets that they could be down here.
Oh, Spamsy, so quick on the trigger. Instant headshot into Serendipity. And that's the man advantage. However, if they are going to end B, they're still going to have to try and find a way to get the bomb down. Jardani is just patiently waiting, though. Raven makes the move straight into the scope, and Marco Registrada on course to get yet another map point.
And STX going to pay the price for the fact that they don't get there. What a spam! The turn almost makes the difference. I cannot believe that she hit the spray transfer, but no. Victory burned alive is STX.
And as a result, that's Marco Registrado who get themselves up to map point. Again, 1 map point is all they'll have here in overtime. Our 3rd set of overtime. And in all of them, it's been Marco Registrado who have come away with 1 series point. They haven't converted the 2 prior. Will this be the one where they finally get the job done?
3 OTs. 3 chances to close.
Surely this is the one, right? It looks like it might very well be off the back of the kills that have come through. 5v3. Supernova Comets might finally flounder.
I mean, it's a struggle right now for Serendipity. CX going to have to come up massive on the ramp. Double naded. She's now low. And it doesn't get easier from here. Even going to get the drop. Raven's timing, if they end up going B, is actually going to be decent. But actually, she doesn't take it. Still worried that there might be a pivot back towards the A site. Understandably so.
This feels next to impossible for Supernova Comets. 5v3. STX is down low. It's going to require some sort of a Herculean effort from them. AMC in the corner. Does get read into by STX, but then Raven dies immediately afterwards. Compounds the problems. Forks is AWP alive, but not for much longer. And STX with only 22 health is going to surely stand no chance. Oh, it's been a great effort from Supernova Comets. They had their chances. 12-9 up. 1v1. Couldn't get it done. And Marco Registrada punish.
Yeah, 3 chances for the Comets to close that in 2, and it takes 3 overtimes in order for Marco Registrada to get that same number of chances. But on number 3, they convert, and they take this second map. The bad news for Marco Registrada is that that's just to survive another map. That's just to get to Ancient. That's all that they've done, at least until that point, is a chance for them to continue. All of that, though, I think probably going to be happening after this break. A well-needed moment of reprieve. We'll be back after this.
a magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
It's going all three with Pro League on the line. I can't say I'm surprised. That is what we're looking at. Supernova Comets, they had chances in regulation, but they couldn't quite close. Marco Registrada making their way back 3 overtimes later, Hayes, and we're looking towards Ancient.
Yeah, man, I mean, you get these games where you get tons of overtimes, and you always got to kind of wonder how that affects a team going into the map that follows, right? Supernova Comets, they were on the brink a number of times of closing out the series 2-0. They weren't able to do it, and now mentally that means they have to reset coming into Ancient. I feel like Marco Registrada have actually just been kind of getting better as the series has gone on as well. I mean, they were just nowhere to be found throughout most of Anubis. Then we just saw them come out the gate swinging on Nuke, and they're able to get the job done there. But we go to Ancients, which, historically has actually been a pretty good map for Supernova Comets, right? We already mentioned how it's the map they were able to beat the Fury, a female team, on in the IEM Dallas, or the ESL Impact Finals played at IEM Dallas. So that's got to give them some confidence coming into this decider, right? To try and put what happened on Nuke behind them.
I definitely think so. I gotta imagine that, but I also have some concerns, and I think it's along the lines that you just mentioned. Because for me, who is emotionally drained off the back of that? I think
Supernova
likely
Comets gotta be.
Yeah, it's got to be the Comets. In comparison, we're comparing apples to apples
Relatively,
here.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's where my concern starts to come from. Yes, this is a good map for them. And yes, I think that they should have the edge in general against Marco Registrada. I do think, though, that they're the ones that probably took the brunt of the emotional baggage that comes with that triple overtime situation. So for me, I think I have some concerns. I'm not out or anything, but I want to hold back my expectations until we get a couple of rounds in, because I want to see kind of what those first couple of rounds look like for Supernova Comets, because I have a concern that they could be slightly out of it based on how long and how much Counter-Strike they've just got done playing.
I feel like those first few rounds will just be an immediate indication, right? We'll be able to pick up, yep, they've put it behind them. They mean business on Ancients, or maybe Nuke going on as long as it did has kind of bled into this decider here and could cause some issues for them. You're right. It's not going to take long for us to kind of figure out where they're at mentally, because also the game kind of broke the shape on Nuke, right? Now you've got to get back into the regimented kind of approach. I mean, just think about how many crazy rounds there were, double orbs basically every round, Empathy making plays, running around through smokes the entire time. You've got to... That was playing the situation. That was a product of the situation with the way the game was going on Nuke. You can't just keep up that same sort of approach, right? You've got to lock back into the more default kind of approach and reset yourself in that regard as well.
Yeah, speaking of individuals, I mean, we talked about Empathy and what she's done in this map in the recent history, but, you know, her heating up as we got through Nuke and she getting better as time went on, that too, I think an important factor. But also, when we're talking about pieces that might have been missing on Nuke, I need to see a step up from Serendipity in this map in particular. That's what I think is going to power a Supernova Comet victory, because if we look on the Marco Registrata side, bro, they don't really play Ancient. Like their one map on record here is against a Peruvian group of respectfully no-namers. So I just don't like. There's no history that leads me to believe that Marco Registrata have a very deep, you know, Ancient that we haven't, you know, have seen yet. To be fair, that was true about Nuke, I guess.
Exactly, that's where I was going with it. We'd surmise the same thing from Nuke, and if we just look at the way the individuals were able to piece it together on that map, I feel like that could be enough to push them over the line on Ancients as well.
Man, I think that's super fair. I just think that, you know, to do that, to see that twice in a row, I think would be really impressive. And I'm not saying that that's impossible, not putting it out of the realm of possibility.
It's a tall order, yeah.
But it certainly is. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from out the rip of it, especially if like I said, Supernova Comets, for me, the biggest risk that they are under right now is from inside, right? It's like where are the emotions at? How's the energy in the room right now after getting so close and arguably being at the finish line, but then falling right at the final hurdle.
Yeah, exactly, and having to completely wipe that slate clean and try and reset now going into this all-important decider, because you had the insurance of the decider behind you the entire time. Now that insurance has been invoked, and there's no more sort of saving grace for them. And remember, guys, if you lose this matchup, your hopes and dreams of qualifying for Pro League are completely over. Now, realistically, I mean, if we look at the competition, if we look at the field coming into this qualifier, I reckon M80 is going to be the name that everybody kind of looks at and says, yeah, should be the ones to qualify. What do you think, Vincent? We can just kind of chat about the field a bit more. At large here, I'm going to rely on your expertise. I mean, I know Blue Jay is another big name from the region, maybe Boss as well, but surely M80 got to be the main dogs coming into this qualifier.
I mean, absolutely the case, but bro, I'm not saying that isn't true. What I am saying is that there is a lot of changes, right? So for two teams here that haven't made any changes, I think that there is a very viable possibility of being able to find a couple of upsets because of how many changes are happening. Marsborn, come in with a couple of changes. We haven't seen them with Walco and Viz. The same true for Blue Jays, who've just brought in Laxi. That if you had told me that was going to happen like a year and a half ago, I've been super happy and excited to see that. But I think Laxi's looked a little bit tough on Akimbo in the last 6 months. And then you have, Lag coming in with changes, or rather not so much changes, but a team that hasn't had as many reps. PA have made changes, like M80's made changes. There's a lot of change that's happened over the last month or so in this scene. So for me, I think you're right, but man, there's some opportunity there.
And that tends to be the case at the start of the season, right? If you're a team that has kept the same team from the end of the season into the new one, that does just immediately give you a bit of a head start and a bit of an advantage over the teams that are looking to try and reshape themselves coming into the new season. So you would love to see one of those teams that has persisted with the project, try and take advantage of something like that. But listen, I'm not sure how much longer we're going to have to go on for here. It sounds like we still have some delays, which is, only going to set us back even further. But hey, we're already so far behind at this point. Doesn't really matter. So don't go too far, guys. We're just going to have a short little intermission. And once the players are ready, we will be as well.
Apologies for the delays, but we are back in business, and Hayes, we're going to get a knife round going. As we do so, I think the conversation was surrounding how our Supernova Comets mentally looking after that. We both agreed they probably take the emotional baggage that comes along with that, and I think we're looking to find that out early into this game, because if they are strong, if they're back and they've been able to reset, I think I have faith in them.
Well, the one bonus that they have got is they've won the knife round, so they're going to start on the favorable side of the map, all 3 maps in the series. They start a T side of Anubis, CT side Nuke, they were kind of gifted that.
That's
And they're going to
crazy.
get to start on the CT side of Ancient here as well. But you're right, that is the big question. What sort of state are they going to be in? And we were kind of chatting in the break before we got back live once again. We said, Supernova Comets, I mean, they were up 9-0 on Anubis, up 12-9 on Nuke, and there's now a world where they could get eliminated in the first hurdle in this qualifier all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think that would be really, really sad for me to kind of see that, especially off the back of how well that they were able to do in Dallas. And for me, they need to seize the moment. And
Yeah, build on that in the new season here, yeah.
This qualifier is not the end-all, be-all. I'm not painting it to be. But what I am saying is that it would be a tragedy to see them go immediately.
Okay, well, they've actually chosen to start on the T side of Ancient Chat, interestingly enough. Maybe they want to try and continue to dictate the pace and the tempo of the game early on here. They're going through middle. They've smoked off the B side of Red Room, and they're wrapping around through CT. We've seen that they like their round, they will pistol strats, and it's going to work out again here on Ancient as well.
Yeah, I mean, Majestix is in a tough spot. AMC is coming back in through Donut, but I think he's pretty much crap out of luck on this one. 1v5 is the attempt that he's about to go for health, and it's only exits. Extra $300 is what he's going to walk away with. And it is the round the world victory for Supernova Comets. Here's the thing. T-side start, as you highlight, well, it's the same puzzling situation. If you look at the stats, Supernova Comets, they are better on T side. This is true.
Okay, so it's a tendency, clearly. Yes, they're keen to play into that as well. They're not going to kind of just go by what the default suggests. Empathy is doing it again, though, Vincent. She's doing it again where she's gone through with the default pistol, and Marco Registrata have forced bought here, as was the case on Anubis. We saw the exact same thing from her there. It didn't cost her at all because her team just basically won the round, but it could be an issue here this time around.
Yeah, I don't know. I really wish if you're gonna do this, you have a Tech 9 or something. Like, if you're really doing the Valorant, like, they have the equivalent of a Tech 9. So this is not the reason that this round is lost, but aggression out at A, down B. It all goes in Marco Registrata's direction.
It's just weird because she's not the AWPer. Like, if you ever see that, it's normally the AWPer who goes for that option. It's going to be a cleanup from the Force Spy. Raven finally gets a kill back, and sure, there's damage done, but I don't think they know how much damage has been done exactly. And the bomb's in full control of the CT side. I mean, Mission Impossible looks easier than this.
I mean, even if the damage were relevant, I think how to even use that to your advantage, given the positioning here that Raven's working with.
Yeah, they set up so well. And there we go. B1 will be able to seal the deal. That is an uninspiring round from Supernova Comets. They just get run over against the Force Spy.
Yeah, and to be clear, I really don't think that the way that we've seen those, like, second round after the pistol win from Empathy, like, mattered that much right there. I think it's just more of an external conversation. What's pretty surprising is how unprepared Supernova Comets were for how aggressive Marco Registrata were that round. Just everybody pushing, basically, the entire way through, on both extremities of the map at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good point, kind of just overcooking the pooch in that sort of a round there from Supernova Comets. You've got to know, if you're playing a Force or an Eco, there's probably going to be some sort of aggression. Speaking of aggression, Serendipity with the Tech 9 does affect a trade, but B1's here now to support Jardani. There's 2 rifles in position, and it's going to be well placed. Can Jardani double down? Absolutely. Fantastic multi from him on low health.
Ooh, if Fox just cuts sound, but she's not going to do that. Never mind. Won't be able to connect onto Majestics. What I was saying is that if Fox actually cut sound, the push from AMC was going all the way up into like elbow at that point. So Marco Registrado were super separated, and they didn't have a ton of like information about where that was going. So if Fox could have found a way to just cut sound a little bit and just play that out on a slower pace, I think there was a chance to dice up those duels. That's not how it goes down. And Majestics puts the finishing touches on round 3.
And they should be able to add a third to their tally with relative ease as well. Not much of an investment to speak of, in fact. Just the one-hand cannon in play here for Empathy. We saw a lot of front foot play from Marco Registrado on their CT side of Nuke. A lot of rounds where they were looking to take the fight outside underneath Silo. Lots of plays being made through Squeaky, pushes through ramp as well. I wonder if that's going to be a similar sort of tendency here on Ancient 2.
Speaking
has
of
seemed that way so far.
Speaking of tendencies that you've been talking about, tendency for the comments as well to kind of go this 4-1 route. I think I'm already seeing a little bit of that right now on Ancient, so keep your eyes peeled in that regard. This one in Eco, so you're not super concerned yet.
Might be now, a little bit, not super, but still maybe slightly. Forks with the M4 inflicts further damage. Gonna look to close the gap here. If she could land one more 1D, that would be quite something indeed to potentially hammer this round home. Jardani, I don't think he's going to be expecting this backstab. It's just all about the timing for Forks right now, wrapping around the site. She's lost her teammates, and they're able to piece it together. Hang on, we haven't gotten the kill on Forks. Has to be in towards the back of the site.
Yeah, very smart. I think that you kind of understand. You hit tab as well and see, okay, who is left? Who is this, right? And when Fox is opening the round like that, there's really only one corridor for her to be taking the next steps towards, and the double swing, even on low health. Intelligent way to handle that for Marco Registrada. So it is the 3 rounds as predicted. Supernova Comets have weapons this time. And crucially doing a little bit of econ damage too, even in that eco.
Yeah, and this is where we start to kind of get some of our questions answered about what the form's going to look like for Supernova Comets coming into Ancient. Lethal usage initially, Jardani decides to force his way through the smoke. That's going to cost him his life, but at least he's able to get a kill before he inevitably goes down. And they decide against committing anything further, wisely so. That could have been costly.
Yeah, I think Majestics stepping back, the right move. Well, now they know a little bit about what's here in wait. This could be a perfect time to hit B. Majestics is so very alone.
And Marco Registrada are going to start to figure that out as they venture back in towards middle. Perhaps we could see B1 looking to try and pad up the defense over towards this B bomb site. Still a healthy amount of util here for the exec, and Supernova Comets not going to run into any resistance. Or will they?
That's a nice flash. It does actually stall them a little bit. Smoke's a little too late. Serendipity pays the price. Bomb available to get planted, but they got to get it across first and foremost. Need to break up in the short smoke. Unseen, and oh, okay, well, it goes both ways. Empathy spam onto Spam Z. Very successful. Now STX in a prime post-plant position. Fox a little bit exposed.
Oh, Majestics and B1 combined really nicely. They spotted out the other player in the caves. The info's available. Empathy out in the open in ramp. They're able to find one. STX breaks the smoke, but Majestic says thank you very much as he takes full advantage.
I mean, you got to give it over to Majestics. The amount of time that he bought, like every decision that he made in this round was a good one. Didn't go through the smoke in cave, ends up, falling back a little bit, then plays with his spam through the smoke in order to slow the Comets down a little bit. Not only that, his flashbang plays delay, and then he even gets the kill into Serendipity in order to then wait for his team to bring it back in. He collects 2 of the 3 on that retake. What a round from Majestics. That is the whole package.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where you could just like flip the round and highlight all of the really important key decisions he makes throughout that round. He's pacing here from the max 10. Majestics through the smoke does a lot of damage. Last few bullets will connect. Empathy, yeah, didn't really have that window of opportunity to try and go through the smoke to get the trade, and the wall bang will actually be enough. And And I was going to highlight Empathy didn't have head armor coming into the round. She just went for Kevlar. I think it's just always worth spending the extra 350 if you're going to go for that hero rifle.
I mean, I think that's certainly a fair argument. Same time, would be basically everything. And with the loss bonus what it is, she's still going to be able to afford something next round despite that investment. So maybe that's the thought process. Regardless, split the map a little bit here. Serendipity. Gonna get there.
Oh my.
AMC, I'm a little concerned how committed he was. I don't understand why he wasn't aware of that gap, but it's not over yet. B1's still here, and the crunch is just not available. Raven gonna get a bomb plan out of this. Very likely.
She wants to scoop up the orb first by the look of things, and then may even consider wrapping the entire way around back into the A bomb site.
I mean, this is smart. If they're not here, then they're definitely flanking.
And they had no idea where Raven was either, so she's been able to slip the net. She's going to get a good head start on the round. Marco Registrada starts to venture back into this B bomb site, but I don't think they're going to expect this at all. And Raven has read it perfectly here. Bomb plant guaranteed and a post plant position of her choice.
Yeah, she can go anywhere. Literally whatever she wants to do. And good news for Marco Registrada, they stick together, but Raven's going to start hearing this. Oh, that first shot, it was required, I say! The Deagle comes out and Raven spams away for the frag and the round. The Raven 1v2. She is a clutch minister. That might be her 4th clutch over the series.
Yeah, she's done it again here, delivered the goods for her team when they need it the most. A really smart play to just shift off of that B bomb site, go for the unorthodox approach, get over to A, smokes off Donut, but then recognizes that she can't just sit back and allow for them to come to her. She takes the fight, she takes the initiative, and that's not even really what wins her the round, because she misses that first shot, and I'm thinking, okay, you've missed your opportunity. But she hits that follow-up shot, fades back into the corner, goes for the Desert Eagle, and finishes off from there, but we don't have any time to discuss that round. We'll be straight into the next. A big exec as the A bomb site's been stifled.
Yeah, Giordani putting them to bed one by one. That's a nasty hold between Giordani and Spamsy and AMC. Marco Registrada, I actually like that call from Supernova Comets. You know, you have the momentum of that, and honestly, you continue that with the aggressive A play. The tragedy is that Marco Registrada were super prepared. I mean, they had 2 players there and a fast rotator.
And they also just get the instant kill, right, to just slow down the attack, thin the players out as they make their way forward. And we were posing the question coming into this map about what sort of a level we were going to get out of Supernova Comets in particular, off the back of losing Nuke in triple OT fashion. Normally it's okay at the start of the map because you've had that reset between maps, but you can start to feel that effect exponentially come back to life when you fall behind in that decider. This is where those cracks from Nuke that have been papered over might start to come into play once again.
Yeah, it's always going to be sitting in the back of your mind, that inkling of, you know, we shoulda, we probably woulda been able to, but we didn't.
And you just don't have the same sort of energy that you would have had otherwise. That's great from Forzo. Dead every day of the week. The play at the bottom or middle, Giordani somehow again will just come away with an unlikely multi-kill. Still going to have to be a retake here from Marcus Registrada though, so they're going to have to proceed with caution. And it looks like they've done enough.
I mean, Empathy 10 in the chamber here. Wait a second. So very low though, and already out of bullets means that B1 will handle this one. Gets the defuse off nicely enough. I want to highlight Giordani there for a moment because I feel like he's kind of an unsuspecting individual with regard to this Marco Registrada team. Certainly not like the number 1 or probably the number 2 guy that you would think of on this team, but I was really impressed with his lurking on Nuke and how effective he was in these big moments. And, you know, it wasn't just that either. On the T side, he was good on the lurks, but on the CT side, he was so consistently flexible, able to play the opener, able to be the closer, able to, you know, have those late round moves. I felt like he had the whole package on Nuke, and it seems like that's continuing.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you make, and I'm glad you highlight him as well. I feel like he was very active on his lurks. I think that was one of the key factors. Look at this, talking about active from Giordani. No lurk in this round. He's the tip of the spear charging forward, but he's been cut right down at the legs. STX going to be the next point of attention. One walking towards STX, kind of catches STX off guard, and In the meantime, AMC finds a kill as well. Man advantage for the CT side all of a sudden until Empathy gets in on the act as well.
It's a little bit of a frustrating moment for Supernova Comets because Marco Registrada, they activated a trap card there in Cave. Thought that STX, she was just dealing with one player, and instead, even as that Molly comes through, stuck with two. Great find from Fox. That's going to make this no longer an even playing field. It's Marco Registrada down below. And AMC, wow, what a shot onto Empathy. Catches the perfect timing. They both stack towards B, but that's true for the T's as well.
Yeah, but you may never expect Spamsy here as well because of AMC's position and the state of the round. AMC smokes off Cave and pushes through his own smoke. Spamsy can't deny the plant, but he does find the frag on the planter, and Forks is never going to expect this flank to come through. AMC with some brilliant decision making. I mean, that really quick fire frag initially, and then just smoking it off and going through his own smoke. A stroke of brilliance there from him.
It's the fact that Spamsy's already on the site, is already back square, and can get to long. That's what allows him the confidence to make that play through. He has to play for the round previously when he's alone, but now when Spamsy arrives, he can make his own move and allow for Spamsy to be the backup plan. That's what gives him that confidence and capability. I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
Very good decision making.
And Spamsy was also enabled by AMC getting that kill and taking the attention in towards Cave, right? Like you say, it really sells his position beautifully. So they actually just play contact off of each other brilliantly in that round.
I said that I would know kind of where Supernova Comets are at. Right now, they're struggling. Oh, what a flash.
Oh,
what a move. Majestics has backup, but what a reaction. Empathy, able to cut them both down. Empathy has made some of these rounds that probably shouldn't even be close into viable options and opportunities for Supernova Comets, and she's done it again.
She done enough though. B1 brings Forks down as low as 3 points of health, and they'll finish off that frag as well. It was looking good for Supernova Comets off the back of the Supernova effort from Empathy. But it might still be in vain, and AMC is expected to be in towards the back of the site. It doesn't matter because he's missed the shot, and Serendipity will punish.
I mean, that's another situation. Supernova Comets have been great in the clutch basically the whole series. That's 2 of their 3 rounds going in clutch fashion. And beyond that, Serendipity with that big step-up moment that I was talking about, where I think she was unfortunately falling behind on Nuke. Seems not the case on Ancient. And that's what I was just about to say. Check in on the question of, you know, how do Supernova Comets look? Do they look like they've been affected? Honestly, I can't tell all that well. I'm not that sure. I feel like we've seen some moments of brilliance and then some moments of problems, but mostly due to Marco Registrada rather than Supernova putting in a bad performance.
Well, they've actually got a very realistic chance of making the 7-5 all of a sudden, which would actually be a really good halftime scoreline considering they were down 7-2 at one point. Got the opening kill. Wouldn't be any money for Marco Registrada going into that next round either. AMC smoke fades, leaves him exposed, and Empathy is on point right now. Problem is Supernova Comets have somewhat had the door closed in on them right now, so they're going to get funneled into this B-bomb side.
Funneled in and into Majestic's hands, but he's only good for the singular. Spamsy and Jardani. Here's that lurk I was kind of talking about. Jardani now alone. Fox is about to pay the price. That should give them the heads up. Oh no, Jardani has hit the double. In Cave, it's not ideal. It's sort of playing for Serendipity. We'll just take a couple of bot shots and low HP. It's enough to pull that one off. Listen, just because I'm a stat fiend, though, I do want to point out that's another 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, you're good, right? Yeah, you're bang on the money there, technically speaking. I mean, it was a 3v1, but it does come down to the 1 versus 1. Just so many clutches, and my concern for Supernova Comets I've kind of had in the back of my head the entire time is, what if they run out of this clutch ability? But, I mean, that's just not proven to be a problem right now. They've still got it in them, even after being pushed and tested as much as they have been throughout the series so far.
I want to point out it's a valid concern you have, but yeah, the proof is in the pudding right now. And that is that they keep making it work. Really tough purchase right now for Marco Registrada. MP9s at best, pistols for the rest. Is what they are currently working with. Spacing here is a little bit tough.
Ooh. Jardani, oh,
Ow.
he's doubled down. There was a bit of a false sense of security because Serendipity had kind of peaked but not fully committed to the angle. Both herself and Empathy go down, and AFC has doubled down in the meantime. Oh, Supernova Comets. That was a really good chance of making it 7-5, but now 8-4.
My ears are ringing and my eyes are blurred. Feel so absurd. Lost all control and my speech is slurred. I can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. I tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going.
It's not exactly a perfect first half for the Supernova Comets, but to be honest with you, wasn't the case over on Nuke either, and yet they had the first 3 opportunities to close that one out. Couldn't make it happen. Now it's for all the marbles. Elimination on the line, and 1/2 of Counter-Strike between us and that.
Oh my, and they're not going to be pulling any punches coming into the pistol. It's pretty good there from the T side to still keep things level. Spammy gets the reload off, but won't be afforded his life, although B1 will arrive on the scene. Forks is still committed. B1 knows that. In the meantime, Jardani's already in A. He's coming through Donut. Forks, has she heard a footstep? Looks like she has an idea this could be the case. Backing up, she's now spotted Jardani, who will force the issue, find the frag, but has to do more and won't be able to. It's Raven again.
It's all about the dualies, baby. We've been talking about the clutches and everything. It's 5 kills from those dualies, 2 pairs of them across the Comets. And yeah, as you highlight, Raven, another 1v1 clutch right there. Ridiculous scenes as Supernova Comets do pick up the pistol. They picked up the first half pistol though too, but it didn't give them the victory. Marco Registrada
4 of their 5 rounds now from clutches, man.
Yep, and then the other one's the pistol.
We'll keep racking them up. Towards the bomb clutch from Marco Registrada. He trades the name of the game. Good job there to get the kill on STX without losing B1 in the process. He's so incredibly low. Nade will finish him off. Retake looks really good right now. At least there's a bomb plant on the side. Can they get more?
I mean, stuck in here, they just fled together. Shouldn't be possible. And Spamsy, the fact that he pulls back one, gets $600 extra with the Mac 10 is good news. And with that bomb plant, they're definitely going to keep buying. I say definitely, but it's Marco Registrata. They've done nothing but buy. Like, it's got to be the case.
And this is one of the instances where it actually makes a whole lot more sense to keep buying. So surely, right? Yeah, thankfully sanity will prevail. Because if this was the one round where they did decide to save, then I wouldn't even know what's real anymore.
It would feel very silly, put it that way. Not the victory, but still a big chunk of damage done and wins, at least economically, in that round. They catch a windfall to Marco Registrata.
Yeah. Yeah, if they win this round here, Supernova Comets back to square one in the second half, down 9-6 with no money. And could be kind of closer than it looks at that point. So, still need to proceed with caution. And it's a pretty even buy coming into this round as well, just in terms of firepower. Oh, that's messy. That's so messy from Serendipity and Jardani, but eventually Jardani comes out on top of that kill, and that's a massive advantage as a result.
These Khalil's just so fantastic. STX, though, she's been doing very well on B already. Now needs a third frag. Seems like such a huge ask, and in one magazine with the SMG, you can't even really be disappointed in the fact that she doesn't get that third.
Bomb has been planted.
Fox,
Oh, yeah.
how you feeling about this 1v3?
You gotta save, I think, unless you get offered something up, which is kind of what she's hoping for. But yeah, you look at the finances, they get $1,400. So Forks could drop an M4 outside of that. You're not getting any more rifles. I mean, maybe a FAMAS in the round, but Marco Registrata, the persistence with the investments is going to pay off.
And for the first time, basically all series, too. You know, we talked about how consistently Marco Registrata have gone for this tactic where they are consistently trying to buy as much as possible, keep up the economic pressure. It's only now, in both the first half of Ancient and now the second, that they have been able to take advantage of that it's been successful. So, you got to give it to them. Props for consistency. They got a plan and they stuck to it. It's finally working.
Problem for Supernova Comets here, mates, is if they lose this round, then the end is just around the corner, because it's going to be 10-6, no money. Should be 11-6. No room for error at that point.
I think I actually really like this buy decision. I think that their money good enough where they can get, you know, an extra M4. The MP9s are actually really good on this map, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So, and they saw that 2 additional players lost their lives there at the bomb explosion. So, not only for the reasons that you kind of highlight how important this next round is, but also the possibility that they smell blood in the water, thinking we can probably break Marco Registrata.
At the same time, though, if Marco Registrata win this round 10-6, no money for Supernova Comets, and they are then on the brink of losing the game. So it's a fine margin here once again. Let's see what this 16th round on Ancient has in store for us.
You don't
fighting tooth and nail to see the light of day in that next round.
Look at the stack towards B here. 4 players off the rip. They just want to get down and up in their face. Raven takes one. Unfortunately for her, she's the only one to find success in that aggressive stance. Empathy tries to move forward, but it's a flub on the spray. It's all gone wrong, and STX going to be somewhat unknown. Well, never mind. Resmoke will give her up.
How do Marco Registrata go about their business in the 4 versus 2 here? I mean, the world really their oyster, although Forks is going to start to close the door in on them, scaling up the boxes. Does she decide to face or just try and keep them locked in? You've got STX and Jag as well. I actually really like the setup because they're able to play off of each other all of a sudden. As I say that though, STX will reposition. And the longer they take, perhaps Supernova Comets start to get concerned. They've gone back through T-spawn, but that's not the case. They're just taking their time, and the wall bang will get the kill. B1's been felled though, and he had the bombs. So they're going to have to go back to collect.
But Fox takes a step too far forward, and that exposes her to both Jardani and to the other side of that equation down ramp. Yeah, I think that unfortunately someone had to make a move, and I think Fox had to be the one to take the first step, not STX in that moment. Marco Registrada play a patient game, or they just wait and wait until they find a little bit more of an advantage than what they already have in 4v2. Well played.
And now they're on the brink of going up 11-6. Shouldn't be much of a chance for Supernova Comets. I do like that they're going for something out of the ordinary with the big group up over on the B-bomb site, cheerleader stack.
Yeah.
Surprised that nade doesn't do more damage to a few more players. It's almost like Serendipity jumped on the nade there to protect her teammates and shielded them.
It does almost look like that's what happened. Yeah, I like the stack as well. I just don't think it necessarily end up providing all that much in this one.
Whoa. Okay, never mind. I thought that could get ugly for a second, but it all works out. At least it's on the CT side, something to take, and yeah, the lack of armor there makes it very difficult for Empathy, but they'll take the 2 kills at a minimum.
Bro, I'm really concerned at that decision from Spamsy to just fight. Like he had the bomb that could have given an empathy, given empathy, excuse me, away into the round, but I guess all's well that ends well. My worries swept aside.
Oh man, but Supernova Comet's worries are becoming probably borderline panic at this point. They were up 9-0 at one point on the first map on their opponent's map pick. 12-9 on Nuke Speed, I remind everyone. And look at this from the C side, charging relentlessly into the B-bomb side.
And this is exactly what Supernova Comets wanted to call on their T side, but it didn't work. It works brilliantly for Fox to grab 2. There was a chance at a third. Wait a second, Empathy and Serendipity have arrived. AMC taking big damage through, but it's no finalization. Both are here. And what do you mean? Serendipity, absurd. She isolates another. Serendipity has so much done. And with Empathy right around the corner, they might be low, but Spamsy not all that healthy. And it's Empathy to put that one together. Another clutch up, and that is ridiculous from Serendipity.
Yeah, what a moment coming through from her there to find the multi-kill to basically just win the round for her team. I mean, the lineup in the smoke there, the perfect timing on the spam, and then that hard swing on the player on short, man, just sends him into another dimension. I do appreciate the approach from Marco Registrada in that sort of a round when you know you have your opponents against the ropes, but unfortunately it goes in vain.
Well, I mean, it wasn't the call.
Supernova Comet's a key round.
It wasn't the call to go fast B there that was bad or that didn't go correctly.
No, not at all.
It was Fox having an incredibly heroic performance there, 2 kills in defense of B as the last standing defender, and then Serendipity with an absurd double kill, and Empathy, the finishing touches on the clutch. That is, everything had to go perfectly, Hayes, for that to work.
And it did. But that is 1 round of many required. It's going to be another skirmish in towards middle. And it's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Majestic takes a lot of damage in the process. STX trying to get in on it as well. And she affects for 1. But it's Fox who's actually found 2 in the meantime. And it's AMC left alone in the clutch.
Man, Fox has had so many impact moments throughout this series. And she's just added 2 more to her tally. I think it's going to be a big surprise if he ends up going down ramp. That Raven is so close there. Thankfully, he routes through cave instead. Fox taking some time to clear out mid and investigate further up on the shelf. And I think Raven's positioning, like I said before, likely to be the biggest win. Stop this 1v2.
Bang on the money, right? Just never expected by MC at all. Good timing in the internal clock there of Raven to turn around from ramp and peer back into the B-bomb side. And look at the money now. This is going to have to be an eco round for the T side. Marco Registrada just unfortunately kind of stumbling. And that means Supernova will close the gap.
Yeah, I had a 5th 1v1 there at the end to get Supernova back into it. It's the case over on Nuke. It's the case here on Ancient as well. This one should be a little bit easier. I say should be, but these rounds have honestly not been all that easy for the Comets as a whole.
What I will say is we were certainly asking the question about what sort of a level we were going to get from Supernova Comets coming into Ancient off the back of the triple OT loss on Nuke. If they fall behind as far as they did on this map and actually still manage to make the comeback happen and win the map, that would completely go against the grain of what you would expect from a team who have kind of gone through the ringer the way that Supernova Comets have, right? Like that would be the most impressive outcome.
Yeah, especially when, talking about some very tough losses from a lead, talked about that legacy game. That was also on Nuke where they had a big lead and unfortunately couldn't close it. That's happened a couple of more high profile times. I think this would be a step forward for Supernova Comets if they were able to pull it off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the round, really. If the T-side lose this, 10-11 should be 11 all off the back of the anti-eco. They've had a lot of breathing room up until this point, but the walls are starting to close in on them.
Should be. I'm not loving the fact that STX has an MP9 this round, but...
Yeah, it's a good question, or a good point to pose, I suppose.
I actually think she's had like 6 MP9 kills. So maybe I'm just making stuff up, but for how important this round is, that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, you also mentioned earlier on CT side Ancient, you can generally get away with the MP9, especially when you're playing here in towards Jag. Kind of play into the strength of the gun gap. Repositions where it can be tough, and she's going to look to try and fight forward at the back of the flash. Big wide swing effectively does get a kill through a team frag, and it's going to be follow-up aggression. I mean, Supernova Comets continue to throw numbers at the situation, but they'll walk away a player down.
I mean, it's really on the Raven now. She's got to make a proactive play. The contain is here. Fox has their escape. I say that. Oh my goodness, Fox is taking such a forward position with an op.
This is brazen. Oh, when they've gone back to check as well. Four steps out in the open, and it's going to be Raven by herself. She gets caught off guard as well. Marco Registrada, from being down 0-9 on Anubis, have fought the entire way back to a decider. And they've got 3 map and series points available to them.
I mean, it's almost poetic, isn't it? It's the number that they took in order to close on Nuke. It's the number that the Comets had their opportunity to find that Nuke victory that would have put Marco Registrada out of this competition, out of contention for Pro League. Now it's that number of chances that they have to do the same to their opposition over on Supernova Comets.
It's definitely poetic, but in a tragic sort of way if you're a Comets fan. Some sort of a Shakespearean tragedy here, man. Oh, pots and pans pieced together by the CT side to try keep themselves in the hunt. And remember, everybody, this is just the first of 2 games for the day here on the stream. Or was it second or 3? I think there was some matches earlier on before this. We've got Lycus Empire against Chicken Coop coming up afterwards. I'm certainly looking forward to that matchup, man. But right here, right now, Marco Registrada on the brink.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that one was meant to be the prime time when I thought Supernova Comets would come away with this one a little bit easier. That's not become the case. I like the setup here. Supernova Comets set up towards B. Last time they kind of threw their bodies at the problem. This time there's a little bit more setup. Problem is, Marco Registrada, they're nowhere to be seen. They're execing A. All in the meantime, and I mean, this is, you would argue, a retakeable bomb site. But with this weaponry, is that the case?
Weaponry, utility, 1 kit between them, and it's going to be a pretty one-dimensional retake at that as well, Vince, and they're all coming through CT right now, and time is ticking away. Time is off the STs. You still have a player deep in towards middle, but STX will offset the retake with the frag. Now they look to try and close the gap. Kills continues to come through. This is looking great for the Comets. They've found all the frag strength in numbers. There's only 1 man left remaining. B1, clues in the name. Can he find the frag on Empathy? Absolutely, but he can't kill the diffuser in time.
What a time, man. STX always in these big pressure moments that she finds a way to step back up and have these clutch attempts and moments for her team. It's she who leads the way over through Temple and gets them back onto that site, holds, puts trust in her teammate as well onto that diffuse. Singular kit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the only kit they had in the round. Absolutely.
Marco
My
Registrada,
word.
they don't get it on the tip number 1. Their money now busted. It's not much better for the Comets, and they open up the B site again. STX, we need you once more. First strike is not hers, and AMC with that double opener towards B. This might be the finishing touches, likely to, with Fox and Empathy coming back in. They get the spam, but they've only destroyed 1 of the 5 remaining Marco Registrada players.
My lord, how on earth do they breach back into the B bomb site, trying to go through the smoke? That only sets a foot into the site itself, and they won't even be allowed entry. Marco Registrada have done it. It was looking disastrous for them on that first map, on their map pick, but they're able to come out the gate swinging on Nuke, get the job done in triple overtime, and then in fairly smooth sailing fashion, finish off the job here on Ancient to keep themselves alive in the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, truly impressive when you talk about how many times, how consistently Marco Registrada were down. And then you add to that the fact that Supernova Comets almost couldn't lose a clutch. Like every single time they were put into these must-win moments, that half that was 8-4 here made possible by 2 1v2s. That's exactly where we are at. Marco Registrada, they couldn't win in those hard or in those easier scenarios where they had advantages, but they won the hard way throughout. I gotta say, I'm impressed with how well they weathered that storm.
Yeah, and they really came alive as the game went on as well. They got better and better, aged like a fine wine throughout the entirety of the series, did Marco Registrada. And I'm sure they're going to be hyped and they're going to be celebrating as they do come away with the win. As for Supernova Comets, gotta say that leaves quite a lot to be desired here at the start of the season for them, especially not only because they've dropped the ball, and like you said, this qualifier is not the be-all and end-all, but for a team who didn't make changes in the break, coming into the new season, going up 9-0 on your opponent's map pick, looking so dominant, it's going to be a tough loss for them to swallow for now.
Yeah, especially for a team that I think came into this expecting to win. I came into this expecting to see them come out the victor and get another chance. You know, buy yourself some more time in this qualifier, make it into the double elimination. That's what Marco Registrada do instead, and a fine victory it will be. But it's not the end for us here tonight. We got one more game on the docket for you and I, Hayes. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to get to see what Lycus Empire and Chicken Coop have to offer. It is the prime time matchup. Lycus Empire, the first time we're going to get to see them under this organization. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to get that best of 3 right rearing to go.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the skies. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
It's time to get our second best of three ready and underway. My name is Vincent, joined by Hayes, as has been the case here for what was a banger first best of three series. Hayes,
Yes, sir.
I was having a lot of fun. I'm honestly a little disappointed it's over, but we got to keep moving. We got to keep going. And this one, Lycus Empire, Chicken Coop. I'm excited for this as well. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Lots of new faces on the server here today. Some attempts that we'll get to see the first time. We're going to get to see some of these individuals on these teams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They've been waiting a while as well, where we're like going to be an hour and a half behind schedule by the time we actually get into the first map of the series. So they've been waiting patiently to get this game underway. A really important series as well. Means that I'm sure everybody's going to be super warm as they've just been on the sidelines, probably in DM, probably just warming up the aim a bit, going over the map pool as well. I think that's something important to mention as we do get the Veto on our screens, Vincent. They've known the maps for like an hour and a half. Normally, you don't have that luxury. So maybe could have even had an opportunity to do a bit more research and a bit more prep coming into this one now.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they had their pick of what they wanted to do. Do you want to maybe focus on yourself or look to your opposition at what they might be bringing your way on these maps? Speaking of, Dust 2 is the pick of Chicken Coop. This is a map that they've tended to play very well. Like this core, I've seen a lot from them when they were under the Bad News Capybara's name. I've seen them play a lot of Dust 2, so definitely a comfort for them. And then we look towards Lycus Empire. They pick into Anubis, and that's a little bit more surprising. I feel like there's been some good, some bad, more bad on the recent history for Anubis, I feel like. But, you know, fair enough. It's been a while. Regardless, that leads us into an Inferno decider should we need it.
I mean, it is one of those situations where both teams just haven't played heaps of Counter-Strike on HLTV, so it's kind of difficult to read into the map pool what the strengths and the weaknesses of the teams are going to be, where you might find a punish pick. I mean, the one thing we can say with certainty is Chicken Coop do enjoy Dust. They played it 4 times, won it on 3 occasions, so it's a good pick for them coming into the series. And they play Anubis as well, so I guess that's something we got to look at and say, yeah, could be a chance.
Yeah, not so confident for the side of Lycus Empire when it comes to their Dust 2. They've played some close games against some pretty good opposition, but then some not so close games as well. Even at LAN up against NRG on this map. So I think this is going to be interesting. What I'm going into this expecting, though, is I think you got to think Lycus are maybe the slight favorites in this one. The thing that would maybe like pull me back from that perspective is that they're the ones betting in 2 brand new pieces in Frizzy and in Doom. Now, Frizzy, this has been known like for almost like over like maybe 2 months now, a month and a half at the very least, ever since they ended their run in a pretty disappointing fashion in ECL, where they took second in the regular season, but then they, were out in 2 back-to-back BO3s, the second of which they didn't even play because they couldn't field a roster. Since then, basically, they've known that Frizzy would be the one to come in. Doom, on the other hand, I think this is a slightly more recent decision to have him as an addition. But Frizzy is an incredibly consistent individual player. I'm excited to see what he can bring, especially because last time I saw Frizzy, he was taking the lead of the, ironically enough, Chicken Coop team. Not the same Chicken Coop that's playing tonight. Entirely different roster. But it was the team that won advanced or was second place in advanced under Wanted Goons just a season ago. That was when I last saw Frizzy. So I'm excited to see what he can do under Magic's in-game leadership now that is maybe off his back.
Yeah, the one name I actually have seen in the server before, must have been, I don't know, could even have been a year and a half ago, is Nightblade. I don't really remember a whole lot about him, but the name has kind of stuck with me, and I just kind of also stuck with me because he's a Russian national and he was playing in North America. So I think that kind of caught my attention, and probably, not like I remembered him because of anything I saw in the server, but yeah, that's kind of as far as it goes. So I'm keen to see him again here as well today, and yeah, just get a look at the new look Lycus Empire coming into this. Who's the IGL for Lycus Empire, Vincent?
Yeah, Magic going to be taking the stage on that one, and I actually I rate Magic pretty heavily, or pretty highly rather. I think that he does a pretty good job in general. And for me, usually the question kind of is around the pieces that he's trying to move around. Nightblade can be an incredible rifler, but there's times where you'll see him very missing, and I think that Tabin is sort of meh on the op sometimes. That's kind of the way I would describe it. It's not bad, not necessarily something that I rate super incredibly either.
Okay, I mean, it's not like Lycus Empire, the only team that have made changes coming into the series as well, right? It's something that Chicken Coop have also kind of trying to navigate at the moment. Wreckmeister coming into the team most recently, replacing Grave, of course, formerly a part of Take Flight, got quite a lot of experience in ESEA Advanced. So yeah, it'll be cool to see how the new look kind of Chicken Coop plays today as well.
Yeah, I think that this is a Chicken Coop team that has the requisite experience, and though Wreckmeister is slightly less experienced than the rest of this team, I think that doesn't matter. I'm happy to see a new face kind of join this core that's been together for quite a while at this point. The other thing about Wreckmeister, though, for me, is that I think that he can introduce, like, some new ideas, some new perspectives to a MDS led team that I like what MDS does, but I think that they can get bogged down in some similar thinking where they aren't as consistently able to make adjustments as I would like to see. So I think fresh injection of a little bit of blood can absolutely make the difference for that, especially a guy that, listen, it's important to have experience, but I think there's also something that a guy that is a little less experienced brings where he can have new ideas.
Yeah, MDS, a name I've also seen before, but it's just not the American player. There's I think a Belarus player named MDS. I remember him being on Amiga. I haven't actually checked. It's just off memory. Maybe he used to play like alongside Box and Gio. I doubt MDS here in America is such a fan that he named himself after MDS, but it's not a name that you would expect to see two players have, right? So that's just, yeah, doesn't have any value in the broadcast, but just thought that was funny to bring up.
I think MDS is like 30 plus years old. He was probably first, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well, I'm glad you got that info.
But yeah, so I think a lot of excitement coming in, right? New look. First time we're going to get to see Wreckmeister on the server for Chicken Coop, and it's vice versa. We're there for Frizzy and Doom. That's kind of the concept for me coming into this one. I have been told, though, that we're going to need a couple more minutes, I guess, to
they
get
haven't had
things
long enough, Vincent, so I suppose they need a bit more.
Seems like it. We're going to give it to him, though. We're here to please. And unfortunately, though, that means we're going to hit a quick break. When we return, though, we're going to get things going, like us and Chicken Coop after that.
We go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnect. towards silver can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Is this the numbers again? The fights, the fear, the fear. Is this the numbers again? It's just another number, another number.
Alrighty, listen, I appreciate that you guys have waited so long. We're getting the game started. I actually pushed the start game button that I was hiding away. You're welcome. Whoop, Hayes is
Okay, I'm
done.
back.
Hayes has died.
I'm here. I unplugged my headset. I'm sorry. So I heard the first few words of the intro. I then disappeared, and I was hoping, scrambling, if I can plug it back in time, I'll be able to hear Vincent's throw. And I came back to silence. I was like, I missed it. But we haven't missed much of the pistol, and that's what matters. Gonna be a little jiggly here from Nightblade. Looks to fall back. Finally underway. Last game of the day. Dust 2, the pick a chicken coop. And we're gonna take some time here in the pistol round.
Yeah, this is a chicken coop team that I praised their Dust 2 all the way back in our pre-show, a little while ago now. And I think that's something that we're going to have to look towards. I think that MDS actually calls a really good Dust 2. His T sides here, generally very strong. I think the mid-rounding especially. They don't have a lot of information, though, right now. This is maybe slightly concerning. They're about to...
This wasn't the plan from spawn, I'll tell you that much.
No. They're about to head back towards B, but that is just a fantastic smoke that Frizzy's placed. And look at how deep it is. It gives these dualies so much that they can now do if they tried to pop through that. But, I mean, understandably, that's just not a good decision.
Yeah, it's going to be Doom who gets the contact in towards Lower's first frag. Found great work coming through from him. He's always going to die there. The fact that he gets 2 kills before he goes down is a really good return. Gives his team a man advantage. It's now going to be Frizzy who gets called into action. He's got to try and take the bait. No, he'll take the fight on his terms. That's going to cost him his life. A good kill coming through. Now it's all on Magic in the back of the site. They haven't seemed to figure out that he's here, but they still get the trade necessary.
Yeah, Tabin's at door. Nightblade up through window. Fake out, but Nightblade had already made his way through. Tabin was there just in case on the wider swing. Well played. I know Frizzy gets a little bit over anxious there, but I think the way he plays that up until that point, really solid. And then beyond that, Doom, obviously with an incredible double kill down and lower. You're lucky to go 1 for 1 in that position, given how alone Doom was, and he gets 2.
Yeah. I mean, that's just like way more than you could have ever asked realistically from the lad in that situation. So it's a very good return from him. And now they've kind of future-proofed their investment here with rifles across the board for Lycus Empire. Means they're very light on utility here, but they're just playing against the Glock, so that shouldn't be any problem.
Yeah, it's going to work out real well because of that. Normally you might miss out on building up a bunch of economy and whatnot. That might be the case, but the fact is that, this should be relatively easy. Rex got the only big upgrade in the Deagle. This is a Lycus Empire team that's kind of trying to build back a little bit at the moment. Hayes, they did have the same core of talent that they qualified with, and I guess that's technically true still. Hold on a second. Wait, I'll come back to this. MDS is up here. If the bomb gets across, Seabass has gotten out. Oh no, Magic catches him.
So close. Or MDS will catch another though. This is a fantastic eco round. I mean, I think they invested shy of $1,000 coming into that round across the board, and they're able to get 3 kills. So They certainly will take that if you want to jump onto the end of your point there.
Yeah, basically just that as they take attack timeout, I think that when they qualified through here, what was the name? It might have been Revenge Nation at the time into ECL. You know, this is a team that kind of was doubling, tripling down on that stack that they had, and it's been Magic, Tabin, Nightblade, this core that's worked their way through. But they've been trying to find the missing fourth and fifth pieces to that, and I'm really excited to see kind of how Frizzy and Doom work their way out on this team, because I as I was saying in the pre-show, I do really rate Frizzy, and I think that Doom, whilst we don't have a lot to fall back on in terms of what we've seen, his season of ECL with Limitless was really just not one that I could take away anything from, with how often they were working with subs and, you know, half of their team and then getting poached.
Okay, yeah. That sounds fair.
I'm excited to see kind of what Doom can bring on a team that has some stability.
Hopefully we're going to get that from this Leica Senpai team moving on to the rest of the season. It's a big long take coming through. Oh my goodness, Nightblade goes unchecked initially, but J-Chance will come away with the frag, and Magic is desperately trying to support his teammate in mid right now. Tapin's going to go ahead of the molly. He's using the smoke as cover. He's being peppered down. He's going to go down without a kill. Good long take here from the T side. Lots of damage inflicted, but they've got a two-man advantage.
The fact that they have that advantage is fantastic. That being said, Lycas have been really proactive. They've already gotten back through lower. They're into mid. Now they're taking this. So the longer that Chicken Coop take, the more that this flank might be fantastic. I say that. Gabe has just missed the timing. He didn't see anything. And so now Magic is going to receive a little bit of help. Frizzy will eventually get back into there.
The longer they take, the further forward these players are going to get towards short. That H-Heat making to break the smoke open could expose someone, and it does, but thankfully there'll be a kill from Gabe immediately afterwards. This is a very good approach here from Chicken Coop using their numbers. It's only Frizzy left, and they should know that he's here as well. Just a big double swing should be enough to get the job done. He's still exposed out in the open, and eventually he will be punished for his transgressions. And with that, Chicken Coop on the board.
I leveled up a little bit. That fast long take, I thought Nightblade was in a good position, but it doesn't pay off so much. It gets checked, I guess, on the second tier of that take. Chicken Coop, fantastic long aggression that works out pretty brilliantly. And whilst I think both of us showing a little bit of concern about how slow that approach is for Chicken Coop, back up long, they stick together, and that's what's important.
Yeah, it's how you play to the advantage that you've earned for yourself.
I don't know that Frizzy was seen here, actually. I know Seabass is currently watching
so.
for it. Somebody was jump spotting in Suicide checking for it, but I don't think they saw it.
Not really a great investment for Leica Senpai at all, and this is a reflection of all the damage that was inflicted by Chicken Coop in their eco in the second round. Now it's pretty much as bad as it gets in terms of the force fire here for the CT side. 4 pistols and a scout. And again, it's going to be the strength in numbers approach from Chicken Coop. Just 4 players clustered together, leaving Gabe to play back in towards T-spawn, control the opposite side of the map. Just slowly, methodically working the map right now.
I think that CT defensive smoke that Lyke has placed down in front of Nightblade really gives away what they're going for. It was a lot more effective if this was a trap play. Nice shot from Tabin, and up top mid, Frizzy's got the other side to this. Ironically enough, despite Lycus knowing all this information, just going out B is the right call for Chicken Coop.
Frizzy's desperately trying to find a way to insert himself into the situation, and himself and Magic will quickly combine for 2 frags. Kind of turns the round on its head. It's now just Seabass left remaining. He's going to get smoked up as well. He just doesn't have the time for this. Goes for the gamble spray through the smoke, and I tell you what, he's not far away. Going to drop a smoke of his own here, but it's just impossible to try and breach the opposite side of the doors and Leica Senpai win the force.
Yeah, I mean, this is one mistake, basically, for Chicken Coop that creates that opportunity, and it's the fact that the bomb is the leading player going out of lower. There's no reason for that to be a risk. And in defense for Chicken Coop, they didn't know it was a risk. They didn't realize how much they had lost towards top mid at that time, but they did. And with two positions, Frizzy and Tabin triangulated 180 degrees from one another. That's just a very near impossible crossfire to break. Bomb goes down, and they're left chasing it the whole rest of the round.
Yeah, it's a really big reprieve for Lycus Empire as well, because if they lost that, they would have been knocked down 3-2 before they could invest again. Now they're up 3-1, and they're playing against a bit of a force buy. I say that, it is 3 AKs, a Galil, and a Desert Eagle, so should be enough firepower for Chicken Coop to contest, but they're going to be light on utility. Bit more of a default-esque approach coming through from them. One player back long, one in tunnels, and it's going to be Gabe to draw first blood as Nightblade goes searching.
It's a nice find. Definitely something to watch. Nightblade can be a pretty incredible, aggressive piece to this Lycus Empire team, but you know, if he gets punished like that, problems can brew. Chicken Coop with a much easier task now, considering they have the man advantage. They can group up, hit a site. They're going to choose towards A. That's where the stack's located. Lycus in perfect position to defend this, and Chicken Coop go on this move.
And it looks like they will be. They start to accelerate their way up short. There's 4 players making their way forward. Magic with the pop flash is only going to be good for damage. Tavern, I think, has been spotted on the cross, so the info's there for the T side. That's a clean shot from J Chance. Doom the next man up to the plate, and unfortunately, he hasn't got the multi that's necessary. So Frizzy, last man left alive, spotted out, taken down, rounds going back and forth.
Man, I tell you what, Counter-Strike is really a game of timing, and I know that that's like the meme or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But like in this round, let me just kind of paint the picture for you. That was almost Chicken Coop walking into a 3-man setup on A. 10 seconds later, it's Chicken Coop walking into just Magic at Goose, and no one else in position to actually help out because one player had gone in order to full clear long, and the other was throwing a flashbang. Like, Tabin was the second guy there. Doom was looking to clear. So I think it's crazy how big a difference that 10 seconds has made.
Yeah, I mean, that position in Goose, you always want somebody to try and play off of when you're in Goose. You don't want to be trying to pop flash yourself with the swing. Ideally, you have a teammate who takes contact CT or ramp or long, tries to bait you in. Either way, Lycus Empire with another force buy here at their disposal. And Chicken Coop with another opportunity to just level up the scoreline and then get their noses in front. Or their beaks in front, should I say. One tag, there we go. MDS charging forward, 15 up on A, and Chicken Coop should have enough done.
Yeah, I mean, even as Doom picks up that MP9 kill, it's a nice addition, I guess. But in a round that you force spot everything into, those small victories are worth nearly nothing. Chicken Coop really about this long take a little too much for me, but it's still early into the half.
Okay.
It's not that it's not working. It's just next gun around, I feel like they are potentially could be in trouble with it.
I feel like the long take used to be the staple on T-side Dust 2, and I feel like there's been a bit of an evolution, actually almost since Dust 2 came back into the pool a while ago, that it's more all about that mid-centric default for most teams,
Yep.
and then threatening the B split while also having presence short and kind of keeping the CTs guessing. So it'd be interesting to see if Chicken Coop do kind of prioritize these long takes throughout the half.
I guess let me revise my statement a little bit.
Okay.
More about the fact that it's 4-1 the whole time. That's what can sometimes be, I think, a little bit of a concern, and I've seen that a couple times already. So I'm curious
you leave
about
a lot of
that.
space elsewhere on the rest of the map, right? And it's all about how you use that early control that you get if you do get your numbers out towards long. I mean, you can just continue to commit into the bomb site. You can kind of pause and post up and wait for a response. You can take the control, post one player there. You can go back and venture elsewhere. So it's all about how you kind of condition your opponents. You can have that same sort of long take every round, but how you use that platform to build into the round is where you need to see some variance.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a pause, and maybe take this as an opportunity to kind of talk a little bit more about Wreckmeister, a guy that I don't think we discussed that much, but he's the newest addition here for Chicken Coop, and I think that he comes as a guy that's very experienced. I first got to peek at him back in like 2022 when he was on Zero Marksman in Advance, and I think that it's going to be cool to see kind of what he can ingest. I was alluding to that on the pre-show, but I'm excited to see what he brings to this Chicken Coop team, because it's a team that I think is very good, but has, at least last season, kind of found their peak a little bit. You know, they were beating the teams that you would expect them to beat, but they also couldn't take the next step forward.
Okay, and maybe bringing Rectizer into the mix could be that extra little bit they need to come over the line. It's going to be a lot of players charging in towards mid for the CT side. They've gotten 3 kills. The bomb's been dropped. It's actually only Gabe who's here right now, and he's caught some ding for his trouble. Sure, he's gotten the frag back, but he's not going to have any support for a while. Will he need any is the question. Nightblade desperately trying to finish off Gabe, but he won't be able to. Gabe holds his ground and saves the day for Chicken Coop against the Pistols.
Common theme right now, it's that the Pistols are deadly. It's tough to make these rounds look simple, even against USPs for the most part in that one. I guess it'll give J Chance one of the first opportunities to pick up this AWP. And that's a head-to-head that I actually think J Chance probably has the slight advantage in. Him against Tabin.
Okay, yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on because we're going to see both AWPs on the server here in this round. First time we've seen them going up against each other. Of course, AWP-dominated map is Dust 2.
More traditional in the other side of that for Chicken Coop. This is what you were describing as what's become the more normal approach to getting yourselves control of this map. Get down mid, upper tons. It's theirs, and Chicken Coop have just taken Catwalk pretty slowly. So now with a minute left, they can pivot basically anywhere they want. Like the amount of utility that these guys have, you could fake as much as they wanted.
Yeah, it's true. They've got full control of short here. They've got bodies in towards middle as well. And normally you do want to try and throw some sort of misdirection into the mix, but they may not be inclined here because it's the first time we're seeing them go for this sort of a strat. Let's see. Options available, but time starts to dwindle.
I think this is going mid to B, yeah. Quick adjustment. Isolated Doom. He's going to have to pick up multiple frags there, and he can only manage the singular. Now Frizzy's alone. Can really rely on him as an anchor, but this is tough. Oh my goodness, Frizzy gets his one. Nightblade comes in to save the day, and Seabass has to clutch, but Nightblade, he's running him down. Takes the fight. Nightblade shuts it down. Crazy aggression from Nightblade to stall out even an attempt at that 1v2 clutch.
And that's the difference maker. I mean, think about that from Frizzy's perspective, where he's just got no room to work with that. All they know exactly where he is. He's able to get a really quick fire frag on the first player coming through window. And he's thinking, well, I'm probably dead here. And all of a sudden, he just sees another spot of blue in the kill feed because Nightblade's been able to arrive on the scene in time. And then with no hesitation, just continues to charge onto that B bomb site. So, great impact from Nightblade on the rotation there. Scoreline leveled up once again.
Tight game. Keep going back to back. These rounds, they can't put them together more than one at a time, it seems.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there. Neither team really able to tear ahead and build up much head steam or momentum here on Dust 2 so far. Haven't had more than a streak or two, and that's barely a streak in itself.
I actually like this call right now for Chicken Coop. A little bit of a lower buy, at least in the case of J Chance, and they're just going to go for an execute. They started to isolate that up. Now going to be in trouble. It's off from door. Frizzy drops a defensive smoke and still somehow able to play into that one. I'm not quite sure how he survived for so long, but eventually taken down. Tabin makes magic.
Yeah, and that's something that you just can't see from the statistics. I'll jump on that point now as we watch MDS try and cook up in the 1 versus 4, faking the plant, not drawing anybody out. And that's given time for Nightblade to start to make his way through tunnels. He will at least be able to activate the C4 at the bare minimum. Here will MDS. Nothing more on offer. But the point I was going to make there is that there's so much hidden impact coming through from anchors in particular, where you just don't get to see it in paper statistics. Frizzy staying alive, dropping that smoke and staying alive for a few seconds is what creates a space for Tabin to come through from window and find that key triple kill. So, sure, great shots landed by Tabin, but Frizzy also deserves some credit there, I reckon.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And honestly, Tabin managing to break through that door smoke as well and get a lot of work done, despite what I would consider good utility, set things up nicely for Chicken Coop, or at least what probably could have been, but end up lacking thanks to Tabin's proactivity. Going to take Deagles across the board for Chicken Coop. When it's not
Oh, wow.
an ideal start for Wreckmeister, but Gabe has a different story to tell altogether.
Oh man, Nightblade thinking that because they've gotten this kill on Gabe, there could be some space afforded, but straight into J Chance's Desert Eagle. You're talking about the Deagle spread coming into this round for Chicken Coop, and they've spread their wings. They've got themselves a man advantage with plenty time to play with.
And that's the danger with Nightblade. You know, he likes to play that aggressive stance pretty often. Punished for it in this case. AK recovered. No armor to support that, but it's only one man here in defense. It's Magic, not the off. He misses the first shot and pays big time. In-game leader puts the final nail in the coffin for A, and as the bomb is rotating again, they do have a smoke to cross as well.
Man, these pesky pistols here in the series so far proving problematic for both of these teams. And I don't even know if they have the license to even attempt this. You know, I think that they probably just have to accept their fate here in the round and forego any attempt at the retake. Yeah, that's going to be the case here. What a way for Chicken Coop to answer back with the Deagle spread. And then you look at that play from Nightblade and you think, yeah, it's kind of where the round cascades out of control. And it's not like that play was necessary by any stretch of the imagination either. They had a 4 versus 4 at that point when he decided to try push doors.
Also, just watch out for MDS's Deagle. That guy has a nasty Deagle.
How about Seabass?
Yeah, pretty damn good, I'd say. Deagles across the board working wonders for Chicken Coop on the eco round. Force by, I mean, the irony is that the better the round looks, the worse it's gone for Chicken Coop here in the last 3. But you'll take it, good, bad, or ugly, no matter how it looks. Wins are wins.
Yeah, the big issue here for Lycus Empire, sorry mate, to just jump straight in there, is it's one thing losing to an eco, but when losing to an eco then in turn shatters your economy, that's worst case scenario.
That does make it twice as bad almost. Blocking the mid smoke for door doesn't quite give them all that much information either. Seems a heavy lean for Chicken Coop out B, and as soon as Frizzy goes down, they're going to start moving that direction. Bomb to be collected by Gabe. And I think you call this one chalked up a victory for Chicken Coop.
They have looked the more sustainable of the two teams so far here on Dust 2, I'd say. Been some good individual moments for Lycus Empire. We had them a couple rounds. I think Chicken Coop have looked better as a team. I did mention we can expect a decent outing from them on the T side of Dust 2, and certainly has been the case so far, especially for a team who have lost the pistol and lost to a 4 spy.
Yeah, helped out by winning one of their own.
True.
Lycus, final round of the half. That eco pushes them into a full buy. Get Tabin back on the big green. Get all the bells and whistles for pretty much everyone but Doom. It's actually MDS who takes the AWP to start this round. He's got the long spawn is what he's going for.
Again, should be traded back immediately afterwards. Tabin's going to be able to set himself up when short. He takes a couple ticks to the molly, and that nets him a kill on J-Chance.
Notice how
Not to see the conviction.
notice how consistently Lycus have been putting a lot of their utility early into taking long. They don't want a repeat of some of those early rounds where Chicken Coop were so dominant in that area. Ever since then, it's been very difficult to break through, even with those quick attempted picks.
Does look like it's going to be a bit of a later venture in towards long coming through from Chicken Coop. Nightblade here playing on the ledge. The thought process is get one kill, then drop into pit.
With an off angle like that, nails the first, does exactly as planned, and he'll grab another one. Support's coming, but he might not even need it. Nightblade being a thorn in the side of MDS, who, the primary opper, goes for the pistol at 6-6. We're at half. all knotted up at halftime. 6-6. Nobody has an advantage. Nobody has a lead but Hayes. We got a final half of Dust 2 to put together. Who do you think looked better on that first half?
I'd say on an individual level, I'd be inclined to go with Lycus Empire, but as a team, probably Chicken Coop. So somewhere on the fence, mate.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle. I think I'm right there with you. I think you've nailed that one. I got a double setup for Chicken Coop down and lower, and the 2 pairs of dualies, 4 guns total. About to be meeting Doom and Frizzy. It's gonna work a treat. Gabe, only survivor, Tabin. He's got the bomb, so he's got to be very careful. Don't want to drop that out and leave the rest of his teammates in trouble. Gabe trying to close distance. Up to top mid. He's running out of bullets. Great flashbang, but you don't want to have to reload those dualies. He does get them off, but it won't survive the affair. J Chance goes down after his singular, and MDS and Seabass are both here.
Oh my, very good kill coming through from Seabass there, and he's going to dispatch of that last player left alive as well. Really good work from Seabass to get in on the action. I mean, it was one of those situations for Tabin and Lowe's where he kind of had to cut his losses, because like you say, if he commits and drops the bomb, then that's almost certainly round over, and he's still able to then re-emerge and get in on the action. But for Chicken Coop, it's almost like a chicken hydra. You cut off one head and 2 more reappear all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I mean, it all starts with dealing with 2 players at the same time. I love that high-low approach with those dualies lower. I think that's a very fun way of using dualies in the first round on the CT side. More and more following back into that. It's forward aggression once again for Chicken Coop. They leave no stone unturned.
Yeah, I was having a look at the stats, not that they mean a huge amount, but it does seem like both teams are now on their favored side of the map going into the second half. Should bode well for a game that's already been hyper-competitive. So much on the line as well, Vincent. Because if you win a series here in the first round of the qualifier, you then get yourself into that double elimination bracket. So you almost get that like insurance policy, but you've got to earn that right to passage first.
Yeah, it's a really interesting format for this tournament. I actually kind of like it, especially from a perspective of that storyline that you just drawn up for us. Yeah, it's the privilege to have that double elimination attempt into stage 2, which will be coming up next. And it's win 1, you're through. Lose, well, not for everyone. There's an opening round. A couple of teams, it's win 2, you're through. But most teams, it's win 1, you're through, depending on your seeding.
Yeah, seen a couple teams get eliminated already, and I guess we can maybe just touch on that when we have a bit more of a break, because here we have the first gun round upon us. Lycus Empire looking to try and stop Chicken Coop from getting as far ahead as they've been so far throughout this map. Double flash catches MDS off guard, and he still decides to continue to commit anyway, and that costs him his life.
Well, it was actually a team flash, unfortunately, there a moment ago. The second flash was from a teammate, and I actually think the idea was perfect. Magic would have been dead. It's just MDS got caught by his teammate's flash.
Yeah, miscommunication, I think, with 2 flashes coming through from short there. And they're going to continue to commit to the setup here as well in these forward positions. And they go 1 for 1.
Well, I think the Chicken Coop have already proven that they really love this forward aggressive stance about Dust 2. They want to be taking mid every time, and that's crazy from Wreckmeister. I can't believe he's just swinging that wide. It's perfect timing, though, because the smoke just being thrown at the meantime. At that point, Wreckmeister now going to take a gamble. Unfortunately, he's gambling the wrong direction. Lycus were indeed committing towards A.
Yeah, he's trying to stay 1 step ahead of his opponents. That's such a good clearance from Frizzy on the angle as well, just crouch walking across the doors. But you're right, Wreckmeister's going for the gamble. He's trying to stay 1 step ahead of his opponents. He's thinking, okay, there's only me and my teammate left alive here. I've gotten a kill. That means they're probably immediately going to try and go towards the opposite side of the map. But no, Lycus Empire continue to commit in that same direction. And they're going to be able to get their first round on the board here. I don't think we've had more than a lead of 2 rounds on this map so far in either direction.
No.
And that's not going to change here.
Nice shot from Seabass. He's been super consistently on the money, man, with these headshots, to be fair. He's going to keep going. A risk, to be sure, but, you know, winning the pistol and such can kind of allow you that freedom for Chicken Coop. Though I would have probably preferred to see them have that gun next round.
Yeah, especially because he didn't have the kit, so it did feel futile at that point, even attempting the retake. And now we can see the damage that was done in the eco round from Lycus Empire. So Chicken Coop not looking too hot here coming into this follow-up force buy. We've got a game on our hands here between these two teams, man. Back and forth, tooth and nail.
Tabit gets a shot off, but it's not a clean one. He'll take the HE damage instead. And I mean, here it is again from Chicken Coop. They consistently want to fight for this positioning, whether through lower or into upper this round. Cannot step any further forward, though.
Yeah. And Lycus Empire have got their wits about them. They're not taking any unnecessary risks here in this round. Does look like they're going to group up and try and go for a late long take. They've got so much utility, though. So even though they are pushing into a bit of a crossfire, you imagine the flashes and smokes should be enough.
And actually, that Molotov gonna...
Oh!
Wait, it doesn't spread. It doesn't spread. That's meant to spread. And MDS is set up for success. Even more damage done now as J-Chance arrives on the scene. It's bad news going to worse news for Lycus.
Oh my goodness, this was supposed to be one of the more free rounds here coming through for Lycus Empire, but they're on the verge of dropping the ball. It's only Magic left remaining. He's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Oh, might have found a little something there. It knows where MDS is located. Nade plus the spam does even more damage. J-Chance still here. Getting flanked, but Magic, it might be the 1v4. He's almost on for it, but he doesn't know about Ruckmeister. He's just recovered the bomb. And Ruckmeister going to follow that up slowly but surely. Now he has the inkling, but an HP difference is too much to overcome. Chicken Coop, they pull it off. That force buy, it looked like it was probably on its last legs, but a missed Molotov, a great crossfire, and fantastic coverage from the long attack.
Oh man, I mean, Magic nearly saves his team blushes, and you could see that his internal clock was wound perfectly, man. He turns around at the perfect moment, but like you said, the HP disparity there plays a role. And he isn't able to land that instantaneous headshot. That's brutal. Lycus Empire going to be kicking themselves now. I know it's quite a lot to remember, but there was that three-man setup out towards long for Chicken Coop that shuts down the push from Lycus Empire. Like you say, one of the key factors, the molly not spreading into the corner of the door. But J-Chance got a kill through the smoke immediately with his M4 at range. And at that point, Lycus Empire are thinking, well, there's probably just one long here spamming the smoke, and they end up getting into the jaws of death. However, that's in the past. We shift into the 17th round, and it's a great cleanup from the CT side. My goodness, MDS a spectator to J-Chance's heroics.
Man, I mean, that setup was meant for there to be like the huge heroic multi-kill from the rifler there on Catwalk. No, J-Chance, he's got it all done. He actually hit a collat there. We didn't get to see it from his perspective, but man, ridiculous. As he hits that first frag, he comes back for a collat and puts together the four-piece. Nasty work from Chicken Coop and from J-Chance.
Yeah, fantastic warping out of him here, man, to give his team a 3-round lead. The biggest buffer we've had so far on Dust 2 between either of these teams. We've gone back and forth with the lead, but only narrowly. And now Lycus Empire barely have anything going for them here. Isn't it crazy how quickly we can flip from what seemingly was going to be like an 8-0 scoreline to a 10-7 and then straight afterwards an 11-7.
Yeah.
We got here in the blink of an eye. Shots. Again, he's just on point right now, man.
And, you know, the irony of kind of what you're talking about there, where we haven't really seen anyone build any sort of lead, that's finally stalled out. That's finally ended with a run there from Chicken Coop, 3 rounds straight. It's the recovery, that force buy, so difficult. And you follow that up with a J-Chance quad kill. That's the anti-eco. Lycus, I mean, sort of last chance right now. This buy has to be good.
It does tend to happen sometimes in these games that go back and forth where you have a team that... The team that's able to kind of break that deadlock and break that pattern is often the team to just tear ahead to the end of the game. And that could very well happen here for Chicken Coop. They're basically 1 round away from winning this map because if they can win this here, Lycus Empire don't have a huge amount going for them in that next round economically. Sure, max round loss bonus, but no bomb plant means it'll still be a bit scrappy.
It might be the first.
Chicken Coop have earned a fantastic opportunity.
This might be the first round that Chicken Coop aren't like playing with a crazy setup or something. That
feels that way, yeah.
That flash meant to send MDS forward, but it's into a Molotov. It's not quite as well timed as they were hoping. So MDS goes down, and I think tragically, like, doesn't get any information either. Now they search. Chicken Coop send Seabass forward. Wreckmeister second to that, and a big win, but a lot of damage still done to Wreck.
I was wondering where the CT smoke was. It comes through just in time, so J-Chance can't do much about these players crossing in towards B, and they know Wreckmeister's tagged. This is impossible for him. His teammates have almost already resigned to the fact they're going to be saving unless Wreckmeister can do something ridiculous on barely any health. And one kill's not even going to be enough to motivate them for the retake, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe's pushing through the smoke, maybe more than I thought would be the case. They do have a little bit of an economy to fall back on. Maybe that's the thought process. They got kits, but they need Gabe to hit something here right now for this to be the go factor, and it just isn't coming.
Such an important round for Lycus Empire to win as well. And just really well played. I mean, they kind of shut down the play. They meet each other on the front lines on short. MDS goes down. And then immediately Lycus Empire recognize, okay, well, Chicken Coop are going to have to do something back to try and either get info, find a kill, try and tip the scales back into even keel. And that's where you have Frizzy in position. He's had a fairly quiet game, but when he's really been required, he's kind of delivered for his teams. You think about some of those rounds on the B-bomb site where he was able to get his job done. And here in this round, playing that extremity role, shutting down the information play that was almost certainly going to come through from the CT side, gets the kill on the first, and even though he gets traded, he does so much damage to Wreckmeister, and then his team being set up in middle are in the perfect position, so they just activate on that the damage done.
Exactly. Chicken Coop, like I said, though, still have a big economy to fall back on, and it's even better when they save 2 weapons, an AWP and the AK. Second tier to this long attack. Gabe's going to get up into the mix, and big damage. Nightblade was in the smoke, though. Didn't see, and neither did Gabe. Fortunately for Lycus, it's not over yet. He's still got support. Chicken Coop with MDS. Flashes from J-Chance, and that nade might even do enough. It's dunked onto Magic. A fantastic long haul there for Chicken Coop.
More like MDS, the magician here, with how he was able to get all 3 of those kills and get out with his life intact. A brilliant display out of him. Man up now for the CT side. Plenty time left in the round, and Tabin kind of realizes that perhaps an opportunity has presented itself. There was so much that went down towards long earlier on. J-Chance peers in the direction, not scoped up, but he'll go back for a second bite at the apple. And boy, does he have room to get it down.
What do you got for us, Trizzy? Chicken Coop a little bit separated. They're working to rectify that situation here and now. Potentially swing behind that. J-Chance. Going to be a problem, though, that's for sure. Great flashbang, but I love how they're stacked up together there. So, J-Chance, like I said, he flashed off of the angle, but Wreckmeister unaffected. We'll put map point in for Chicken Coop. They got 4 chances to close their map pick.
Yeah, they've looked really solid so far here on their CT side, and this is going to be a really good opportunity for them to finish off the job as well. Mac 10 for Magic, Mac 10 for Doom as well. Really have gotten better as this game's gone on, and have enjoyed their time on the CT side. J-Chance coming alive in a big way, but everybody else has contributed as well. And they're going to continue to try and fight in the front lines. You've highlighted this as one of the key components of the CT side for Chicken Coop, and it's going to net them a kill here at least.
Yeah, 1 for 1. That's something that I think they can live with. MDS, you know, in one of those previous rounds where Lycus were able to take the win, it was 1 for none. MDS just goes down uncontested, but it's that amount of information he's able to collect and get his one that's so important. J-Chance, not quite posted. He's looking to find a timing on this. Run boost doesn't work, but I think that J-Chance has heard that. That's what triggers him to fall down, drop, especially considering that he's got Gabe so far away. Gabe is just worried about long at the moment.
And that's good for J-Chance. Means he can just focus all his resources in towards Catwalk right now as they start to charge their way forward. He has been forced off the angle initially, and then he misses a key shot there. We'll get another opportunity. That could have been a second frag, though, but got to take what he's been offered. In the meantime, Tabin goes searching straight into Wreckmeister, and that's a huge kill found there from the rifle. Bomb plant going to come through in the midst of the chaos, and there's a man up in the CT on the retake.
Surely going to be able to close that, especially as J-Chance grabs another one. Nightblade would have to be an incredible clutch. He's already got the first. Unmoving for the moment of the CTs. Try to catch the timing. Nightblade does. That's the op down and out on the low HP, and J-Chance cannot complete the 3K. It's Nightblade who has the 1v3.
That was perfectly played by him as well, man. Really good patience in the mix. He knows that for the moment, immediately after he shows his hand, Chicken Coop are going to be looking and holding for more aggression. So he just pauses ever so slightly, and then he knows, okay, they're going to have to get a move on to try and cross into the bomb site. Times that initial peak to perfection, and then doesn't play on the back foot either. Decides that he wants to take the fight on his terms. Cross-save placement perfect on and amongst that all as well. If there was anybody you wanted in that clutch for Lycus Empire, it was Nightblade, and he delivers.
Yeah, he's been very consistently at the top of the table for Lycus all map. It's been tough, I feel like, to kind of have that standout individual sometime for Lycus. They've had some big moments across the board, but the biggest consistent guy has been Nightblade. Chicken Coop, they take attack off the back of that. And I love that they're just keeping a little bit of cash. This is such a marked difference from the way that Marco Registrada in our first series were playing.
Yeah, true.
It's just a little bit more careful.
I think they're going to have to double eco. I don't think they have the luxury of buying in the next round with only $1,900 coming their way here. So could really only be one gun round between Lycus Empire and Overtime right now, even though there's a 3-round gap.
It's a good point. I think they're going to be able to like get a half buy at the very minimum, though. And this op, of course, a huge threat. Like that.
So it's not like these rounds aren't without their pitfalls for Lycus Empire. These proverbial banana peels, they've found one already.
Well, and this catwalk issue's been at hand pretty much all the time. There's 3 here. The MP9 picks up their one. No Doom with a fantastic refrag. Twice over. Unfortunately, MDS had to go to the USP. That's why that trade doesn't come through.
The setup is perfect, man. Orb taking contact in tunnels, getting the kill, and then recognizing that Lycus Empire at that point are highly likely to just try and go up short onto A. And they run into the 3-man setup, but Doom comes away with the single point of health. Oh, the HE grenade, though. Seabass decides against throwing it. He's going to use it to break the smoke open.
No.
Little does he know that would have guaranteed the kill onto Doom. He'll still find the frag anyway. It's going to be Nightblade to hold down the line and do the job for his team again.
I mean, 5 kills, actually 6 kills total between the last couple of rounds there for Nightblade, but a 1v3 and then a 1v2 there at the very end. Sure, the first one is a trade for his teammate, but I fear if only J-Chance had a rifle coming through that smoke second, that might have been the difference. So they don't get to carry the op into the next round. I can respect going for it. You go so far in a half by round like that, it's so hard to walk away.
Lycus Empire doing everything they can to force us into overtime. Fell behind the game significantly. Down but not out.
Tell you what, Lycus are having a tough time dealing with how aggressive Chicken Coop are, though. Look at how scared Lycus are playing from the beginning of these rounds. Like, we're 35 seconds into this round, and Lycus haven't taken lower. They're barely on cat. Like, this is a Chicken Coop that's done such a brilliant job of defining the area of play.
Yeah, they have. I will say, though, although Lycus Empire have been a bit timid and gone into a shell, it's still not a bad way to go about your business in the sort of a round when you know space has been taken by MP9. And they've been able to find the gap as well, and some clean shooting in this round makes sure that there's no problem in pushing this the distance. The full 24 rounds going to be required here on Dust 2, and maybe even some more.
I'm kind of feeling like we might be on the more side of that right this moment, to be honest with you. Nightblade basically in the last couple of rounds saying, I'm not going to lose. Tabin will put the finishing touches on a triple kill of his own for round 23. And we go to the 24th. Should have everything
Yeah, this is the round they've been building towards and looking forward to. It's the reason that they did kind of bend the knee in the previous couple economically. And they've got that AWP on Gabe now, interestingly enough. I'd imagine that's got to be a spawn-based decision.
Yep.
With how good J Chance has looked on the AWP throughout the game so far.
Yeah, he had long spawn. And as I kind of highlighted,
is going to give it up, by the way. So Gabe's going to play with it for the. Oh, never mind. Okay, all good.
I mean, I like that decision. Like you said, J Chance has been fantastic. They stick around at this long hold for maybe slightly longer than I would have thought. This is giving Lycus a huge opportunity to just creep out, put Nightblade at the forefront. Like I said, his entry prowess is fantastic. Doesn't leave the B site entirely open, though. And Lycus don't have themselves a great position to take a fast B play to begin with. They reroute.
Yeah, the thing is that Wreckmeister's gotten the info.
Oh, you're right. He's seen everything. But there's so many good flashbangs. J-Chant should have no real opportunity to be high impact here.
Oh, Bomb looking to make its way out long. Gabe not expecting that second player though, but he will still find the frag anyway. That's the bomb that's been dropped in long doors. J-Chance realizes that, decides against committing to the fight. Seabass does. That's going to cost him his life. Like his Empire. Well, this round isn't any longer about trying to find the bomb to get the plant. If they can get the bomb, they can probably get the kills.
Yeah, they know where Gabe's located. I think that's the hardest part for Gabe, and being on low HP as well. This is really about J-Chance and how well he can actively be into this. They think Gabe has actually gotten into pit, and Gabe hasn't. This might be huge, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Well, there you have it. They've been able to force it into overtime. Fantastic work coming through the fight back out of Lycus Empire. 4 rounds in a row. A couple of clutches in the mix there as well from Nightblade. But it's enough in the end. And Chicken Coop going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, that one hurts. And to be honest with you, I don't think Chicken Coop made all that many mistakes there. But you got to look back to those 2 clutches from Nightblade. You know, that 1v3 in particular, where you highlighted how well he played it. I don't disagree with you. But it's one that you really just got to win if you're Chicken Coop. Opens the door, and Lycus slam it right in their face.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you gotta isolate that round. Look at it and think, man, that was your moment. You're not going to get opportunities. You're not going to get better opportunities than that to close a map out, right? You can't wait for a better chance than that. That was the moment. We saw it earlier on today as well. Supernova Comets 12-9 up on Nuke. 1 versus 1. 2 health left on B1. Wins the round. They force it into triple OT. They're going to win the series. Those moments can actually be series defining.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, kind of feels likely to be series defining in the same way. If Lycus can find a way to close on Dust 2, they move into their map pick of Anubis next. A map that I've seen Chicken Coop play quite a bit. I actually think J-Chance is his 2 best maps. I don't know if the statistics bear this out, but I think his 2 best maps are Dust 2 and Anubis. That's kind of my, from watching many a game with this core.
I'd say they've got to be 2 of the better maps for AWPers at the moment. I don't know if Anubis really gets that credence, but I feel like T-side and CT side has a decent amount going for the AWPer on Anubis.
Agreed.
I think T-side, you can do a lot to control the map playing around canals with the AWP. You have a lot of options, E-box, bridge, A main as well. You can also just look to try and punish the aggression that CTs tend to display in early rounds because you just have to take initiative on the CT side of Anubis. So I think that's a good way to play the AWP on the T side. And then CT side on the converse, you can be the one looking to try and net those opening kills for your team.
Apologies for the delays. We are in a little tech pause at the moment, but yeah, I'm in agreement with you on those points, and it's just a consistent factor that I've been seeing. All that to say, though, does what I see deceive me? Nightblade has the op. Oh, he's got the spawn.
Is that not a commonality? Yeah.
Yeah, very spawn based.
And there we go. Countdown will commence. Do you switch between left and right hand view model, Vincent?
No,
when you're playing?
no, never. I never did before, though.
I mean, you were never really able to in CSGO, right? Because you had to use the command.
You could,
but
no, you could bind it to.
I guess you could bind it.
People
but
did.
It just didn't really feel popular at all back then compared to now. You see it a little bit more.
Oh, I was just about to say. I think
Well, there we go,
J-Chance had the
taking
spawn.
full advantage.
And they get up ahead of it. That's a little bit risky, and I'm not sure Nightblade. That's a long time to be sitting in that Molotov. I know the CT Molly's not great, but it's also not doing nothing.
Yeah, he took so much damage there, kind of paying for his sins, and it felt a little bit unnecessary as well, almost like he was expecting it to end. Eventually, he does get out of there, keeping 3 points of health intact.
Yes, recovering
Here in overtime.
the op from the body of J-Chance as well. So he's now in defensive A. Mid to B seems like it could be a likely outcome for Lycus Empire. But they still haven't made their decision quite yet. Both directions, though, either way they decide, well staffed.
Have we seen a single full mid to B commitment throughout the... Okay, I think we saw like 1 or 2 in regulation, but it... excuse me. It really wasn't a super popular option, I feel like, throughout regulation for either of these teams.
Particularly not for Lycus. More so, Chicken Coop had a couple of them.
Yeah. That's a shot and a half, my god. Okay, well, he's held onto the AWP because of his low health, and he's done a pretty damn good job with it.
Save. Chicken Coop call it off. I mean, they don't have much of a choice in the matter. And that might...
I wonder if that kill changes the...
They're just so far away.
Yeah. It's almost like Gabe has to play this in a 1 versus 2 kind of thing.
I mean, they could go for that.
Hold off.
I mean, they're going. MDS has grabbed an AK as well. No more utility, at least not smokes. She's got a couple of flashes, but now it's not the time for them. First contact, and neither are looking the right direction. Tragic on that timing for Chicken Coop.
Yeah, I don't really mind that, honestly. I don't mind the fact that they decide, oh.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't really mind the fact that they decided to go for that once they get the kill in the 2v2 in overtime. I mean, there's more than just like a slight chance for them to make it work there once they decide to actually just barrel into the B bomb site, but unfortunately just not looking the right way. So Lycus Empire have now opened up their accounts. It's been a while since they've had the lead.
it has been quite a hot minute. I mean, fighting for overtime and then getting into it. Finally, that chance to take it back. All that to say as well, I think for me, I'm looking towards Lycus. If they're able to close this, I feel like they probably close this series. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I think that it's been a tough time for Chicken Coop. The fact that they couldn't close this in regulation. And now that they head into overtime, life becomes even harder. And I think you gotta credit so much of that to Nightblade. He is just...
Oh, yeah.
He has turned on the jets when it comes to trying to close this map out. The 1v3, he had the 1v2, multiple times that he's had the multi-frags. Outside of that, and even before those clutches, he was having a good game. It's turning into a great game.
Yeah, he's been delivering throughout the map so far. I wonder how much him being brought down to 3 health motivated his decision to hold on to the AWP there, where he finds that other key kill pushing into B. Either way, into the next round we go. This time it's Tabin with the AWP, and he finds a really good opening kill. Lycus didn't have a lead throughout the entirety of their T side of regulation, because it was 6-all going into that second half, and then they were chasing the half throughout, right? Forced it into OT. But they've got the lead here at the business end of the map. This is where it really matters.
Lycus starting this round from such a power position. When you catch Seabass on the cross, that's thanks to Tabin. He's searching for another one. J-Chance might walk it right into his crosshair. MVS is close range. It's J-Chance who actually hits the first shot. There's the trade, and Tabin and Doom both hit theirs. Rex got a secondary. He's about to be all that stands in the way of Lycus in 14. Or not. I got baited so hard. They just walk right backward.
But it's the perfect call.
Fair
They're going
enough.
to leave mid altogether. They're going to wrap around through tunnels into the speed bomb side. Wreckmeister's going to arrive back on the scene, and he does land a clean shot there, but still 2 more players to deal with on the site itself, and you've got Doom in middle right now. So Lycus Empire very well set up right now to get 14 on the board, but it's not a guarantee.
Okay.
Never mind.
I was a little bit concerned because Tabin was actually going to plant the bomb. I'm not sure why he didn't just toss the bomb over to Frizzy. You know, let him just hold the line. But regardless, they get the kill in mid, and that's quickly followed by Wreckmeister going down as well. Chicken Coop lose 2 straight as overtime procs. Lycus Empire powering up. And it's Tabin that round that deserves basically not all the credit, but a big portion of it.
Yeah.
Makes Chicken Coop start the round with a disadvantage.
Should have the information that there's a threat in tunnels here right now, and Frizzy sets himself up on the box and will get that frag for free. Thankfully for Chicken Coop, they have gotten a kill elsewhere to keep the numbers level, because they cannot afford to go down 12-15 into the second half of overtime. And it's looking like that might be the case.
Yeah, what a massive round already from Brizzy. Talked about him not necessarily having a stunning half, but I love that. Little detail, you get the flash. You know that you're looking for some re-aggression there. Oh, okay. And a little silliness to end that one. Halftime of overtime. It's 15-12. Chicken Coop don't win a single round, despite having 4 chances to close in regulation. They now have to hold off 3 opportunities on the other side.
Kind of feels like Knife Blade has broken them, right? With that 1v3 clutch, and if that one hadn't broken, then the 1v2 certainly would have. Haven't been able to win a round in, well, it's been a streak of 7 for Lycus Empire. And they need 1 of the next 3. And then they go up 1-0 in the series into their own map pick.
Yeah, this is starting to fall out of their control. Not starting to, it is out of their control. Now we look towards Lycus Empire as the ones to kind of take the cake here. Oh, fantastic shot from Gabe. Tabin starting to get more opportunities with the AWP into OT. The more he's had it, the more impact he's had.
Oh my, Magic just mows them down. Brilliant lineup coming through from him there. And the writing is on the wall. The chicken blood line the streets right now. Frizzy going to be forced into the fight. Oh my god, he eventually will go down to Seabass. Problem is, I mean, they still have to try and get the bomb before they can even think about a site from here.
I mean, Chicken Coop still don't know where they can go or want to go. Especially when they don't have the device.
Okay.
That's terrifying.
Pretty good way to go about business, but look at that from Tabin. Tabin not getting caught off guard, posted on the angle. Can see Seabass left remaining. They know exactly where he is, and he swings into Doom, who had a field day in these past couple rounds. It's going to be Lycus Empire, who robbed Chicken Coop of their map pick.
Yeah, 4 chances to close in regulation, 8 rounds to 12, and Lycus make the comeback. They do it perfect once you get to overtime. It did, I'm in agreement with you, feel like those big clutches, that 1v3 especially from Nightblade, was the turning point, and from that point on, unfortunately, Chicken Coop just didn't quite have what it took. I feel like this is a tough loss to swallow. What about you?
Oh, absolutely, man. After having such a hard-fought map throughout, and then being able to actually get yourself up 12-8, where it feels like everything's going your way, and then you lose to 2 clutches in and amongst your 4 map points, and then don't even pick up a single round in overtime. Oh, that's going to be a really difficult loss for them to try and stomach and come back into the next map.
It's one where they got to come back on their opponent's map pick as well. So Chicken Coop,
exactly,
in some tough spots, but listen, it's not done yet. It's not a map that they have not been seen on. It's Anubis when we come back from this break.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
Alrighty, let's get into the second map of Anubis. We are moving on from Dust 2. Chicken Coop couldn't quite find the way to close. Now, we got to do it on hard mode. We've seen this before, at least tonight. Hard mode is quite tough.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be, but you're still alive, and that's what matters. Until death, all defeat is psychological. And Chicken Coop, well, hopefully they've moved on from Dust 2 and can focus up here on this next map.
That went hard. You caught me off guard with that one. To be attacked. It's Frizzy and Tabit on the site. Great defense set by Nightblade as well, but that is a ridiculous adjustment the game has just made. 1v1. Magic on the other side has timed it to perfection. And he's about to find Gabe whilst planting the bomb. Gabe gets a shot off. Gabe picks it up. Are you serious? What a whip from Magic. Gabe with the 1v1.
Oh man, Magic thought he had made the perfect play there, pushing through the smoke undetected, wrapping around the bomb site. Normally though, you do want to try and still get the jump on the guy as he's finishing planting the bomb. The problem is he gave him that opportunity to dot the bomb down and get his gun out again. And Gabe had landed some nutty shots throughout the round already. Continues in that fashion to get his team across the line in the pistol.
I mean, bro, I don't know that he allowed him to. I think what we call that in the biz is whiffing.
Yeah, he certainly did miss a couple shots, you're right.
Like, you know, happens to the best of us, but maybe they can right the ship. Frizzy's already got a nice frag. Tons of damage done, but Wreckmeister being overwhelmed. Pulls the Glock out, and good news is the Wreckmeister still has a couple in him there. Bomb not in the mix there either means that it should be a pretty clear cleanup. Tabin versus 3. I'm going to call this one a done deal.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. I mean, Wreckmeister does an incredible job in this round by himself in towards canals, because if he just goes down there, his team doesn't really have the same sort of option to just charge through cameras into A available to them. So Wreckmeister, I mean, gets 2 kills, does follow-up damage with the Glock, he buys time. Great individual effort out of him there in that round. And Tavern is going to die here as well, no doubt. There we go, MDS dispatches of him.
That was a force buy.
Have Chicken Coop won all 3 pistols here and converted, I think, 1 of 3? I'm not sure.
I think you might be right. I'm trying to think back.
I'm almost certain
No.
they've won all 3. I'm just not so
No.
certain about the conversion.
They converted the second half one on Dust.
Okay. But they are 3 for 3, which is great.
Yes, that is a true statement. Yeah, that force buy from Lycus pretty much falls on deaf ears. There's a valiant effort, the fight towards A main, but there's nothing really to be spoken of there beyond that. Wreckmeister, as you kind of highlighted, does a great job of handling everything thrown his way. It's not exactly pretty there from Seabass, but we'll get it done. And finds another opener. Entry ×2 onto the B-bomb site.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, never really any serious concern or risk in this round here for Chicken Coop, making light work of it. For anyone who's just joining us, they were up 12-8 on their map pick. Game ended up slipping into overtime. Chicken Coop couldn't win another round. Lycus Empire, with a very impressive streak of 8 rounds in a row, went from being down 12-8 to winning the map 16-12. Still a job to be done here on Anubis, though. It's Lycus Empire's map pick. Unfavored side of the map for now.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing that might bail Chicken Coop out of this is, you know, any sort of struggles or slow starts or anything like that. Kind of made easier by the fact that they're starting on the T side.
Yeah, and also just getting off to this good start by winning the pistol, converting, win against the eco as well, kind of helps you just put to bed what happened on the map before. Because if you have the inverse start of this, if you're down 3-0 going into the gun round after what happened on Dust 2, it feels like those demons might be creeping into the next map.
All right, shout out here Tabin, who had a fantastic end to Dust 2. He really started to heat up there, especially in overtime. He's got an AWP this round. Nightblade, the first to face over here on the B site. Somehow he's escaped. The floor is lava around him, and somehow with bullets flying, he still doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, that's incredible, the fact that he's able to get out of dodge without taking any damage. Still so much pressure, ready to pounce at a moment's notice on this B-bomb site. Lycus Empire pretty well set up to deal with it, though. 3 players hard committed.
The bad news for Chicken Coop is they don't really have any way of rerouting. I mean, I guess at this point they're going to start to try and do that with mid utility. They're going to scale in that direction, but they don't have any A control whatsoever. Tabin, it's the opening tool. Now Doom is about to start singing. They're heading their way. Frizzy and Magic prepped and ready. Doom's got his through the smoke as well.
Yeah, great impact coming through from Doom. Frizzy now just switching back from A main, covering camera. Nightblade getting in on the action. Wreckmeister left remaining. And what can he do? He's got the bomb in his back. He's got 30 seconds to work with. 1 player between him and B, 2 between him and A. And he's still looking for another fight here. He's looking for another kill before he ultimately commits. Back into Temple. And it's a good flash, but Nightblade will get the kill before he's blinded. And with that, Lyca Empire on the board.
It's really important to get the minimum here on the CT side of Anubis. And I think that, you know, early
talking.
Well, I think 3 is what you highlighted before, and I think that's correct. I think 4 is A-okay. That's actually just fine. Any more than that,
yeah,
call it fantastic.
True. Yeah, I feel like 3 is like bedrock, right? You can't mine any further below that and still feel like you have a chance. And even then, that's still heavily predicated off of winning the pistol and converting. Probably even gun round as well. But yeah, 4 is a bit more comfortable at that point. Anything more, like you say, gravy.
Whatever that number is for you, Lycus Empire, you know, it's a good start at the very minimum the first gun round. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Nice.
And
Tabin.
wow.
I thought he was going to get caught off guard by that second player.
was in the same boat. Tabin, how about another one? And Frizzy's got his backup. They all come through that smoke, and it feels a little bit silly maybe for Chicken Coop, but end of the day, still a big victory. All that's to say, Seabass still alive, bomb recovered, AK upgrade, and a little bit of utility still left in the chamber as well. Nightblade, so confident. I mean, this is like classic Nightblade. Ridiculously confident fight.
I mean, it's entertaining, and we're here in North American Counter-Strike, the country of entertainment, baby, and Nightblade is delivering. I mean, what's crazy about that is Seabass doesn't even know that he's there when he's rotating back through canals. Nightblade compromises his own position with the wall bang, and then he just straight up swings, man. And if he dies there, then Seabass has a good shot in the 1v2, but Nightblade doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Live by the blade, die by the blade.
That's exactly how he plays every single time. We talked about it a couple of moments there on Dust, too. Oh, ouch. Nasty T-steps, Nate. Does big damage onto MDS and to Seabass. Yeah, that second gun round in a row forces Chicken Coop back onto pistols. And Deagles aplenty. I guess I should put a little bit more respect onto Chicken Coop. They did win a pistol round with only Deagles back on Dust, but I think Dust really lends itself to Deagles. This map, it's not that they're bad. I do think it's harder.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I will say, and you did kind of touch on it there in the previous round as well, it looked a little bit silly. It wasn't super convincing the way they tried to force their way through A main. It was quite disjointed for a team that had like 4 players looking to go through that choke point. It was almost like one guy, then the second, the third, a little bit afterwards. It could definitely have been better spacing and timing with that hit.
I mean, or just like a flash that was a little more effective.
Sure.
I guess really the first flash. There was a second flash ready to go. How many chances does Wreckmeister get? He's on like 6. All right, there we go. Any more headshots?
I was going to say no more.
No more headshots. So I guess you were right, just a little delay. But a 3-3 scoreline. Yeah, I don't think the money is so good that they can afford an AWP either. Lots of Galils in the mix. And that's to enable them to have a full kit of utility, which I think is far more important on this map when you're defaulting than making sure you have an AK. But it does mean that Tabin going to be uncontested in the op department.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is a result of potential over-expenditure in that previous Eco round. I mean, I know there were some Desert Eagles, but don't know if that was the difference between them having AKs and Galils. Yeah, either way, I might be a bit down there, prioritize their utility over the firepower. Try and work the map here. We haven't really seen them work the map in a round yet, have we? We saw them in the one gun round, just kind of group up outside of the B-bomb site, and then eventually try and change up the approach. It was too little too late. Gun round after that, direct into A. Orp goes searching, and Tabin's dead.
Yeah, I think Tabin needs to respect that flashbang. The whole point is to get somebody like Seabass into that position. Frizzy says, thank you very much, but he's about to run into MDS. Oh, Frizzy's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Magic only going to go 1 for 1, and now there's no more supportive element available for Lycus. Frizzy is so stuck right now, and Seabass has escaped the other way. Oh my lord, Frizzy! Seabass starts firing a little prematurely and gets punished.
Well, Frizzy should have been dead ages ago. Can he continue to impact the round situation? Doom is playing this one super late. Eventually, there's going to be a push out of game, but straight into the crosshair. And Doom expects that there might be more where that came from, and he's absolutely on the money. It's only Wreckmeister left remaining. How have we even gotten to this position in the first place? Lycus Empire barely had anything going for them. Wreckmeister trying to save the day. Defuse is being stuck. He doesn't have the angle. He'll get the kill on Doom, but that just buys time for the defuse.
That's incredible patience from Doom. I mean, also understanding that Frizzy maintaining so much space inside of A main, it essentially requires Chicken Coop to either take mid through camera or take back boat. Like, that's the only 2 options. If they just sit there on the site, they are playing a dangerous game, one that ends in almost certain failure. And so Doom just waits and watches. That made possible by Frizzy's incredible shot onto Seabass.
I mean, he was even lucky to be alive, wasn't he? Because he was backing up, he was cycling the AWP back into the site. He had no idea there was a player to come through camera so early. And he got a warning shot. And then he pushed forward, he didn't have another option. And that lightning fire quick shot onto the player in Rugs, that was a brilliant kill out of Frizzy.
Talked about Frizzy, who didn't have the greatest of performances for Lycus numerically in the last map, but had some big moments of impact. That's another one of them where he gets a single kill, but man, the impact is crazy.
Tough roles as well, right? B, anchor, lurk on Dust 2 is always sometimes a difficult one on the T side. It's not like you can just kind of pounce and catch your opponents off guard. Anyway, Chicken Coop, max round, lost bonus behind him, couple with the bomb bomb, just anything. Yeah, Magic in the corner, good for one chicken traded, and he is.
Yeah, Doom trying to come back into there, a bit of a whiff there from Magic. Nightblade's now coming back. Bomb about to be dropped from Spinks, that's tragic. J Chance, oh, one bullet, and it's an incredible one. Tabin. Seems a little bit crazy. He's diced him up, a fantastic flick. And how about another one? J Chance needs a quad kill, but he's got that one on for the 4K. 4 rounds now for Chicken Coop as J Chance pulls him over the line, all on his lonesome.
Yeah, that was such a big round coming through from him, man. There, one bullet left in the chamber, nothing left in the magazine. He hits that instant headshot, and he couldn't clock out there either. Still had to piece the clutch together afterwards against the AWP. Lycus Empire on the brink of really putting some serious pressure on their opponents, but J Chance bails them out and levels it up.
Ooh, Tabin.
So close, wow.
Yeah, this is a round that's really about these AWPs. Frizzy's got one, Tabin's got the other. And then it's MP9s for 2 players, and Nightblade has a rifle. This is kind of the opposite of what Chicken Coop are doing. All of their money put into firepower.
No, Sladdy P, our observer, playing with our emotions, taking X-ray away, get to see what J-Chan sees, and there's not much to be spotted.
Same scale for Chicken Coop towards mid. That's a little bit of a gap that Lycus have kind of left open. Nightblade walks in to B main and gets punished big time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about on Dust 2 in terms of how you can find impact with the AWP on Anubis. T side, you know the CTs are going to go venturing, you know they're going to make information plays. Post on an angle patiently and you'll often be rewarded.
Time-honored tradition at this point. Save that, surely. Nice shot from Frizzy. Not traditionally an opper, but certainly can do the work in a pinch. Oh, fantastic from J-Chance. 4 kills on the AK last round. How about a double kill in the op to open the B site in this round? Chicken Coop taking the reins of this round and this map as they take the lead.
And J-Chance was really the guy who even ignited that fight back in the second half, or shall I say led the fight in the second half with his big rounds off the AWP. He's bringing that to the table here on Anubis as well. That's going to be the lead for Chicken Coop, and we've highlighted that they're on the T side now. It's where they're going to have to win the lion's share of their rounds. Going to make it 5-4 now. I imagine we see an eco from Lycus Empire in the next 6-4 ripe for the taking. Reads a lot better than, what was it, 4-3 moments ago.
Yeah, it certainly does. Box score looks nicer. Likely for all 3 to get out. I guess that's a small victory, if you could call it that.
Yeah, I just hope they don't invest around these guns they've carried over.
Surely not. I mean, that would be... I was going to say the word silly.
I think that's kind. It's a kind word to use.
And it looks like the answer is no, they haven't. Frizzy's been dropped over this MP9 as he's dropped over Tabin the op. Oh, it's just a...
This is nonsensical, mate.
Yeah.
The reason this doesn't make any sense is what is the value that you're getting out of emptying your pockets here? You've already carried over a MAC-10 MP9 and AWP. You've got something to work with in the round. If you save all your money, you're guaranteed an investment in the next round. The risk here of losing the force buy is just not worth it when you're not going to have any money left if you do lose the round, compared to still having decent pieces to work with and a guaranteed investment in the next.
You've nailed it. I mean, I'm right there with you. This is, we'll just say all in. All right? The chips are in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's not enough time left in this half to sort of reset the economy and go for anything more. This is a go for broke moment. And I do like Doom's position. Tabin's got a nice line as well. Unfortunately, Frizzy has started this round dead.
Chicken Cooper friendly though. They've been playing so patiently. Yeah, the Molly's going to flush Doom out. He can't believe it. Fantastic awareness here from Chicken Coop and further good util usage to tick down Tabin. More information gleaned. And this should be unlosable from here, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a lovely anti-aggression protocol for Chicken Coop. It's like you see that smoke for T stairs and the aggression down into Canal. You know something's up, and I love that they're just no BS, basically. All right, you guys got it. We're just going to stay grouped, stay patient. And now they're going to hit B.
Oh, it's such a good molly as well, because it doubles up in the way that, first of all, it stops players from being able to rotate out of the A bomb site through middle to B, but it also sells a fake that they're going to look to just try and push into the A bomb site. So there's so much value from that one molly.
Big praises to sing for Chicken Coop all throughout this round. And it's not,
true.
not about an individual level. It's about the protocols. It's about the decision-making and them understanding what's at risk and how to take it. I don't even know if this is a good thing. That, like, I mean, it's got to be a good thing, but like is saving these two rifles. I don't think it makes it easier. Magic's going to have money. This is what's so confusing. Magic saved. He's going to have 4,400. Everyone else is going to be poor. And so they're going to continue buying, because why wouldn't you? Nightblade can drop a FAMAS or something worse. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Hayes, you were right, but it's kind of worked out for them, believe it or not.
In a weird way, it has to a degree, but they've still kind of ended up in a situation where they're not going to have an ideal investment in either of the rounds. And now they will actually decide to save their money, look forward to the last in the half and recognize, hey, we've got some pieces to work with here. Question is, why didn't they have this exact same logic in the previous round? And I know it's rhetorical, you can't answer it, but it certainly is peculiar.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. Beyond that, though, I mean, big threats in this round. He's about to Jiggle get some information. That is a fantastic shot from MDS. Better from Frizzy, but second attempt not so great. But Nightblade arrives onto the scene. And I mean, I don't think he's got a key to back up. He's only had W bound.
I love watching this guy play. I mean, even that little hesitation there, the little pre-fire to bait the shots up and get the info to someone else on the other side of the door. And then he even has the audacity to just peek down middle straight afterwards. My goodness. He's gotten a man advantage for his team off the back of that play.
Back up. Oh my lord. Lycus. Catch the timing. It's big damage onto Seabass. 2 health remaining.
Should have been a kill, though.
Tab it this molly. Ooh, run away. Seabass, be careful. The problem is, where do you go? Tabin's opposite B, Nightblade's rifle's at A. There's really nowhere safe.
Yeah, and time's ticking away, so you're going to have to make a decision. J-Char's going to clear out middle with an AWP is the worst possible weapon to have, and he's been dropped. That's the bomb as well. It's impossible for Seabass on 2 health. And has no choice but to just charge forward, giving away all of these audio cues. Really good positioning there from Tabin. Will step out with the USP. And that's going to be a huge let-off here for this Lycus Empire team as they win a half by.
And remember what we said, 3 rounds the minimum, 4 you're feeling good, anything more, and you're loving life. 5 rounds, 6 is possible. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, 6 would be fantastic for Lycus Empire, and the opposite, Chicken Coop, probably feel like that's too many. I mean, obviously not going to be counting themselves out of it regardless of how it ends from here, but still. What a round from Nightblade, I must say. That round was all him.
I mean, last time these two teams played on Anubis, it was Nightblade with like 160 ADR.
Good lord.
It was back in April, to be fair. Big changes for both sides since then, with Wreckmeister coming in, with Doom, with Frizzy. arriving on scene for Lycus, but still, all of that doesn't change that Nightblade is an it factor for this team.
This is a good opportunity. The window currently presents itself here for Chicken Coop to try and get into this B bomb site because there's only 2 players here with no immediate rotation.
Yeah, but these 2 players are deadly. First frag for Nightblade is perfect. Doom under fire, but they gotta jump through the Molotov. MDS, will be careful. Only 1 step into that fire and he's a dead man. He waits it out. Clear back mid. Time together. This is smelling like it's all gonna come through E-Box unless... This is a really long rotation. I feel like this is super committed for Lycus for how deep they are into this round.
Yeah, I just don't know if they have the luxury of time right now for this. I mean, Chicken Coop still don't have the info that both the remaining players are going to be coming through from B main, but Gabe has now heard those steps. In the corner right now, not going to get hard. Kid busy peers in that direction. Tabin will trade and he's doubled down. How on earth has MDS not gotten that kill? It was presented to him on a silver platter, but the spray betrays him, and with that, Lycus gets 6.
And the 6-6 half is where we end. We'll be back in a moment.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, I do. I won't give up the fight. It's not about pretty faces or something that's clever to say. I'm looking for someone special who speaks to my heart in a spiritual way. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. I won't give up the fight.
The distance is closed. Chicken Coop under pressure. Lycus up a map, and they get 6 rounds on the CT side. It's a dream come true, you would think. Taze, is this where Lycus push it over the edge?
Well, it could very well be, but they're going to have to do something they haven't been able to do yet, and that's win a pistol, because that would really set the tone nicely for them going into the second half.
Well, it's a little bit of that round the world type bit that we've been talking about. Lycus making all the way through mid, and they head straight
Stopping over at the beach.
into A.
straight into J Chance, posted on the angle, rattling off the shots right now, not going to connect on anything, and that's going to be the bomb plant secured. Frizzy's still in towards Rugs right now, and you can see Chicken Coop have an idea that they could still be a very late lurk coming through. They're hunting, they're searching forward, but they can't overcommit to it, and now eventually, well, they're going to have to shift their focus back into the side.
How the tables have turned. Frizzy been on the other side of that, and he might not even be needed. There's so much damage being done by the rest of the team up in heaven. It's basically a flurry of frags from that position, and Chicken Coop just fall one by one. Lovely stuff from Lycus, and yeah, I mean, I just think really intelligent the way Frizzy is just never committing to that fight. Eventually, you know, they gotta, like you said, just go for the retake. If he's there, he's there. There's not anything they can do, and the rest of Lycus play a dangerous game of, you know, we're gonna be triple swinging you basically from camera.
Do you think that was the call from Spawn, or was that playing the situation to go the entire way around?
Surely an audio cue sent him there. I don't know exactly what audio cue, but surely that was the case.
If that was on the fly, it's just really good to see how they're able to piece that together where everybody's just unanimous and on the exact same page. But let's have a look at this round here. Is there a good flash for Frizzy? He's gone in dry. Trade's fantastic. Successful for...
It's a fantastic setup. Tabin is in trouble. I can't believe he got 3. I'm blown away. I don't even understand how that happened. And Doom's going to put away the 1v1. I blinked and I missed it. How did Tabin get 3?
I have no idea. I genuinely couldn't even tell you how he managed to get all 3 kills in such quick succession. With the AK out in the open, the labored spray, he had God on his side, man. And Chicken Coop, well, that was their way to level the score and try and keep themselves in a pretty comfortable position. It's anything but that as a result of that round 1 for Lycus Empire.
What a turn. I mean, genuinely, Tabin making it happen. That might be the ticket for Lycus to just continue to move forward with this. A little bit of contact out towards the B site. It is a stack in this direction. The flash flies by, but Nightblade not affected by it.
I love how he just stands there, hopes for the best. No concern as he continues to just edge his way forward here. There are basically all 4 players for Chicken Coop over on the speed bomb site right now. Lycus Empire giving up the necessary respect in this round though, which is good to see. They do strike me as the team that could potentially get a little bit ahead of themselves more often than not, but I will say that's probably just because of what I've seen Nightblade do, and I feel like his teammates actually create a space for him to play his natural game by actually just having a little bit more of a conservative approach. You know, someone like Frizzy, for example, is able to balance out someone like Nightblade.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason I think Frizzy could actually be a really great asset to this team. You know, part of the reason I was talking about how I was excited to kind of see him and Doom bet into this roster.
Bomb has been planted.
The fact that J Chance has put hands on that recovered AK, though, is a good claim for an eco round such as this. Chicken Coop gonna hope that they get another freebie out of it, but a little less likely to see that happen. But yeah, overall, I think Nightblade been very enabled by the way that the rest of Lycus are playing over this map and the last, if we're being fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's had their moments. Tabin with some big moments throughout Anubis so far.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, Gabe just trying to play with his opponents there, jumping on the defuse at the last second, seeing if he can draw them back into the site, but doesn't cause any casualties. 9-6. And this is a massive gun round now for Chicken Coop, Vincent. If they lose this gun round here, they can almost kiss the map away, and with that, the series.
Feels a little sad when you say it out loud like that, but I don't disagree with you. Look at how even things are for Chicken Coop in the fragging department, by the way. As a team playing together, but you know, struggling to find ways to close some of these rounds. First gun round.
The problem is, even though they are all in close proximity with each other, no one's popping off. It's all like negative KD or neutral.
Yeah. Had some of those big moments from J Chance to buy them a round win or two, but Gonna see how Lycus can hit the B side. Doom actually finds the opener. Oh, and what a crazy shot from Nightblade. Fantastic, though, for Gabe. He's gonna be pushed out from Magic. The understanding that Magic has there that he needs to get onto the site. He needs to close the distance so that the rest of his team can move forward is very good. Allows for the bomb to go down with the advantage in Lycus's hands.
And now it's a big decision that Chicken Coop have to make about whether or not they want to commit to this retake, because if both these players stay alive, they can drop 3 guns. They'll have a full buy in the next. J-Chance could even get an AWP if he wanted. But if they go for the retake and lose both these guns, they've got nothing in the next round. And they're going to have a little bit of a crack at it. J-Chance has been spotted. Seabass clearing out angles as well. Is going to have to do this by himself as he's lost J-Chance. And unfortunately, he doesn't have it in him.
Well, talking about, hero moments, big plays. Tabin's had him. Nightblade's had him. That's a triple kill from Doom. That's fantastic. He opens and closes the round with their fantastic pick toward B. Lycus with 10. And it is that horrible feeling that you were discussing for Chicken Coop where things might be falling out of their favor. Not just that, but out of viability. Still able to invest, but at a fraction of what they had previous round.
Yeah, a fraction of what they would want. But it should still be enough for them to feel like they have a chance. Yet to win a round in the second half here is the problem. It's going to be a nice, patient approach out of Lycus Empire. Just posted up. They don't really know what to expect in this round from the CT side either. They don't know what kind of investment's been brought to the table. Look at the setup. Nightblade with an HE pulled with a teammate watching the angle. As soon as the teammate takes contact, he drops the nade, and it's going to be a combo on the double down dunk.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Chicken Coop had to try and make something happen with such limited resources in this round. I can't say I disagree with them deciding to try and get aggressive there, but Tabin is in the perfect location and punish them twice over.
Yeah, the fact that he gets both kills is ridiculous. The first frag is pretty standard, but the second immediately afterwards is great, and it's just going to be a cleanup across the map, man. You'd swear that that was probably an anti-eco with how easy they made that, but no siree. That's a full investment out of Chicken Coop that's been swatted to the wayside.
I think they got
now
us.
It does look like they're going to try. Yeah, they want to try one full buy with maybe a double AWP kind of thing. Give one last roll of the dice.
Yeah, this is the right decision, but it's one that hurts because you're giving up number 12. Yeah. And as much as you can afford pistols and armor here, so it's not like there's no chance. Not as if it's USPs alone. It's going to feel pretty similar to that if you're a Chicken Coop fan right now. Interesting.
It does feel like there's some sort of switch that's been flicked here for Lycus Empire, though. They really have just turned on in these past few rounds, and they're looking really solid. They're not just like running at their opponents, disrespecting them and winning out the gunfights. They've got good foundations to just try and propel themselves into these rounds off of. They're not overplaying their hand. They're not overcommitting across the map. And if they do make one play on the side of the map, then they're balancing it out on the opposite side of the map. It's actually looking really well constructed from Lycus Empire right now.
You know, it's an in-game leader in Magic that, like I said, has a lot to offer and a core that's been together for quite a while at this point, with a long time, nearly a month to prepare for these matches. They've known that Doom and Frizzy are going to be in this roster. So ever since the very end of season 49, they've been ready and rearing to go. I love that they just step away.
Smoke grenade. Yeah, it's going to be enough to just keep them at bay. I mean, it would have been ideal for them to just keep going through. Obviously, we know that because we have a mini-map in X-Ray. And there's quite a lot of space that's been taken here by Chicken Coop, so Lycus Empire need to proceed with caution.
They are proceeding with some semblance of that caution. The key is, right now, Wreckmeister is about to get caught. And yeah, he's caught Talbot not looking in the right direction. That's the opt to potentially be recovered, but they just need to accelerate. Lycus, they have the A site within their realm of reason, and they're just going to get the bomb down. They know that J-Chance could be here, and I do like that they're taking the time to invest what little utility does remain to take that space.
Chris has got to get a move on. He's got a really good flank, but he's kind of behind the pace of the game. I lie. He's actually gotten the frag. It's not even Frizzy on the flank. Never mind. It's Doom. A 2 versus 2. AWP in play. No kit. And that flank is finally going to start to get into the equation here. And Doom will activate. Guarantees the kill on the AWPer. And he knows he can just play time at this point. No need to offer up any fights to J-Chance. And by virtue of the time alone, they've got the round locked in. That's going to be map and series points. 6 of them to be precise.
And normally I would start to, sing the praises to Chicken Coop doing a lot with pistols in that round. But I mean, bro, we're so far past this at that point. It's 12-6.
Yeah.
It's 6 chances.
That's not even a silver lining. That's like a gray lining. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It's all put towards the goal of getting this one big buy. They're going to need far more than that, but this is the start of it.
Has to be right. Old great comeback start with the first step. You just got to focus on the round at hand here. Not get overwhelmed by what's actually required. Round by round, step by step.
MTS got to be careful here. Tabin's actually locked in. Not quite on his angle, but... Oh, beautiful flashbang. Tabin wanted to toss it. And it serves up a freebie for Doom.
Worst possible start for Chicken Coop, but Wreckmeister will get one back. And Gabe's actually taken some space here as well. So they've got information and control available. I don't know if they've spotted the bomb as well.
I think they have. Surely Gabe not sticking around unless they know that the bomb is here. Yeah. And it's a great way to isolate that fight. Gabe pushes forward. Wreckmeister the second contact. And it's over from E-Box.
But guess who? Tabin and Nightblade. That's a dangerous duo to go up against in any 2vx situation.
Yeah, they got a little bit of time to work with as well. I think the hardest part of that about this though is that Tabin's got an AWP, and it's just sort of unwieldy in this type of scenario.
Blade in towards Wreckmeister, instant headshot. Seabass goes back straight into Tabin, and now it's a race against the clock in the 1v1. J-Chance has the AWP, and at this point, Tabin might just be able to try and go for the kill alone. I don't even think he has time to pick up the bomb. Oh my god, J-Chance, that's so brave to stand out in the open. He backs himself, sure, but if he misses that shot, it's map and series over. But he connects, and it isn't.
You know what? I think that's got to be your mindset. If you are a Chicken Coop, you need 6 rounds straight. You got to back yourself. Because listen, if you don't back yourself, who's gonna? And
yeah.
Even beyond that, if you're not going to hit that shot, then I'll tell you what, you're not going to make this comeback. It's brave, and it is exactly for that reason that it works out. I love that they're picking up the pace.
Looks like they're going to change up the direction. Yeah, pace as well, and they've been able to take down Gabe early on, but there is more where that came from. Seabass, this might be a little bit overzealous, but you know what? He's gotten damage and gotten out of there, and look at what's going on in Canals right now. Wreckmeister's closed the door in on them already.
Brizzy's elevated. This is going to actually be fantastic. Somehow, despite the fact that Wreckmeister is in their back line, he's literally behind them. It doesn't end up falling. J-Chance. Oh, that's so smart. Incredibly intelligent from J-Chance. Just peeks back into the smoke and then gets back out just as Frizzy's starting to jump across.
Yeah, look at Doom though. He's in CT spawn right now. And there's no world in which they're going to expect this. But the problem for Lycus Empire is even though he's in such a power position, how do they actually connect the dots here?
I mean, they just got to sit and wait. They know that J-Chance is in E-Box. That's the only guy that they have confirmation of. And Doom could just smoke them all. Fair enough. Get the bomb down. Doom has so much information that they can just play towards street if they wanted to.
Oh my, okay, this is a really big skirmish on the flank right now. Nightblade looking to lock it down. Big wide swing, not going to work out for him. I think he's going to go back to the scene of the crime, but he's also suffering the same sort of fate at the hands of the MP9. It's just Doom left remaining. The man who was behind enemy lines is now left alone in the 1 versus 3.
Certainly not. First shot misses for J-Chance. Now he can isolate onto another, but it's doubled up towards Pizza. And MDS will grab that defuse while Seabass recovers the AWP. First step taken. Second, just as well. Not done yet. Our Chicken Coop.
Yeah, and I mean, largely thanks to J-Chance. He's been hitting some really important kills. Not a huge volume of frags, excuse me, but just very important kills coming through from his AWP in these past few rounds. And that shot on the cross there just slows down the round massively. I mean, think about what a good position Doom was in, and he's not able to get anything from that position, man.
Yeah, I think that J-Chance has been like the guy that's defined Chicken Coop all series. And I know that that's kind of crazy because Seabass has had some big moments on this map in particular, and J-Chance is towards the bottom of the board, but it's those round-defining moments that I feel like he's been at the forefront of. It was both the top of the board and those types of moments for him over on Dust.
Yeah, sure.
I wouldn't
Gonna have to be careful here, though.
I wouldn't start panicking just yet. But let's just say...
After the next gun round?
Yeah. It's just not...
I think that's fair.
It's not quite pretty. Lycus they've still got plenty of opportunity, plenty of chances.
Yeah, especially when you've got a few individuals that are as warm as Tabin and Nightblade are. They can just have a great round and basically just finish off the map by themselves.
It's also the fact that...
However, Chicken Coop are still fighting here, man. They're still keeping themselves in it.
It's also the fact that Lycus actually have built up some loss bonus so they can afford pistols and armor.
Yeah.
So every eco here has a lot of threat behind it, potentially.
No easy rounds, that's for sure. It's going to be a drop off the bridge and then a split in towards the B bomb site coming through here with a bit of pace and ferocity, but Chicken Coop are really well set up. They've got 3 players here. The flashes are perfect high into the sky. Trades the name of the game, going back and forth. And it's going to be an even trade as Lycus gets side control, but J-Chance the difference maker.
Frizzy's about to be set up for a potential clutch, though, if he can hit the shot. Look at how far Seabass is. He's miles from the action, and he's just about to come in right into his crosshairs, but the fact that there's no armor is good enough for Seabass. Oh, so scary.
Well, Chicken Coop were down 12-6 at one point. They've won 3 rounds since then, and 2 of them have come through 1 versus 1s.
And
they will live to continue to fight.
Bro, Magic, he's had like 3,400 at the beginning of the round. What is the point of saving if he's got so little money? I don't know about that one. You're gonna get, not everything, but rifles for everyone.
Okay, well, this is the round that we kind of anointed as the one for Lycus Empire, where if they lose it, then we start to get seriously concerned. They were in complete control at 12-6. That is now slipping away. And they've gone for a few different gimmicky plays in these past few rounds as well, it kind of feels like. And they haven't really worked out. So, going to revert back to the mean or a bit more default-esque approach here?
It's a little of both, to be honest. Like, it's taking their time and defaulting towards A specifically. But... not super committed off the back of this, and they don't have the utility to, like, full default right now. This is shaping up to me to either be, like, a fast flood back through E-Box, or it's just gotta be the A play.
Looks like it's going to be the latter here as they set themselves up for some smoke grenades to be thrown into the safe side. Chicken Coop have got 2 players here, and a very quick rotation nearby. Seabass is going to venture back into A main. Let's glance for some information. It's not like Chicken Coop have any idea of what's going on right now.
Well, there's all the utility. Seabass so isolated at the moment. J-Chance just arrives on the scene, but he's smoked out. He can only offer a couple of spams. Great work from MDS. He's isolated, and it's a 1v2 for Magic, but Magic is so very low. Molly followed that by a nade. Wreck up ahead of it, and the flash is perfection. Everything works for Chicken Coop in that round. Double digits is theirs.
Yeah, small detail, but I'm kind of thinking Magic should have committed to the bomb plant there, just so that he could get a little bit of extra money for his team coming into this next round. My goodness, Chicken Coop, they're doing all the hard yards. They've made it super realistic now to actually force this all the way into overtime. We required OT on the first map. Chicken Coop up 12-8. Lycus Empire won the map 16-12. And here on Anubis, we could require OT as well. Magic going to get run forward. Pack 10. Front lines already. That's going to catch J-Chance off guard.
And it might do more than that. MDS is sort of isolated here. Just wanted to take the fight, but it's a double swing. Very difficult. A little bit of support now finally arriving. And Seabass doing all that he can to hold back the line for May. Nightblade would love to punch in these numbers. And there's no way they can contest it. MDS won't be able to deny it. And at least a little bit of limitation onto that, but Wreckmeister
Bomb has been defused.
in the defuse. MDS with a fantastic hold. It doesn't look pretty, but the fact that he makes it work in mid with Seabass all alone against 3, also finding the double kill. Everyone's stepping up big.
Oh yeah, everybody delivering in these moments right now, and that's a really important round that they don't let get out of control despite the MAC-10 being so far forward and catching them off guard. Lycus Empire had 6 map and series points at one stage. They're now down to just 1. They've squandered 5, and that's got to be weighing on them. Chicken Coop have done all the hard work. They can't drop the ball here. Tabin hasn't gotten a kill, I think, in 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was like 21 kills at the very beginning, or towards the beginning of this half. It's definitely been a pretty monumental slowdown. I played it sort of similar, to be honest with you. Doom's been doing heavy lifting, but he can't lift anything when he's on the ground. That opening pick might lead to an overtime being procced. What a timing, though. Hold on a second. Magic has just made it through. He's got to be careful of MDS, but if he gets this kill, it could be over. Great angle, though, from
What a
MDS.
position. Yeah, that's almost impossible to kind of root out there. 5v3. Chicken Coop has come the entire way back. Gabe will go down, though. Tabin finally finds another frag. There's going to have to be more, and there is more. Where on earth does that come from? The 2 men who got them in this position will be the 2 to try and get them across the line. But Tabin does just re-peek unnecessarily back into Canals. That costs him his life. Wreckmeister and J-Chance to try and put the finishing touches on this job here to force it into OT.
Nightblade not taking the opportunity to get into main instead, just sitting in pizza. Don't know about that, and Frizzy goes down. It's OT is guaranteed for the 3rd time tonight. Oh my goodness. 6 rounds
That is
required.
just incredible. I can't believe that they've managed to make that happen. That's such good work coming through from Chicken Coop, keeping the belief the entire way through, 1 round at a time, and they've saved the day. They've saved their chances here in the qualifier. I will say, Tabin, the rush of blood to the head, right? Fantastic double kill, but no need to go back and fight into canals like that.
And then it's also from that point on, the post-plant positioning. I feel like Frizzy is a little bit stuck. And the fact that Nightblade goes for a fight, I thought would get Frizzy unstuck. It doesn't. And then Nightblade still sticks into Pizza. I think that might be the worst position for him to be playing at the end of that, too. Oh, all right.
Tabin. Jeez. I appreciate it. Zai will reincarnate up Inferno, up Banana on Inferno. He's looking to take matters into his own hands, and it is going to be a big pop smoke into this B-bomb side.
Pop for Gabe as he pops heads. Holy cow! How about 3 for Gabe? Blake comes in. NDS puts the finishing touches on it, and Chicken Coop are playing with moxie now. They're playing with confidence. They feel like this is their game, this is their map, and they certainly show it. Take the lead after a 6-round deficit, 6-12. They bring it back into overtime, and they win the 1st round of OT.
Yeah, what a massive moment of individual brilliance there from Gabe as well, because it looked like they might just get completely rolled over on that B-bomb site with the ferocity out of Lycus Empire, but no. Gabe gets 3 ridiculous kills and a follow-up dink with the USP as well. Are you kidding me, Gabe? Fantastic work. And they've gotten the lead. That I just... Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to say that sentence here on Anubis.
Gabe is a really...
Chicken Coop have got the lead.
Gabe is a very sneaky, good B-anchor on Anubis, to be honest with you. Oh boy, J-Chance up first as Seabass still somehow tracks that refrag through the smoke. He trade nades and neither do damage. Frizzy, yes, a little bit of damage, but not consequential. Seabass comes back for another... Seabass, why? Oh, a little bit ridiculous. And Tabin locks down Wreckmeister. Gabe's in the same position. And there's another lurk on the other side of the map in the form of Nightblade. This is going B, but through spawn. Plenty of time for this to happen.
Oh, Lycus Empire, can they finally snap the streak of 7 here and get themselves back to winning ways? Surely. any round. This has to be the round. A 4 versus 2, 4v1. Good util usage there for Doom to force MDS off the angle and come away with the kills as Gabe left. He had a great round in the previous, but he hasn't got it in him here.
Well, I mean, that's a team effort if you'd ever seen one from Lycus. I kind of feel like Lycus might have just received a wake-up call when Chicken Coop dominate that previous round. Like, oh, not only are we in overtime, but Chicken Coop are here, and they're meaning business. Final round of the first half of overtime.
I will say, the fact that Lycus Empire don't just completely crumble and go on to lose the map without winning another round after the way this game has gone is pretty impressive. Keeping the belief and the faith in Frizzy on the little jiggle spots Wreckmeister, and he goes back to get the kill immediately afterwards. First blood drawn here for Lycus Empire, and there could be second as well, absolutely. Nightblade on the money.
Not sure about that from Gabe. I feel like that's a bit overzealous. He's kind of searching for information, but to be honest with you, that information is just not worth the risk of his life like that. Seabass,
wow,
brutalized by Frizzy. You had that fantastic jiggle early into the round. Unlucky for Wreckmeister getting caught on that one. Normally,
a bit of a change up that I've noticed here, Vincent, in overtime is that I feel like something Chicken Coop were doing really well, and it kind of goes against the grain of the CT side of Anubis, is that they weren't actually forcing a lot of opening fights or early fights at all in the rounds. They were winning in that, you know, stretch in the CT side for them. And in here in overtime, they've kind of looked to try and fight on the front foot a whole lot more than they did. And I think when, you know, they were forcing Lycus Empire to kind of come to them, that's when they were looking their most dangerous.
I would agree with you. I think that, you know, to be honest with you, Lycus starting to feel that pressure, right, as things ramped up as well towards the end of regulation. But now in overtime, it feels like there's been a valve released.
Yeah.
I mean, nice shot from J Chance, but what does it mean? Nothing. Absolutely nothing is Doom. Puts the final touches on that one. 2 rounds to the singular on the T side. And you know what? I don't think that's too crazy. That's kind of the expectation on Anubis, but Lycus Empire 2 rounds away from correcting the record.
Yeah, which would be ridiculous if you think about it. The team that was up 12-6 that then slipped into overtime and lost the first round of OT, went down 13-12, and then managed to win it out from there. That would be quite something.
It's not just...
That would be the North American experience.
It really would. Not just 12-6, though. That 6 rounds, they were on the T side. Lycus Empire had the preferable side the whole time.
There were even opening kills. There were numbers advantages. That might all mean nothing, though. Nightblade draws first blood against Gabe again.
Yeah, I mean, literally the same way as well, but Nightblade on the other side. Actually,
yeah,
so
true.
funny.
Shows them how it's done.
Yeah, let me get you back, but I'll show you what's for real.
And now MDS is chasing ghosts, Molly and Pizza. No one's there, mate.
Yeah, sorry. Teammate died. Nightblade's out. Smoke provided the coverage. So heavy the stack towards A as well. Lycus have this freedom because they had that opening pick.
Here we go. Chicken Coop can look to try and pop their way through that flash, through the smoke right now. Back to the flash. Magic does well to find one, and Tabin on the front lines will get in on the act as well. Problem is he doesn't have any cover in middle right now. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Walls closing in on him. 40 seconds on the clock. He's not going to get supports anytime soon. Where's the pressure from camera? Had there been any, Tabin would have been dead. He's now playing around the smoke, and he's going to tag J Chance on the fadeaway. Follow up with the USP. Tabin, you madman.
He still wants to press forward. MDS has the cutoff. Maybe this is possible, but the fact that J Chance has gone down makes MDS in a tough spot, near impossible. Playing for 15 is Lycus Empire. Tabin is so low, and as you say, 15 seconds. There's just not really enough time to complete this at all. Tabin knows it, and he runs for the hills. Confirmation of Lycus having another couple chances at map and series point.
It's so smart from Tabin to recognize I'm just going to drop the smoke grenade and I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to hang around. I'm not going to try and contest the bomb. There's no need for that at all. By virtue of the clock, he knows he's guaranteed to win the round if he can just stay alive. 15-13. Like you say, 2 more map and series points for Lycus Empire, rather. This time on the CT side. This time on the favored side of the map. But misery loves irony. And Chicken Coop, well, they're about to be depressed.
I mean, oh, brother. If 6 wasn't enough, 6 tries, that is. How about 2 more? 8 total. And Chicken Coop just can't catch a break. Crazy to see Tabin step up after the struggle, to be honest, that he had on the T side.
He's been so impactful in the rounds that they've won throughout this map, it feels like.
His R-dubs are off the chart.
Yeah. Good space taken by Chicken Coop pretty early on in middle. Frizzy's steps would have been heard. How do they connect the dots here? Looks like an A split on the cards with a lot of emphasis in towards middle.
Yeah, same situation. I think for Chicken Coop, they realized how off mid Lycus were playing last round. And last time it was a lean towards A. This time it's not. It's more leaning towards B. J chances.
J chance, the patience.
Incredibly.
Perfect. Takes down his opposite number. We've spoken about that player Tabin and how important he is in the successes for Lycus Empire. He's gone down. Magic first responded towards the safe bombsite, mollied out though. Damage inflicted, but he could burn out, and he does get forced back, but at least he's gotten a kill for his troubles. The problem is, look at how far away these rotations are, man. They still have to try and respect the smoke here. There's another one in towards camera if they want. This should be impossible on the retake.
Well, that's the thing. They simply don't respect that smoke, and I think that's the only decision they actually have. Another smoke just refreshed. They don't use the nade to break it open. That's actually a bit of a surprise to me. Might as well go for this. But it's disjointed. It's all over the place. Wreckmeister wreaks havoc. But it's...
Nice played Molly Magic.
Yeah, but it's like all sorts of bad for Lycus. I don't quite know how they got to those positions, or rather decisions. Chicken Coop and Wreckmeister will take full advantage.
And they didn't have to do a whole lot in that round either. They just get into a good position in middle. They set up the crossfire. They just post on angles. They wait for the CTs to poke and pry for info. And then they punish. They get the kill, and that's what offsets the round. That's what ignites that spark that sets the A bomb site on fire.
Settled in and ready for more, I think, are Chicken Coop. They have a chance. One more round, and we push the double OT. Oh, but J-Chance.
Mate, not even a flash.
Not even a flash. Magic says, I can do that too. But MDS is going to go down instead. Somehow Magic survives that.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how Magic is alive right now. In the meantime, Nightblade went on a bit of a venture through B main. He gets a kill. It's a man advantage now for Lycus Empire, but Chicken Coops are still in a pretty damn good position right now, and Magic is low.
Poor Gabe can't escape Nightblade at the moment. Frizzy, it's the same back and forth that we've been talking about. T side, CT side, Hidden Seabass, and Frizzy has won it so many times. So much impact that Frizzy's had there. Now Doom joins Magic. J-Chance on the other side of the smoke as that fades. Magic gets his, and Wreckmeister, it's all up to him. A 1v2 to stop this out, but Nightblade nears 30. Both he and Tabin nearly dropped them. But Frizzy will get the defuse, and it's 16-14, a 2-0 for Lycus Empire as they move forward in the Pro League qualifier for Season 22.
Well, have you ever seen anything like it in your wildest dreams, Vincent? You're up 12-6 on the T side of Anubis like you highlighted. You let the game slip the entire way into overtime. Not only that, but you then lose the first round in OT as well. You're down 13-12. They didn't say die though, just as we saw that fight back attitude coming through from Chicken Coop, we got it out of Lycus Empire as well, it must be said. Most teams just completely crumble in that position when you've let the game slip so far. But at 13-12, they kept the belief, and they get the job done in the last round of OT1. OT on both maps, 2-0 for Lycus Empire. What a series.
You know, it's funny, right? You said most teams would crumble. To be honest with you, I feel like Lycus, they locked in. You know, they started to realize, hey, like this is for real. Like we might lose this game, and they stepped it up. We saw, you know, both Tabit and Nightblade have some big moments across those overtime rounds. But even beyond that, I think that as a whole, like the whole squad here for Lycus deserves a lot of credit. I was highlighting Frizzy and how consistently at A main he was winning. You tag that up with Nightblade having such crazy success against Gabe. That duel between Gabe and Nightblade was just nightmare fuel, unfortunately, for Gabe as well. Lots to love, I think, about the way Lycus were able to make that close work, and Chicken Coop, a valiant effort, but it just wasn't enough.
Oh, they've still got to be kicking themselves with the way that they lost on Dust, right? There's a world in which they could have also won the series 2-0. 12-8 on Dust 2, lose the map in overtime there. Great fight back on Anubis, but they run out of gas right at the end of the finish line. I mean, it's a performance that you could at least hold your head high as you walk away from it, but I guess that's just not where their focus is going to be right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, the focus now is that Lycus move forward, right, into stage 2. That's the important factor. Win and you move on, lose and you're out. We say goodbye to Chicken Coop. But you know what? Hayes, it's been a long night. I know it's late for you. So
yes, sir. 6 a.m., baby.
Yeah, that's right. And I love you for that, my friend. So for that, I think we're going to call this one a wrap. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. We continue tomorrow with more for the North American Pro League season 2022, qualifier. But yes, late night, we will end with that. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Come play with us.